Having said that, Ko Truong Ka held the holy maiden hand and stood up. Everyone there bowed and bid farewell to the Lord. Before he could finish speaking, the two had already reached the door. The owner of Lam family hurriedly ordered Thuhan, "Are you familiar with the terrain here? Quickly go show the way to the Lord." The beautiful woman panicked and replied, "Yes, father." The beauty ran to Guchenge's side and said, "Sir, I Lam Thuhan pay my respects to you." Ko Truong Ka said with a sinister expression, "Lam Thuhan, what a nice name." In the large room surrounded by many people, the man spoke in a powerful and insolent voice. Today is the day Tai Huyen Holy Land bestowed the title of Holy Son. In the main hall, there is no place for a petty inner sect disciple like you to cause trouble. The young man in blue clothes stood alone in the middle of the main hall, shouting loudly and talking nonsense. The so-called Tai Huyen Holy Land in the Donghuang Lukdai Holy Land could only do this much. He clenched his fists, suppressing the Honghuang beast in his mind. The words came out through his teeth, bullying others, flattering others. From beginning to end without asking the holy maiden wishes, she forced her to marry a man she had never met before. After hearing the young man's words, the saintess also lowered her head timidly, standing in a low position as if she did not exist on the high platform. Seeing this, the man in green couldn't help but feel even more angry and hateful, shouting, "If I don't give her justice today, then I don't need her status as a disciple of Tai Huyen Holy Land anymore." After hearing that sentence, everyone was stunned, and there was a round of whispering around this man named Deep Tran. Is crazy daring to say such words in front of the main hall. Another woman also added her words. Although his talent is not bad, but angering the great person above, I'm afraid that even Tai Huyen Holy Land will be guilty. The old man sat on the high platform after hearing the servant announce the young man's background. He said, "This heaven and earth are vast, Diep Tran, right? I remember you after going through hundreds of battles. You came here from Thien Than Vuk, coming from a small place, then joining my Tai Huyen Holy Land. Now you tell me, you want to give up your identity as a disciple of Tai Huyen Holy Land's inner sect." After speaking, the old man used his own pressure to radiate, causing the entire hall to crack the stone chair he was sitting on. The force emitted wave after wave was so strong that the green-clothed man below and the disciples of Tai Huyen Holy Land had to brace themselves to endure. "Can't stand it anymore," the blue-clothed man is indignant. "I'm just being unfair on behalf of the Holy Maiden. I can't just watch people being pushed into the fire pit." While the man was sweating profusely, the mysterious man's servant appeared and shouted, "You arrogant brat, you dare to say such disrespectful words to the young master who are you calling a fire pit?" The saintess of Tai Huyen Holy Land anxiously called out, "Ko, young master Ko." The handsome guy who appeared before everyone was closing his eyes to rest, but in fact his bones had been replaced. The person known as young master Ko had his spirit replaced with the soul of a modern person. When he woke up, he found himself in a dilemma. He also discovered that the identity of the person he had just possessed was a villain named Ko Truong Ka. According to Manhwa tradition, he was a stepping stone, the kind that was madly slapped in the face. He thought to himself as he calmly picked up his cup of tea and drank it, his expression showing that he couldn't believe that he had transmigrated into a character who was both big and liked to eat onions, but he still felt lucky that he had transmigrated into a system that other people didn't know about. On the system toolbar, user information appears character. Ko Truong Ka identity as a direct disciple of Dao Thien Tien, Kung bloodline and physical body of Matam immortal, bearing peak of the Saint Lord realm. Cultivation, magical techniques, Dao Thien Tien. Dian, myriad demons, incarnation talent, devouring immortals and demons. Art, destiny points 50 luck points, 30 trading system not open. According to the system's analysis, the level of the luck points will be divided in order from low to high, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple frames. Ordinary people can only reach red. He pondered over the information provided by the system, then turned to look at the main character in blue and discovered that this person named Deep Tran had a green color. He was truly the son of the god of luck. On his body were four-leafed green lucky leaves that made others jealous. Looking back at himself, his entire body was covered in black grass, making him unable to help but admit that he had been judged as the bastard child of luck since birth. He thought to himself, the villain didn't live long, his aura had plummeted to black, and he was constantly reminded of it. The man in blue below the stage couldn't stand the strange silence. He glared and pointed at Bahi Ko Truong Ka. "What are you pretending for, tell me?" While he was regaining his composure, he saw the people below shouting and looking annoyed. The servant noticed and shouted, "Impudent, is this the name you call the young master by?" The surrounding elders were also indignant and spoke up. "Diep Tran, today in front of everyone you repeatedly challenged the sect, how sinister." The attendant also added, "That's right, daring to speak disrespectfully to my young master. This crime is unforgivable." A round of whispers arose again, causing the blue-clothed man who was standing alone in the middle of the main hall to be stunned. This Diep Tran really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and also knew how to pretend. The man in green was startled and scared, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why is everyone following Ko Truong Ka like this?" He was also smugly thinking clearly, "I am the one with the highest talent. I am the future sect leader." The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His eyes widened, looking straight at the long-legged, big-breasted saintess on the high platform. Even Than Ka didn't speak up for him. "What the hell is going on? We clearly have such a good relationship. Ko Truong Ka coldly looked at him, couldn't help but smile in his heart. Looking at that kid's miserable appearance, on the contrary, felt very refreshed. The man in blue kept shouting, Ko Truong Ka, do you think that pretending to be silent and not saying a word is enough? Besides bullying others, what else can you do? The old man sitting on the stage could not stand it any longer. This Diep Tran really did not know how to live or die. Ko Truong Ka's servant appeared preparing to make a move. Before that, he had said to Ko Truong Ka, Saint Lord, I will go capture Diep Tran and bring him here to plead guilty to the young master. Immediately, he rushed towards Diep Tran as fast as lightning with the extremely strong force from the green light of the thunder decision. Diep Tran also prepared himself mentally and was ready to fight with the power of the fire element. Both of them rushed into each other, creating extremely strong earthquakes that spread out all around. Diep Tran really doesn't know his limits, daring to challenge the Tai Huyen Holy Sun. He's already at the half-step divine ability realm, while Diep Tran is only at the soul palace realm, and the Holy Sun even possesses the thunder flesh divine body. As for that, so Guy, his strength has clearly improved. This battle holds no suspense at all. At this moment, Ko Truong Ka watched the battle unfold, feeling that this Diep Tran was truly naive. In this world, power is divided into several realms: flesh body spirit, sea soul palace, divine ability grandmaster, Saint Lord Marquis King, and void god. This Diep Tran, even in a normal battle like this, can't he beat him? Is he worthy of his luck? Below the main hall, the atmosphere of the battle had already reached its peak. Tai Huyen Holy Sun, in a moment of carelessness, Diep Tran had broken through his lightning fist, causing Tai Huyen Holy Sun to fly away. While Tai Huyen Holy Sun was stunned, Diep Tran said contemptuously, Holy Sun is also good. The old man on the stage was also surprised, his eyes wide open. What, Diep Tran is only a soul palace realm? How can he fight against Tai Huyen Holy Sun? The female disciples below kept exclaiming, Brother Tran is so handsome. Another person shouted softly, Shut up, do you want to offend young Master Ko? Causing the two girls to not dare to comment further. As for Ko Truong Ka on stage, as expected, it was indeed like this. As the male lead, his ability and appearance of looking down on people in front of the crowd were indeed not bad. Everything Diep Tran did was to stop Tai Huyen Holy Land from wanting to marry his daughter to me. Ko Truong Ka glanced at the beautiful woman with snow-white skin, full breasts, and long, slender legs beside her. Next to her appeared a luck stat 350. He thought to himself, the person with 350 luck, that golden light must be the female lead in the script. If so, then I will definitely offend the male lead of this world, Diep Tran. You seem to have a lot of confidence in this Diep Tran guy, huh? The saintess was stunned, then lowered her eyes and appeared calm. Ko Truong Ka also said without hesitation, You are trying so hard to stay calm. You want me to understand that you and Diep Tran have no relationship, right? Are you afraid that I will deal with him? What a smart woman. Ko Truong Ka drank tea while praising the person standing next to him. He calmly finished the cup of tea, then signaled the to Holy Maiden pour more. The saintess didn't want to, but she still had to pour tea. When Ko Truong Ka softly said, I'm not a wolf or a tiger, why is Miss to so nervous? To Holy Maiden trembled in response without saying a word. Her hesitation proved the fear in her heart. Ko Truong Ka began to tease gently, saying, Let the servant make the hot tea. What if the lady's hand gets injured? In the system notification, to Than Ka's heart changed the male lead. Diep Tran's luck was deducted by 10 points. Only then did Ko Truong Ka realize after his luck was added by 10 points, it turned out that it could still be like this. Meanwhile, Diep Tran went crazy when he saw Ko Truong Ka holding to Than Ka's hand. His eyes gradually turned red as if possessed, full of anger and indignation. This made Ko Truong Ka even more delighted. He smiled, his eyes full of teasing, as if he was enjoying Diep Tran's anger. After seeing Ko Truong Ka teasing to Than Ka, Diep Tran could not control the wild beast inside him and shouted, Ko Truong Ka, take your dirty hands away. So Huyen beside reminded, Your opponent is me. Diep Tran was furious, he madly despised, Do you really think that because you are a saint, I don't dare to kill you? Ko Truong Ka thought according to the scenario, secretly worried that Diep Tran would go from weak to strong defeat. So Huyen then take this opportunity to challenge me. Thanks to the main character's golden hand, he would control the entire battle. With his talent for cultivation, if he succeeds in a few years, he will definitely come back to me to collect the debt from years ago. Then wouldn't I be left hanging on the street? Ko Truong Ka looked at Diep Tran, who was in high spirits preparing to strike a holy sun with one blow, and thought with disdain, This old man has transmigrated to this world, and I'm used to these tricks. How can I let you win against my life? Just let this damn script arrange it. Ko Truong Ka looked at Diep Tran, who was in high spirits, preparing to strike a holy sun with one blow. In his heart he couldn't help but despise him. What a pity this old man has transmigrated to this world and is used to these tricks. How can I let you win against me? How can my life be cut off so easily by you? I can't let this damn script just be arranged like this. Leaving behind a meaningless sentence that made the old man and the saintess on the stage stunned. Ko Truong Ka looked at Diep Tran preparing to make a move, suddenly blurted out a meaningless sentence that made everyone on the stage stunned. Just that, and you want to joke with me? The sentence not only made the old man on the stage, but even the saintess was stunned. Ko Chuang Ka flew down to the main hall, surprising all the witnesses in this large place. If it's related to this one Ko, then there's no need to bother So Huyan Holy Sun anymore. Ko Chuang Ka spoke up to stop. So Huyan. Seeing that Ko Chuang Ka had appeared, Deep Tran opened his eyes wide and spoke with a powerful voice, pretending to say, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ko Chuang Ka gradually approached Deep Tran and spoke in response. The so-called fearlessness is. Pausing for a moment, Ko Chuang Ka emphasized ignorance. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure was emitted from his body and directed directly at Deep Tran, causing him to be blown away. His initial momentum was like a cool breeze blowing away the hot summer air, which had just resisted that enormous pressure. Deep Tran cursed, "Ko Chuang Ka so mean." He felt angry when being suppressed by strong pressure, but still refused to give in. Hearing that, Ko Chuang Ka frowned slightly. The pressure increased even more, causing the heavy wooden door to be unable to withstand it, and open, avoiding the great force that was suppressing it. Deep Tran could not bear it anymore. His legs felt like they were not his. He knelt down before the person he had just cursed. The feeling of humiliation filled him, but pride still burned silently in his heart. Ko Chuang Ka, with an expression that said he couldn't make steel from iron, coldly asked, "Young Master Deep, what do you want me to say?" Ko Chuang Ka's aura was so strong that it made Deep Tran unable to lower his head, even though his heart was in turmoil. The people around the palace could not bear the enormous pressure, and they all sighed, "With this aura, is young Master Ko really that powerful?" Another disciple spoke up, as expected of someone from the upper realm, that Deep Tran really overestimates his own strength. The atmosphere became tense and all eyes were on the two people, on the high platform. The Holy Maiden also trembled, leaning against the table behind her in fear. The old man exclaimed, "As expected of a person from the upper world, so young and yet so strong, truly cannot be offended." He thought about Ko Chuang Ka's strength, realizing that people like Deep Tran really should not be messed with. Deep Tran was enduring the strong pressure of Ko Chuang Ka and the gossip of the surrounding disciples when the system toolbar appeared. In front of the crowd, Deep Tran's luck was reduced by 10, and the host's destiny value increased by 50. Ko Chuang Ka thought can also increase destiny points. He thought destiny can upgrade cultivation methods. Objects can of course also increase cultivation. Ko Chuang Ka entered his divine consciousness and asked the system, "If I kill Deep Tran now, how much will my destiny value increase?" The system replied, "A lucky person will receive the protection of the Supreme Being. With your current destiny value, this action will backfire." Ko Chuang Ka replied contemptuously, "Offending this lucky guy will bring bad luck. No wonder my luck is still black. That's the price of being a villain, sigh." The system replied, "As luck has said, the gods and ghosts are unpredictable. It's hard to determine with your strength. It's not difficult to kill Deep Tran now, but there will be some changes because you are the biggest variable." Ko Chuang Ka said, "Then I can't kill him now, but I can use some methods to reduce his luck. When it reduces to a certain amount when the opportunity comes, I can make a move, right?" The system verified again. "That's right. Those things are closely related to the protagonist, that's exactly it." At the same time, Ko Chuang Ka returned to reality, glanced at the Holy Maiden, who was Deep Tran's strongest weakness. Thinking, he said, "Like this, forcing Than Ka to influence Deep Tran is not bad." The old man sitting on the stage kept praising, "Ko Chuang Ka ha ha ha, young Master Ko is so young but his cultivation is already so profound." The elders below also kept praising. Just a little bit of his aura made people tremble. "Young Master Gu is truly a god. I thought that Tai Huyan Holy Land, whose father had passed down his legacy for 10,000 years and whose territory was miles long, was already the ruler of the world. But today when we met young Master, he was even better. There are higher heavens than heaven." Ko Chuang Sa humbly said to the elders, "You all flatter me. Chuang Sa's strength is really not worth mentioning." So Huyan also bowed in gratitude. "It's my fault for not having enough cultivation. I'm truly ashamed to have troubled you to help me." The people around also kept gossiping. "Young Master has already shown mercy, yet he still doesn't know what's good for him. Deep Tran really doesn't know what's good for him." Deep Tran, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but mumble angrily, "It's all because of you." While Deep Tran was still kneeling and bowing his head, he thought to himself that it was impossible. Then Deep Tran raised his head and shouted loudly, "Ko Chuang Ka, go die!" And then he charged straight towards Ko Chuang Sa. The elders were so terrified that they shouted, "Deep Tran, you dare!" However, when I got in front of Ko Chuang Ka, I thought I could reach out and touch his face, but was stopped by a force. Deep Tran's heavenly punch completely broke his posture, rendering him unable to move and thrown far away. This made the Holy Maiden so scared that she put her hand on her mouth to keep from making a sound. Deep Tran fell down, scattering like a sapling that had just survived a storm. The elders also rushed forward, speaking sternly. "Deep Tran disregards the sect, rules is arrogant and reckless, and dares to offend the honored guests many times. Immediately seal his cultivation, lock him in jail, and wait for young Master Ko to make his own decision." Around everyone was whispering. Someone said that before young Master Ko had gone easy on Deep Tran and still dared to sneak attack him. That's right, he lost all face of Tai Huyan Holy Land and was ruined by him. Then two soldiers came in and stopped Deep Tran. Deep Tran shouted, "Let me go, I am the disciple with the highest talent here. I am the hope of the sect." With a sniff of the nose, feet as light as feathers, Ko Chuang Ka flew past the saint and said, Thanka, have you heard? Tonight is very beautiful. I wonder if I can watch the moon with you. It made the saint surprised. The old man sitting on the stage also excitedly said, "Ha, the young master who went through this incident can still be so elegant. He is truly a generous person." Of course I agreed. Dieptran below was being imprisoned and also helplessly held on to Thanka. The saintess maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, while the old man silently thought, "The fate of our sect is in the hands of this young master. We cannot make any mistakes now." The saintess could only helplessly obey. The male lead Dieptran, after hearing these words, became so angry that he vomited a lot of blood. His luck was also completely deducted. Dieptran's state of mind was directly affected. His luck was directly deducted by 100 points. The host's destiny points were increased by 500. The system announced. Ko Truong-ka secretly rejoiced, so this son of destiny is not a chicken worse than the system. Although it was a bit annoying, the process of slowly squeezing this ant to death was also very interesting. On a cool, breezy night, the black-clothed man stood on the roof listening to the stories of the people downstairs. The old man spoke. "Thanka, I know you have feelings for Dieptran, but the situation now. The voice of that woman is the saintess from this morning, I know. Compared to the benefits that the eunuch brought, how can Dieptran compare?" The scene changed to the old man's room. He sat down and sighed. The saintess also helplessly bowed her head. "Father, there's nothing else to do. Thanka went to ask about that person." Hearing this, the black-clothed man opened a barrier formation into the void in Ko Truong-ka's room to investigate the situation. The black-clothed man appeared and reported that the young master was too energetic and had a divine demeanor. The master of the Huyan Pavilion called to Thanka over and told her all his worries. Ko Truong-ka was surprised. Oh, the doctors continued. "Today, Tai Huyan Kak is already very strong in the field. The strongest person is the Supreme Elder. Actually, he passed away 300 years ago, but the outside world still doesn't know about it. So, young master, you are now the support they need the most." The black-clothed man paused for a moment and then continued. In addition, the wife of the Tai Huyan Palace Master was a noble lady of the Upper Realm that year, but was captured and returned to the Upper Realm. He also wanted to rely on the bond between him and Thanka to find out the whereabouts of his wife. Ko Truong-ka smiled wryly. "I guessed it." "Right then," he continued. "That's right. Go monitor that Dieptran guy in the dungeon for me. Black-clothed man is also curious. Young master seems to be very interested in that Dieptran guy." Ko Truong-ka curled his lips looking interested. "He has great luck. Maybe it's a fate between me and him." The black-clothed man bowed his head and reported to the old slave, then disappeared into the passage. Ko Truong-ka sighed. Sighing, being sandwiched between two people with good luck is really not easy. In reality, it's a bit difficult. On the system toolbar, Ko Truong-ka's information appeared. Nothing changed. The only difference was the destiny points. 550 luck points. 40 system purchases and sales. The destiny points reached 1,000. Just started. Suddenly, the system announced a congratulatory message for completing the first day and successfully passing the newbie level and getting the reward. Ko Truong-ka was surprised. Newbie gift. He quickly clicked on a part and sure enough, light flashed. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Breaking Abyss Talisman X1, 5-colored Magic Robe X1, and World Seed Fragment X1. Ko Truong-ka thinks about the so-called World Seed Fragment. System notification. After refining the complete World Seed, it can create a world inside the body, creating endlessly determining life and death. Ko Truong-ka felt interesting that if I were a child of the world, would there still be anyone in this world who could kill me? He frowned and gave the system an order to add points to him. Ko Truong-ka sat cross-legged, while the system automatically generated information and refined it. After he opened his eyes, the pressure radiating from him caused everything to shatter. And there was a pillar of light flying straight up into the sky. Everyone who witnessed that scene was shocked and bewildered. One of them exclaimed, "Where did this powerful aura come from? Who is this great man?" The old man sitting in the house also felt this aura and was startled. After seeing this scene, Thanka was also very surprised. Behind her back appeared a spirit that had no physical form, but looked exactly like Thanka. She kept clinging to Thanka to seduce her. Haha. "Look at your appearance now. If you change to another angle and think about it, Ko Truong-ka is calm, strong, and has more power than Dieptran." Thanka was really thinking when that soul continued to say, "You and I have one body but two souls, I know you." Immediately Thanka angrily shouted, "Shut up." In Ko Truong-ka's room, the strength chart showed that he was at the position of Marquis Realm. He secretly thought, is this the strength of Marquis Realm? In a short time, it has given me many talents, and at the same time pushed me to progress a level. It is truly terrifying. The notification index shows the divine ability, the path of the heavenly immortal, the demonic power, the life points, the air luck, 40. Ko Truong-ka sighed, just breaking through one level and already consuming so many life points. It seems that the price of this method is quite high. He stretched and said to himself, well, anyway, there's a system that will increase my destiny points later. When thinking of the name Dieptran, the main protagonist, he opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Dieptran, although his appearance of cultivating diligently was very shabby, but when I cut the chives, he was really cool. I hope you can give me some life points when I drain them all, then your day of death will come. In the prison, the main character Dieptran is feeling pain and anger. He thought to himself, What the hell is going on these past 3 years? No matter what happens, I always turn difficult situations into easy ones. He sat there, his forehead downcast, wondering why he had to end up like this. Thinking like a piece of shit that won't go away, he punched the wall hard and shouted Ko Truong-Ka's name. Immediately from the magic treasure, the jade ring, a stream of remnant souls flew out. Deep Tran did not think this woman would appear at this moment and called out, "Master," twice. A beautiful and charming woman appeared in the magic treasure. The beautiful woman facing Deep Tran was floating in the air. Deep Tran panicked and asked that woman, "Master, where did you go before? Why didn't you come to save me?" The woman replied that at that time there was the divine consciousness of some kings existing. I suspected that person was related to the enemy who harmed me that year, so he did not appear. That woman said that you have to go back and forth. You shouldn't be so reckless. Deep Tran angrily asked back, "Do you also want me to let go of Tutankha?" He said madly that her aptitude was that of a beauty, and quickly stopped Diep Tran from continuing to avoid eyes and ears. Shh, this matter still had to be considered long-term. Ko Truong-Ka's background was very terrifying, and behind him was a force that absolutely could not be touched. But Diep Tran still had that indifferent attitude, ignoring the beauty's advice. Well then what, it's just that my luck has been temporarily stopped. That's it. The beautiful woman was helpless, and secretly thought to herself, I don't know how to find the mistake in my own recklessness to overcome it. Such a mentality is too dishonest. She told Deep Tran that the task now was to help him escape from this predicament. I can feel that there are quite a few strong people in this dungeon. Suddenly, Deep Tran turned back with a terrified expression and said that there was a way to escape from here, making the woman stunned. He said that the Tai Huyan Holy Land has remained standing for 100 years, not because of its own strength, but because other sects fear the power of the Grand Elder. However, outsiders do not know that the Grand Elder already passed away in seated meditation 300 years ago. He madly told that woman if the master spread this news, the sects that have been watching the dragon veins here for a long time will gather here. At that time, I can easily escape. She was worried that if that happened, Tai Huyan Holy Land would face the disaster of extermination. After all, they saved her life for many years. The male lead, Deep Tran, said, regardless that I don't care that they are inhumane to me, I just let them know that if they offend Deep Tran, they will pay the price. The female doctor could only sigh in disappointment. Little did they know that outside the black-clothed man had also heard all of their conversations. He also thought that the opportunity that the young master spoke of was a remaining soul of the Nat Quang Gia. The scene changes to where Ko Truong-Ka and the Saintess are. Tathan said that what the young master said was interesting. Is the upper world really that big? The spirit lingering around Tutankha was also extremely seductive. Kakaka, I said, but Ko Truong-Ka in front of me was a very meticulous and knowledgeable person, much stronger than that guy Diep Tran. Ko Truong-Ka replied to the great upper world. Or not, won't you go and see for yourself? Tathan Ka smiled wryly. Young master, if you don't have the strength of the void god realm, how can you pass through the barrier? Nowadays, most of the strong people of the great holy lands in the eastern wilderness are only at half of the pH of the Feng Ho realm. How to climb to the upper realm? Ko Truong-Ka calmly closed her eyes and enjoyed tea, saying that the void god realm was very strong. If she really went to the upper realm, she would discover that the void god realm was actually nothing. Tutankha thought that her big pair of legs were also tensed up because of the pressure. She replied to the young master, if it were in the upper realm, could you protect me completely? Ko Truong-Ka wondered and asked again, oh, what does this mean? Tutankha stammered, I know that with my status it will be difficult to make you love me, but I am willing to wait for you. Suddenly, the system sound announced that Tutankha's mood had changed. Deep Tran's luck directly decreased by 40 points. The host's destiny points increased by 200. Ko Truong-Ka was surprised and thought to himself, can characters related to the Child of Destiny change also lower his luck points and increase my destiny points? He smiled wryly, thinking to himself, if that were the case, things would be simple. Ko Truong-Ka replied to Tutankha, I want to be loved by you. Tutankha, the holy maiden attitude changed really quickly. Changing yourself so quickly means you want me to forgive Deep Tran. Tutankha was startled and hurriedly defended Min Kong. Tutankha knew that it would be difficult for her to catch the young master's eye. She just wanted to show her sincerity and hoped that the young master would not mind what happened today. Ko Truong-Ka gently turned the teacup in response to the umbrella. Diep Tran was so infatuated with her that he did not hesitate to turn his back on Tai Huyan Holy Land. She responded to him like that. Tutankha said with a frustrated face that Diep Tran Tutankha's matter could not be changed because the sect and father were all unimportant. And she looked at Ko Truong-Ka and decided to bring up something very important. Young master, in fact, Tutankha's physique is Kuam Huyen Sakan. No one knows about this except me. The toolbar rang again. This time Su Lukan-Ka felt submissive. Ye Chen's health decreased by 40 points. The host's health increased by 200 points. Ko Truong-Ka was surprised and thought in his head, Kuam Huyen's body is absolutely a furnace of talent. Actively telling me is really sincere enough. Just like that, Deep Tran's luck had already lost more than 300 points. Combined with the situation of Tai Huyan Kak and my identity, Tutankha understood the big picture very well. She was truly a rational and intelligent woman. In Ko Truong-Ka's mind, the image of him cutting chives while enjoying the peach blossoms appeared again. It seems that being a villain is also very enjoyable. Because on the other side, Tathan Ka was looking at Ko Trong Ka, thinking and calling Ko Trong Ka's soul back. The old man looked at the saintess and said, Ku Am Huyan's body is a furnace for refining her talent. You're telling me the saintess, the sect's answer, is the family's 1,000-year-old blood. Compared to it, what am I worth? As long as you help Tai Huyen Holy Land, and us escape from the abyss, Than Ka agrees to sacrifice herself. In Ko Truong Ka's mind, he thought of a series of things that children shouldn't see. Ha system, if she actively offers herself to him, then he'll eat her. If he's lucky, he won't get backlash. On the toolbar that shows the current fortune of Tuthan Ka and Diep Tran. If there is really any further progress, it is very likely that the fortune will swallow them up. Ko Truong Ka angrily thought to himself, damn it, with more luck, I already knew there would be no good results. On the surface, she still calmly responded to the saintess. She told me this secret. Aren't you afraid that I will tell it? Tathan Sa, defended Than Sa, really trusts the young master's personality. Ko Truong Ka stood up and turned away. Regarding the matter of her rare physical condition, this one Ko pretended not to have heard anything today. If Saint Than Ka wants to take this opportunity to move me, then please come back. Tathan Ka was surprised and stunned by Ko Truong Ka's attitude. He was about to hold on, but he pushed his hand away. Ko Truong Ka coldly glanced at the saintess. Please respect yourself. Tathan Ka panicked as she watched Ko Truong Ka's back as he left. Suddenly in Tathan Ka's soul, a contemptuous and leering beauty appeared. Even if he was offered a beautiful woman right at his door, it still wouldn't interest him. This Ko Truong Ka really tormented me a lot. Tathan Ka could only sigh and say that thinking back to that morning in the main hall, young Master Ko did not do anything wrong, but I was the first person to judge him as a bad person. Under the dim moonlight, the saint blamed herself for mistakenly thinking that she had mistaken young Master Ko. After Ko Truong Ka had gone a long distance, a notification bar appeared with the words, Tathan Ka's perspective has changed her luck, index has increased by 20, her destiny index has increased by 100. Ko Truong Ka could only sigh. This Tathan Ka is acting herself out, trying to convince herself or something. If that's the case, then it's time to deal with Diep Tran. In the prison, the black-clothed man appeared and reported exactly as the young master predicted behind Diep Tran. It was true that there was a remnant soul of the old strong man following him. Ko Truong Ka walked to Diep Tran's cell. Diep Tran saw him walking over and also said harshly, Ko Truong Ka, what are you doing here? Ko Truong Ka said, I came here of course to visit you. No, I came to pay my respects to the strong person behind you, right? Diep Tran said guiltily, what are you saying? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, Truong Ka, please don't pretend anymore. Can this expression of yours fool anyone? Do you still want to hide? Then why is this appearance of hiding your head and showing your tail not like the demeanor of a strong person at all? Suddenly, the remnant soul of the strong man flew out and stood in front of Diep Tran and said to Ko Truong Ka, Young master, why do you need to make things difficult for a remnant soul like me? Ko Truong Ka's unpredictable expression said that senior misunderstood. I was just curious to know if I could coax this useless idiot Diep Tran out. In the end, who the hell is he? In Ko Truong Ka's heart, he was thinking that he didn't expect it to be the old man, but the little sister. Diep Tran fiercely pointed at Ko Truong Ka and shouted, Ko Truong Ka, who are you saying is useless? Truong Ka continued the story of Min Chao But Bear. There is an old saying that a wise bird chooses its branch, but its seniors have always been by its side. Tran is talented but not appreciated. Beauty. Are you thinking of a plan to sow discord, Diep Tran? I'm so angry, you despicable Ko Truong Ka. Not only did you steal Than Ka from me, but now you even dare to want to steal my master. What's wrong? Ko Truong Ka laughed contemptuously and took away Than Ka from you. This one Ko did not dare to accept it. You should know that from the beginning to the end, it was all her own will. Diep Tran is so angry he wants to spit blood at you. You talk nonsense. Ko Truong Ka raised his hand forward and said that people should always move forward. This is the law of survival of all things in this world. Then gently touched the wooden stick, causing everything to shatter into pieces. While Diep Tran was scared, Ko Truong Ka spoke up. If you really want your master to live well, don't harm her anymore. Do you think a remnant soul can live for long in this world? Ko Truong Ka continued. Standing in front of the two people, if senior agrees to follow me, not only can I restore her body, but I can even make her return to the peak like before. Diep Tran couldn't help but hold his fist tightly. Ko Truong Ka, this is a matter between me and my master. Don't talk nonsense here. Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? On the toolbar again announced that Diep Tran's temperament changed and the host's destiny index was still down 20 points. Ko Truong Ka ignored Diep Tran and said that along with the remnant soul, the senior strongman probably knew not to mention this one Ko's background. But in other aspects, this one Ko was also much more superior than Diep Tran. I knew he could provide spiritual energy to nourish her soul, but with the current progress, he was no different from a cage to her. The words that Ko Truong Ka just said also made the beauty think. Diep Tran became more and more panicked. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. He must be deceiving you. The beauty also had something in mind that was really a discord with Ko Truong Ka's strength. If killing Diep Tran was not difficult, then why did he need to use such tricks? Could it be that I was thinking too much, that he simply wanted to pull me to his side? To be honest, Ko Trong Ka had done nothing wrong. On the contrary, this Diep Tran from the beginning to the end had insisted on not giving up, causing all sorts of trouble for him. Ko Trong Ka continued, Senior, have you finished thinking? The beauty also returned the favor to the little girl who had received the favor from little Tran. Now of course she could not leave him. Ko Trong Ka was not in a hurry and said, I will give you time to think. If you change your mind, I will not pursue the matter of Diep Tran offending me anymore. I will even remove the punishment that Tai Huyen Holy Land gave him to restore his status. Now nothing is difficult for him. As for Tathan Ka, I can also give it to him. His words made Diep Tran so angry that he was speechless. The beauty kept stopping Diep Tran and said, Young Master Ko, don't say that. I have received your sincerity. Ko Truong Ka did not force her but said that Senior should think more before he has a gift for her. In Ko Truong Ka's hand appeared a mysterious gift box that surprised the two people opposite. After he opened the gift box, it was discovered that the rare elixir was the ancient soul-gathering holy elixir Dan. In the prison, Diep Tran angrily faced the wall and said, I see everything clearly. Damn it, Ko Truong Ka, not only do you want to humiliate me, you also want to take everything away from me. He deceived the beauty holding the exquisite gift box in the distance and raised his chin in disdain. What I couldn't have expected the most was that the master I trusted the most would bow down to my enemy for a pill. The beauty was angry and said, What nonsense you are talking about. Everything I do is to help you escape from here. Diep Tran also replied, If the person who just opened his mouth spoke every word for me, then just do as I said and spread that news out. The beauty helplessly looked at Diep Tran and said, If you insist on doing so, then I will listen to you. Diep Tran looked at the beauty, who was gradually disappearing into thin air with a hateful expression, and said, Hi. As expected of my master, I was sure that he would not abandon me. After hearing that the beauty's figure also disappeared along with the disappointment. On the notification bar, the words, Effectiveness of Diep Tran's master-disciple relationship, appeared. A crack appeared in his luck. The host's destiny points were reduced by 80, and his destiny points were increased by 400. In Ko Truong Ka's room, the words of the young master rang out, If you want that remnant soul, why don't you kill Diep Tran directly? Ko Truong Ka thought for a moment and said, Old Min, do you still remember why I came down to earth? Elder Min suddenly realized it was because of that peerless, fierce soldier. Ko Truong Ka nodded in agreement and replied that it was because of the weapon from the ancient time of the 8 Desolation Demons, the 8 Desolation Demon Spear. Ko Truong Ka scanned the script and also knew that according to the normal trajectory, Diep Tran would definitely rely on a fortuitous coincidence to enter the ruins. After that dangerous weapon was achieved and according to the scenario imagined by Ko Truong Ka, Diep Tran then took the spear and went out to build up his prestige. But now he is just a mouse helping me find the treasure. Ko Truong Ka sinisterly thought to himself. He ordered Elder Min to watch and stare at Diep Tran tightly. I need to close the door for a while. Elder Min replied, I understand. Then the black-clothed man disappeared into the passage. Ko Truong Ka opened his character information on the system and discovered that the toolbar had opened the system exchange of destiny points, 1100, luck 60 high. Ko Truong Ka announced that the system exchange was opened. In the notification bar, a trading system appeared, including divine abilities, heavenly treasures, and auxiliary items. On the toolbar, the words, Insufficient destiny points, cultivation methods of the supreme level or higher cannot be opened. Cultivation methods of the heavenly level or higher cannot be collected. The magic and magic techniques include the supreme magic of heaven-level magic, earth-level magic, mysterious magic, and the innate divine thought of the heavenly mandate. 1000. Specifically, Ko Truong Ka thought that it would be possible to make a cultivator break through to the void god realm with only 50 destiny points. He chose the primordial spirit type, cultivation method. The divine thought of the life point was deducted 1000 points. On Ko Truong Ka's forehead, a bright mark appeared. He started to practice in seclusion to cultivate the system's cultivation method. 3 days later, a mighty army of boats and spirit beasts entered. The announcement resounded throughout the ancient capital of Tai Huyen Holy Land, the sacred land of Duong Voi Trio, Tien Dai, Nat Huang Trio, Sovo Kuk, and the ancient Tio family, Tio Hoak, came to pay their respects to the Saint Lord of Tai Huyen. The old man and the saintess stood in the air. The old man clicked his tongue, and the 3 half-steps of the Fong Hao personally came. Their power was great. The man wearing golden armor stood on the spirit beast and sneered, Ha, stop wasting words. Su Tai Huyen Holy Land, has relied on Su Tai Thuong to occupy Lin Mach for 1,000 years. Now that he has created this Lin Mach, he should also share it with other sects, right? Character, Tiu, Family Palace, Tiu, Hoak. No mistake, everyone is from the Dingfeng sect in the Eastern Wasteland. You took the initiative to hand over the Spirit Mach Temple. Downgraded to the first level, I will not cut off all escape routes. Otherwise, the sacred land of Trio Tien will appear. The spirit vein is the 1,000-year-old core of my holy land. How can you say that you are old men? Do you really think that my Tai Huyen Holy Land will bully you? Tai Huyen, Saint Lord, is angry. It seems that the intention of the Saint Lord is not to cooperate. The mysterious old man angrily looked towards the carriage with 2 flying divine horses. Do you think that Tai Huyen Holy Land can still resist the appearance of our 3 families? Tai Nat Huang Trio Sovo Kuk, the old man replied worriedly. Although I don't know where you heard this news from, Do you really think that if the Supreme Elder is no longer here, then I, Tai Huyan Holy Land, will have nothing left? The saintess worriedly looked at the old man and said, Father. Tai Huyan Saint Lord glanced back and asked if young Master Ko had not left seclusion yet. The helpless saint said that last time, it was me who caused the young master to lose his favorability. Now that the young master is not helping us, it's understandable. What is the old man angry about? The old man with long mustache, narrow eyes, and a pale face said that he had heard that Tai Huyan Holy Land and the upper world had a relationship. So Vokuk said that the difference between the upper world and the eastern wilderness Holy Land is very large. So what kind of ability does Tai Huyan have? With Thien Nhat Huang Trio Sovokuk here today, even if King Realm comes, I will still fight him. Then, Sovokuk threw out a magic treasure, a mini tower, which made his two teammates surprised and secretly thought in panic. Didn't I say it was lost in the battle 1,000 years ago? In an instant, the treasure flashed and gradually grew larger. The old man is still waiting, sighed young Master Ko. If you don't leave seclusion, I can only risk it here. The saintess was startled and worried as she prepared to leave. Before leaving, she told the old man that her father and she would now go and beg the young master. So Vokuk looked at the old man and said, To Tai Huyan, do you really want to destroy your body and spirit for Lin Mach? The old man was preparing to use all his strength to answer the question. So Vokuk started chanting and shouted stubbornly. If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish, and then the magic treasure will gradually grow and prepare to sink the entire Tai Huyan Holy Land sect. However, an extremely powerful purple light emitted engulfing all the magic treasures surrounding the entire ancient capital of Tai Huyan Holy Land. This wave of primordial spirit made everyone extremely shocked to the point that even the spirit beasts wanted to run away. The old man was happy and also made Sovokuk's face pale. His two teammates were also surprised and said that this power must be equal to King Realm's primordial spirit. Could it be that old man to Tai Huyan is not dead yet? In the room, Ko Truong Ka sighed and said, This is the power of the primordial spirit. Ko Truong Ka looked into the void and smiled sinisterly. It seemed that everyone had arrived. So next play a game. The saintess hurriedly ran to where Ko Truong Ka was thinking to herself, The experts from the other sects must have been a bit scared just now. Before I can invite young Master Ko, father must be able to hold on. Suddenly a hand from behind covered Tathan Ka's mouth, making her scared. Deep Tran appeared at some point and hid her so she couldn't scream. Shh, it's me. Tathan Ka worriedly asked, Why are you here? Deep Tran took Tathan Ka's hand and said, I will explain later. Now I have to take you away from this Tai Huyan Holy Land furnace. But Tathan Ka jerked her hand away from Deep Tran, making him surprised. The saintess firmly said that she would not leave Tai Huyan Holy Land. Don't you understand? Deep Tran was shocked and said, Thansa, what time has it come? Why are you still so conservative? Do you really think you can borrow Ko Truong Ka's strength to save Tai Huyan Holy Land? His eyes were bloodshot as he said that maybe she was under the pressure of Ko Truong Ka. The saintess covered her chest with both hands and got angry, holding her mouth. Young Master Ko never forced me from the beginning to the end. It was all my impure thoughts. I used every means to make him like me. Her intention was to stop and then continue. Her intention was to use her beauty to exchange for peace for Tai Huyan Holy Land. This made Diep Tran stunned. Than ka to than ka. The saintess was in pain and shed tears, saying that you must trample on my last bit of self-respect to be happy, right? Diep Tran, what makes you think that I will betray the sect and follow you to leave here? And what makes you label Ko Kong Tu as an evil person? She said in a tired voice that Tai Huyan had trained you for 10 years, but at this critical moment, what have you done for us? Tathan Ka wiped her tears away and said to Diep Tran, Your selfishness and self-righteousness really makes people hate you. The master in the magic treasure also told Deep Tran that we should go. Deep Tran still couldn't accept this fact. He tried, but couldn't. This wasn't the Than Ka I knew. Ko Truong Ka must have used some kind of evil magic on her. Ko Truong Ka was in the room listening to the sound of the announcement that Deep Tran and the female lead had exposed each other. Deep Tran's luck decreased by 50 points. The host's destiny increased by 250 points. He was secretly happy, thinking that the time was ripe. At the same time, the sound of the door opening startled the two people outside. The saintess was worried, and in her hand appeared a long sword, thinking that she absolutely could not let young Master Ko see me and Deep Tran appear together. At that moment the sword stabbed straight towards Deep Tran, piercing through his body. Deep Tran's face showed disbelief that Tathan Ka would stab his sword towards him. His master in the magic treasure kept urging Tiu Tran to go faster. The saintess said, with a face that said, I'm sorry, I have to clarify the relationship between us. Then she pulled out her sword, and the fire energy in Deep Tran's body healed his wound. He started to darken and said, If that's the case, our day of victory is still long. Then left, leaving the saintess holding the Truong Kiem alone. A voice called out from behind, Than Ka saintess. Tathan Ka turned back with a disappointed look. Young Master Than Ka disappointed you. Ko Truong Ka's face was full of satisfaction as he said, You did very well, but next time Diep Tran meets you, I'm afraid there will be a situation where you two will regret it to the death. The saint said she had no regrets, Than Ka. If she had decided to follow the young Master Ko, of course sooner or later that day would come. Ko Truong Ka suddenly reached out to the saintess and hugged her. From now on, Moi's business will also be my business. The long sword fell to the ground. Than Ka thought to Kotruwongka that if today Than Ka exposed herself to deep tran, then in the future he wouldn't have to be cold to her anymore. If she has high-level luck, it wouldn't be a bad thing for me to use it against her. On the toolbar, the words "Stimulate the host's luck" appeared again. The host's luck increased by 60 destiny points and increased by 300. Kotruwongka thought about what ceremony this was. What method could I use to increase my luck points? Besides forcing the destiny child, I could also subdue someone with great luck. It seemed like there would be another path I could take in the future. The saintess in Kotruwongka's arms shyly said, "Young master, I came here to ask you for a favor." Before the saintess could finish speaking, Kotruwongka interrupted. "I already know what happened, I'm here." They couldn't even move a single hair on Tai Huyan Holy Land Dao. In an instant, the two disappeared into thin air. Scene change. Tai Huyan. Saint Lord stood alone in the middle of a mighty army, his heart filled with worry. The long-bearded enemy stroked his beard and said, "Haha, little brother, we don't want to make a big fuss about this. If the Supreme Elder is still alive, why don't you let us pay him a visit?" The old man replied "Although I don't know where you got this information from, it is true that the Supreme Elder of our sect has passed away." The bearded man continued, "What was that wave of primordial spirit just now?" Tio Hawk glared and said angrily, "Pretending to be a god and a ghost, let's see how it goes." Immediately, a wave of primordial spirit was emitted once again. A purple light covered the entire Tai Huyan Holy Land. The pressure that could not be ignored rang out with two noisy words, causing the three people who came to cause trouble to feel anxious. Suddenly, Kotruwongka and the saintess appeared before the old man and asked, "Which guest is bothering us, holy son?" Tio Hawk was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha. I say, the two Tai Huyan rescuer you mentioned is this little brat, who hasn't even wiped his nose yet. Has Tai Huyan Holy Land fallen to this level?" The old man sneered. "If I were you, I would honestly take back what you just said, because you absolutely cannot afford to offend this great man." Tio Hawk rushed forward with unexpected strength. "Can he be offended or not? Can't we just try and see?" Kotruwongka let the saintess behind him. The purple light surrounded him. Tio Hawk Fi quickly arrived with a pressure as strong as the king of the jungle. When two airstreams collide, it causes a loud explosion that resounds in all directions. Kotruwongka gently used his hand to catch Tio Hawk's punch, causing him to be stunned, and exclaim, "What?" Then Kotruwongka clenched his fist and turned it 90 degrees, causing the muscles of his fist to be completely deflected to one side. Even the golden armor was shattered. Then Kotruwongka pushed Tio Hawk away. Everyone was extremely scared and widened their eyes when they saw the scene that only happened in a moment. Tio Hawk's hands were bleeding and shaking as he spoke to Fong Hao Kan. The man with the long mustache said in disbelief that there was no way the Eastern Desert Holy Land could have such a young marquis. So Vokuk appeared and released his magic weapon, the Mini's Tower, saying that it was good for a boy to have a natural talent, but he also had to understand things no matter where he came from. It was best not to meddle in Tai Huyan Holy Land's affairs. Kotruwongka waved his hand and introduced that from now on the matter of Tai Huyan Holy Land is also my matter. These words made the holy maiden face filled with joy and anticipation. So Vokuk frowned and said, "If you intend to die, then I, the saint, will not say anything more." He shouted, and all three of them took out their magic treasures. The guy with the long mustache holding the blue sword said he didn't care. Tio Hawk took out another giant saber and swung it towards Kotruwongka and said, "Young man, look at me." Once again, Kotruwongka gently responded to Tio Hawk's move. The other hand gently moved the long-mustached man's sword back and forth as if to play with it. His expression was extremely gentle and comfortable, making the scene before his eyes extremely beautiful, like a painting. As for Sovokuk, after transforming the magic treasure into a large heavy tower, he said a word, and the magic treasure fell from the sky onto Kotruwongka's head. Kotruwongka was surprised, and was imprisoned in the magic treasure. The saintess shouted worriedly at the young master. Sovokuk complacently sneered, "What's wrong with being exceptionally talented? Since ancient times there have been countless geniuses, but those who can become famous can be counted on the fingers of one hand." Tio Hawk carried a sword and laughed at the ignorance of heaven and earth. He really thought that with only the strength of a Marquis realm, he could still take on 3 enemies on one. The holy language worriedly looked towards the old man father young master Ko-hee. The Saint Lord Tai Huyan's face was also worried to death. If it weren't for the Infinity Tower being here, how could they have touched young Master Ko? So Vokuk proudly said to that, "To family, do you have anything else to say now?" Tio Hawk also added, "What's the point of wasting words? Just kill him directly and go to Kong Che Lin Mach." At that moment a crack appeared in the treasure tower. The light emitted made So Vokuk startled and exclaimed, "No way!" One crack appears, and there will surely be more cracks, and soon the tower will flash once more and explode. In the debris appeared a cool figure. Purple and red rays of light surrounded that figure. Kotruwongka raised his voice and looked out at the world of high-ranking people. The strong were like clouds. More or less in the lower realm, there are not many people who can reach the Divine Master realm of the Cultivator Realm in their entire lifetime. On Kotruwongka's fingertips, a purple light flashed and the words Fong Hao Kan said, "No need to speak, just a spirit." All 3 of the harassing enemies had to mobilize their forces at once. They secretly thought to themselves, "This is not good." Kotruwongka stood up straight, with red eyes. A bright purple light flashed through his hand and said that with insects like you, there is no need for more words. Purple light emitted from Ko-Truong-Ka's finger shot straight towards the three of them. With their mighty legion, all the creatures in the sky died falling down like falling stars. Seeing everything before their eyes made the saintess and the old man shocked and worried. Tu Hoak looked back and saw that his army was gone and asked, So Vo Kook cough, didn't you say you could fight with King Realm, making him speechless? Suddenly, So Vo Kook spat out a bellyful of blood. His internal energy was severely damaged, making him unable to say, What exactly are you? Ko-Truong-Ka's eyes were red and said that the immortals of the heavens and the upper world were countless. Half a month later, a rumor came from the outer city of Central Continent. What did you say? You said that since ancient times it has been said that ascending to the upper world is extremely difficult, and descending to the lower world is even more impossible. This is completely a matter of defying the heavens. A group of 5 people were discussing with each other that it was true that day that young man's mouth admitted it, but another person also answered correctly. It was said that because that great man had repelled 3 forces that threatened Tai Huyen Holy Land, with just one move, the Infinity Tower of Dai Nat Huang Trio was also destroyed. The middle-aged man sneered at Tai Huyen Holy Land. He was really lucky that a supreme elder died and had a big thigh that ran over to let them hug and tease the fat man. Hi, wasn't it because of Tai Huyen Holy Land's great beauty? Tathanka, hearing that, they all burst out laughing. Ha, the freckled face guy said that coming here I remember a disciple of Tai Huyen Holy Land, Deep Tran. The middle-aged man said, haha, don't mention him anymore. That kid wanted to compete with that great man for the Holy Maiden too. As a result, he was beaten to the ground and couldn't move. Then he laughed contemptuously and said that even a toad that wanted to eat a swan wouldn't know to look at who he was. The whole group burst out laughing. The number 1 beauty in the East Flower is not someone he can reach, ha. A black-robed man in black behind heard everything. Suddenly, a large red circle appeared under the feet of the 4 people, making them surprised. What is this? The black-robed man wrapped himself in a black robe, wrote a word, burn, and left immediately. The large red circle emitted a large column of fire, causing the people sitting and chatting to move away in panic and shout, This is fire, there is someone in the fire. That black-clothed man was none other than Diep Tran. He was angry and thought, I must repay you 100 times for that grudge against Tai Huyen Holy Land, Ko-Truong-Ka. The scene changes in the main hall of Tai Huyen Holy Land. Ko-Truong-Ka mentions that the Tai Huyen Holy Land sect leader today is as powerful as the midday sun. Later he will shine on this one core, then to Saint Lord. The old man replied, No, I still have to thank the old man. The 3 enemies who came to harass us were also quick to flatter. Yes, we must thank the Lord who showed mercy to us that day, so we can safely sit here like today. From now on, our 3 forces will consider Tai Huyen Holy Land as the master, only cooperating and not opposing each other anymore. The holy woman in the room was so happy that she couldn't help but giggle, causing Ko-Truong-Ka to be speechless and ask, What's wrong? Tathan-Ka happily replied, Young master, can't you hear what they're saying? They're all old men, but their speed of turning their backs is faster than that of a 3-year-old child. Truong-Ka said with a doting expression, Right, if you like it, then let them talk about Hoa a little more. A maid approached and respectfully presented an invitation. The holy son and daughter of the 3 emperors of the Dai Ha imperial dynasty in Trung Chau sent an invitation to the geniuses to discuss the Tao. Mr. Ko-Truong-Ka wondered. The holy maiden of Dai Ha Huang Trio explained that it was a royal power in Trung Chau with an unpredictable background. It was said that thousands of years ago, there were also strong people who ascended to the upper world. The 3rd prince was born like the one from 3,000 years ago and also had very strong talents. Ko-Truong-Ka had something to think about. Trung Chau on the God-gathering pill, there was a mark showing that Diep Tran was also in Trung Chau. It seemed like it was time to move to another place. Maybe we could still meet again. The new leak is here, Ko-Truong-Ka thought sinisterly. Ko-Truong-Ka gently told to Holy Maiden to make arrangements for 3 months before we set off. To Holy Maiden happily said, Yes, young master. Then, Tathan-Sa left, leaving Ko-Truong-Sa alone. The black-clothed man who always followed Ko-Truong-Sa still secretly followed, and said that, if I remember correctly, Elder Min ascended from Central Africa to the upper world, right? The black-clothed man appeared from the passage and reported to the young master that 30,000 years ago, this old slave was in the azure realm of Central Africa. At that time, he had just entered the upper realm. His strength was still weak, and he was controlled by the 10,000 great religions to become a coolie. Fortunately, at that time, the old man of the clan stood up to save him, and he escaped from the sea of suffering. Otherwise, this old slave would have died there long ago. Ko-Truong-Ka gently replied, Just in time, 3 months later I will arrive in Trung Chau. You can conveniently return and join your clan. Elder Min happily thanked the young master for thinking of this old slave. Ko-Truong-Ka replied to Elder Min that there was no need to do so. But in his heart, he was thinking about this kind of small matter that not only made Elder Min wholeheartedly work for me, but also made my image improve. Why wouldn't I do such a good thing? Scene change. 3 months later, Central Continent, Central Heavenly Domain. In a school, the teacher's voice resounded in ancient Chinese. All things have a spirit. Using it to live is luck, using it to chant is spirit. The beautiful woman found a student sleeping and was angry. scolded Lam Thien, you dare to sleep in my class. Other people are also bustling to cultivate, together with this useless guy Lam Thien. It's really too embarrassing. Yeah, if he wasn't from the ancient Lam family and his older sister was an elder in the institute, how could he have come here to study with us? Another woman replied. Lam Thu Han, the elder, is really unlucky to have a younger brother like this. The beautiful woman on the podium kept shouting at Lam Thien, are you listening to me? The man fell asleep and said, I am not satisfied. Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I am not satisfied. The atmosphere in the classroom was strangely quiet. Then a guy burst out laughing. This king is laughing to death. This idiot. What the hell is he dreaming about? The man asked in confusion. Who are you? Another classmate sneered at this little trash. You slept yourself into an idiot little master. Let me tell you this is the Azure Heaven Realm, the central continent, the center of the heavenly realm. The man was shocked and said that the heavenly domain central continent in the man's heart had a thought. So it turns out that the heavens did not block the path of a divine soul like me. Finally, I have a suitable body. The teacher threw her bag down and shouted, enough! She crossed her arms in front of her breasts and said, how long do you plan to cause trouble this month? If you can't break through to the Spirit Sea realm, then get out of the academy. By then, even your family won't be able to protect you. She continued to say, is this how you treat your dead parents and the great family that has wholeheartedly raised you? The man didn't care and laughed out loud, ha ha ha, it's just a Spirit Sea realm, there's nothing that can make it difficult for me. The man confidently called out, in less than half a month I will break through. Those who look down on Lam Thien, I will trample you under my feet. At the same time, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder shocking everyone. This is... Ko Truong Ka was cultivating in seclusion in the big ship when a notification appeared checking for the new child of luck. Ko Truong Ka seemed to have anticipated this would happen, so he gently said, in a room with many people, there is a loud noise. What happened? Grand Elder, why did you gather us together? A silver-haired elder said that today I felt the aura of my ancestors. This left everyone stunned. One of them stuttered, What? Another said that Lin Ming's ancestor ascended 3,000 years ago. Suddenly, the old man hit his stick on the ground and said happily, our ancestors are about to return to the Lam family. We have hope. Meanwhile, the giant ship is heading towards China. Maybe the elder brother said that Diep Tran's luck system had many systems that immediately responded with 230 points. Ko Truong Ka closed his eyes and meditated, saying that as for the matter of luck countering the devouring, in fact my luck and the luck of all the children of luck were too different, so that's why it existed. The system also replied that yes, depending on the host's luck being improved, the backlash caused by luck will gradually disappear. Ko Truong Ka secretly thought to himself, it seems that with the variable that is me, it will be difficult for the heavens to protect those children of luck. The toolbar shows the character information of Ko Truong Ka, the identity of a true disciple of the Dao Tien Tien Palace, the bloodline of the Devil's Heart and the Dao Bones, the cultivation level of the middle stage of the Marquis Realm, the divine technique of the Dao Tien Dian, the 7th level of the 7th level, the talent of incarnation of 10,000 demons, the innate thought, the art of devouring immortals and demons. The system exchange has opened the warehouse to destroy the abyss talisman X1, the world seed X1. Ko Truong Ka wondered, just what does this bad luck of mine represent? Is it just because of my villainous identity? No matter what, the current developments are still within my control. The new chives have appeared, so I should still try my best to squeeze them dry. The saintess appeared behind Ko Truong Ka Tu Than, happily asked, it seems like the young master is in a good mood today. A golden luck stat of 400 appeared on her head, causing Ko Truong Ka to wonder when this little lady's luck increased to 400. No wonder my luck is not decreasing. Is it because I am influenced by her luck? Ko Truong Ka hugged the saintess's waist and said, the beauty is here, how can my mood be bad? He was still thinking, it seems like she has some unknown secret. On the surface, Ko Truong Ka told to Holy Maiden that he had arrived in the central continent, so tell me a little about the power here. The innocent saint happily replied that the central continent had a total of 8 major cities, of which the central Tien Vuk was the most prosperous. This time the third prince of the imperial dynasty held a discussion on Taoism. So Huyan came forward and said that, how could young master pay attention to such a trivial convention? Young master should just listen to it as a joke. The saintess also nodded in agreement, which was right. In Ko Truong Ka's heart, he also had thoughts about practicing this kind of boring thing with a bunch of children from the lower world. If he didn't want to, it was fine. In the palace, there were also whispers and rumors. Did you hear that the Lam family's ancestor has returned from the mortal world? Another person said that you are the powerful person who ascended from the Lam family 30,000 years ago. Someone also said that the upper world has been in seclusion for thousands of years. Isn't that fake? I really heard that the Lam family elder himself attended the sect meeting. Deep Tran thought to himself, a strong person from the upper world, the ancient Lam family. If there weren't more important things to do right now, then this would be a good place to take refuge. The master in the magic treasure also said that the ancient family was very prosperous. Now there are many secrets on people. Diep Tran also told the beauty in the magic treasure that the master entrusted to quickly find the ruins. Deep Tran pulled his face back and thought, Ko Truong Ka, we're not done yet. The scene changed to another place crowded with people in Lamgia. Some people said that was the ancestor. But who is the person wearing white robe sitting in the first position? It seems that the ancestors are very respectful towards him. Ko Truong Ka told Elder Min that Lao Ko only had a chance to come home. Once you guys keep talking, don't pay attention to me. The old man next to him replied, that young master, when you say that this old servant feels very happy but can't push you aside. The saintess beside him was also surprised. The Elder Min beside Ko Truong Ka was actually a strong person, so Huyen also thought that he was indeed young Master Ko. All the servants in the Lam family were shocked and thought, did this old slave hear wrongly? And yet the ancestor called himself an old slave in front of this young man. Ko Truong Ka said that if Elder Min can't ignore me, then let Tan Ka go for a walk with me. Something huge fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake. Deep Tran sat on the back of the monster. Deep Lu Li praised that in the past few years, Tran's strength has increased rapidly. I didn't expect that you have already reached the peak of the divine power realm. Deep Tran smiled and replied to Lu Li, you are too complimentary. He said, the inheritance is right here. In his heart, he thought, although thanks to the secret key, the way here was very convenient, but for some reason deep inside, he always had a feeling of unease. Another unusual thing was that the whole way his master was too calm. Deep Tran told Lu Lai that perhaps the inheritance of the owner of the ancient natural secret realm is here to avoid long nights and many dreams. Let's quickly go there. On the beauty's head appeared the lucky parameter of 200 yellow. Lam Thu Han shyly replied, thank you for your compliment. Ko Truong Ka continued walking, saying, then I must bother Miss Lam to take me and Tan Sa for a walk. Okay? Lam Thu Han also said that we should do it. A disciple in the crowd of Lam family thought, why is my heart suddenly aching so much? Is this body's damned thoughts towards his older sister? Lam Thien said, I am a god king. Why am I affected by such a mortal matter? He widened his eyes and thought to himself, this is not good. Wait, that girl. He looked towards the saintess. It was Ku Duong Huyen's body. Isn't this the body refining furnace that I needed before young Master Lam? It seems that I can conveniently cure your heart disease. I didn't expect that the young master in their mouths would have such good spirits. It's a bit of a pity that this kind of treasured body is by his side. Ko Truong Ka's face was sinister, thinking about going out to find the child of luck that had just appeared, but unexpectedly you brought yourself to the door. Hi. The luck point is 500. Ko Truong Ka is also suspicious. But I have never done anything to this young man. Why do I feel hostility from him? Ko Truong Ka glanced at Lam Thu Han and thought because of her. Well, that's good, hope you can live a little longer. On the wide road the bamboo shadows lingered in the clear lake. He stared and asked Lam Thu Han, oh useless younger brother, why did you say that about him? Lam Thu Han shyly replied that this was all because everyone recognized him, but he originally had no talent for cultivation, and his background was not good. Although I could understand him, Chung Kui had no other choice. Ko Truong Ka sighed. He was truly a pitiful child, but having a beautiful and caring older sister to protect him was quite lucky. Lam Thu Han waved his hand to explain. No, actually Tu Thien is also very understanding recently. He started to focus on cultivating. Ko Truong Ka's expression was profound and unpredictable as he said, oh, you've only recently focused on cultivating, but in your heart, you're thinking, overnight transfer is a strong person taking over the body or reincarnation. Lam Thu Han replied, that's right. His previous cultivation that was stagnant has now broken through. Moreover, that question also shows a very strong talent in the pill formation. She continued, and once she even pointed out the elder's mistake. Ko Truong Ka also nodded. He can change, which means your advice is useful. He knows he understands the feelings of an older sister like you. Even though you were strict with him before, you also truly want the best for him, right? Lam Thu Han's heart is full of thoughts. Young master is comforting me. I didn't expect the young master to understand so well. Normally, I don't even understand Tu Tien. I also think that treating him is too harsh. Ko Truong Ka said that little brother Lam Thien's ability to change his appearance was of course a good thing. He must have been a bright gem covered in dust before. After all, in just a few short days, he had already pointed out the mistakes of this gifted elder. Lam Thu Han helplessly said, why is little Thien considered a precious gem? Besides, his previous talent was such that he couldn't even break through to Spirit Sea Realm. Ko Truong Ka is unpredictable. Even Spirit Sea Realm cannot be broken through. So how does he practice alchemy? Does Lam family have some lost ancient method left for him? This makes Lam Thu Han surprised by this matter. After successfully analyzing the situation, Ko Truong Ka thought, haha, it seems that Lam Thu Han had doubts about Lam Thien's transformation and had obtained some luck, so it was simpler than imagined. The notification bar shows the rule of the Child of Fortune returning to 0 points of fortune. Iron Kick, Child of Fortune 0, can receive the heavenly reward beyond the quota. This makes Ko Truong Ka speechless to ask about the heavenly reward. It's a bit interesting. Deep Tran is my temporary treasure hunter. I still can't touch it. It seems I have to harvest it from Lam Thien first. The scene changes to a cool breezy night. In front of Ko Truong Ka's room, two beauties met each other. Lam Thu Han said that young master Thu Han personally made some. Lin Cao thought that young master would be hungry in the middle of the night, so he could eat it to ease the pain. The saintess replied that young lady Lam was kind and that in the evening she personally came to deliver the food. Tan Ka thanked the young master in advance. Lam Thu Han seemed disappointed and also bowed his head and said, then I will bother Saintess Tan Ka. I will not bother you to rest anymore. The saintess has something on her mind. Just meeting for the first time, but Miss Lam already misses the young master. Immediately after that, Coach Ruang-sa approached the saintess and said, "Are you jealous?" This made the saintess stunned. She thought for a moment, then stood aside and bowed her head. Young master's thoughts are too deep. Thanka couldn't know what the young master liked. Whether he was jealous or not was also important. Then she went into the room and said, "If the young master has that intention, just keep Miss Lam by your side." Coach Ruang-ka smiled and replied, "When did this girl become so thi-tam-fi?" and then turned around and went back into the room. Lam Thu-han was walking home alone when she heard Lam Thien calling her. She suspiciously asked what little Thien was doing here. Lam Thien asked again, "Where are you going at this time of night? Are you going to meet Mr. Ko?" These words made Lam Thu-han unhappy and asked again, "I don't need you to worry about cultivating yourself well." Lam Thien turned around and grabbed Lam Thu-han's hand, softly shouting at that guy named Ko. "He's not a good person, sister. Don't be fooled by his appearance." Lam Thu-han pulled his hand away and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? The humble and polite young master, On Hunhu Angoch, doesn't seem like a bad person, but you. Only when you're even a fraction as good as the young master will I be at ease." Lam Thien's face was angry and said, "Why are you so stupid, can't you see?" Lam Thu-han frowned and shouted, "You've been acting strange lately. Even though young Master Ko is not a good person with his status, what schemes could he have against me? But you should still go and review yourself." She turned her head straight. In Lam Thu-han's mind, he thought that this kid Lam Thien's cultivation level was getting stronger and stronger, but his temperament was also becoming more and more arrogant. Just now he forgot to ask how he was able to refine pills. He couldn't be urged to refine them before. Now he hasn't seen a single person for several days. Could it be that there was an expert giving him instructions or something? This thought made Lam Thu-han startled. She turned back, but Lam Thien was no longer there. On the toolbar, suddenly announced, Lam Thu-han suspected Lam Thien's change in personality. Lam Thien's luck points were lost 50 points. The Speed Master's destiny value increased 250 points. Ko Truong-ka clasped his hands, but thought, as expected, "Things have developed in the direction I calculated. Lam Thien must be about to lose his patience and wants to fight me." Lam Thien was alone in the forest, muttering, thinking of waiting for the right moment to approach that woman named Tuthan-ka before dealing with you. "But you, Mr. Ko, keep interfering in my and Lam Thu-han's business, with your obsessions disturbing this king's spirit. If you want to die in such a hurry, this king will fulfill your wish." A circle of talisman appeared on the ground. Lam Thien said, with a smug expression, using the 9-soul incense soaked in 8 types of poisonous essence blood, plus 3 types of fierce beasts, Kot La, and his own 15 years of longevity, borrowing the great force of heaven and earth to take his life and destroy all the true soul domain's extraterrestrial demons. On the ground, a terrifying formation clearly appeared. Many demons and monsters appeared, struggling and screaming. Red waves shot straight up into the sky and then headed towards the central continent. Lam Thien tiredly sat leaning against a tree and said, "Now I'm still forcing myself to use this level of magic spell, but with the addition of my 15 years of longevity, even if you Ko Truong-ka are lucky enough to keep your life, you will definitely meet a miserable end." Lam Thien's face turned fierce. "If you dare to fight for my 6th heavenly king's things, this will be your end." In the dark night, Red Pillar of Light galloped across the sky with the power of 1,000 bulls running in one direction. Ko Truong-ka was in his room, cultivating in seclusion, waiting, thinking to himself, "It's just as I predicted. This familiar demonic aura is an extraterrestrial demonic spell." Ko Truong-ka opened his eyes with a disdainful purple light. "With your current cultivation level, how much power can you exert?" At the same time, a column of light also shot up from Ko Truong-ka's room into the sky. That power condensed into the shape of a giant with 6-pack muscles. Ko Truong-ka sneered and used his magic tricks right in front of me. It was like showing off an axe to a carpenter. The red pillar of light rushed towards him at a dizzying speed. The giant 6-pack figure was about to reach out to block. In an instant, the giant grasped the center of the formation. He gently gripped it, causing the stream of power to seem to be crushed. At the same time, Lam Thien was also countered by the red power stream that was broken and spread out, causing everyone in the night to be shocked. Elder Min and the owner of Lam family were shocked. Everyone in the capital was shocked and surprised. This aura came from the Lam family. Everyone wondered if it was the ancestors of the Lam family. In a thatched house in the forest, Lam Thien lying on the ground, continuously vomiting blood, dying of backlash. The purple giant disappeared and returned to Ko Truong-ka's bedframe. Ko Truong-ka happily absorbed the magic spells, not expecting that this magic spell would help his primordial spirit become stronger, and also give him an extra strand of his life force, longevity. On the notification bar, displayed longevity of Lam Thien, decreased sharply, lost 150 points of luck, of the host increased 750 points of destiny. Ko Truong-ka complacently said, "I haven't done anything yet, that you have already presented such a big gift to my door. Like that is no different than destroying your own luck, only the one who is good at pushing yourself to death." Elder Min outside the room reported that the old slave did not protect the master, carefully asking the young master to punish him. Ko Truong-ka opened the door and saw a bunch of people kneeling in front of the yard asking, "What are you doing?" Everyone said in unison, "We are petty managers. If we are not strict, please forgive us, young master." The saintess also ran over to ask the young master, Are you okay? Ko Truong Ka replied, No, how could a spell like this hurt me, but I want to know who could use such a trick in the lower world. Elder Min replied impatiently, If this spell is broken, the person who did it will definitely be countered. The master of the Lamb family reported correctly. I will mobilize all my forces to investigate. We will definitely find the culprit and give the young master an explanation. After that, everyone quickly withdrew. Ko Truong Ka sinisterly replied, Thinking Lam Thien o Lam Thien, I'm afraid that now you are not even as good as an ordinary person anymore. In the thatched house in the forest, Lam Thu Han knocked on the door and impatiently told Tu Tien to come out quickly. Tonight, something big happened. The owner of the house summoned everyone to discuss. Lam Thien was in the room still continuously vomiting, blood panicking, thinking about what to do. Now his origin was injured to the point that he couldn't even walk steadily. If someone else found out, I'm afraid everyone would know that he had laid a hand on that guy named Ko. Could it be that a Luke Tien Than Vuong like me would fail here like this? Outside, Lam Thu Han impatiently urged Tu Tien to open the door. If you don't say anything, I'll come in. Lam Thien in the room frowned and thought, That's right, I can fake my death. Lam Thien thought that Lam Thien's body had already been taken over by this king. As long as his heart veins were broken, he would naturally no longer be able to live. Cultivators below the divine king would not be able to detect it. As long as I can get through this period of time, I will use the secret soul method to revive until then, and I can escape without the gods knowing or the ghosts knowing. Then his eyes widened and he looked towards his hand and thought, Ko Truong Ka, we will settle this debt later. He used his hand to stab through the heart. The pain made his 6 orifices vomit blood. At the same time, Lam Thu Han opened the door and saw this scene. He was shocked and shouted, Lam Thien. In the main hall, Elder Min bowed his head and said, Young master, this old slave is not strict in his discipline. I beg you to punish him. Ko Truong Ka sat on the top and asked if he had found the person. Elder Min replied, Young master has found it, but everyone was silent. Ko Truong Ka asked again, Oh, what? The master of the Lamb family replied that there was a child named Lam Thien in my clan who was usually just a junior who was not noticed. But when we discovered it, the heart was already injured and fell dead in a pool of blood. Ko Truong Ka's face turned cold as he dead. The master of the Lamb family bowed his head and replied, I am not a strict disciplinarian. I hope you will punish me. The entire Lamb family bowed their heads and answered in unison, Lam Thien murdered the young master. This is truly a disgrace to the whole family. I hope you will punish him. Ko Truong Ka replied, thinking in his head, no matter what, he was a son of luck. If he hadn't killed his enemy yet and was already afraid of committing suicide, then he would be too useless. The system has not yet given any reminder. It shows that this Lam Thien is definitely still alive on the toolbar. It also announces the list of the son of fortune Diep Tan Lam Thien. Ko Truong Ka's expression became solemn. Could it be that he was faking his death, but only relied on a damaged remnant soul after leaving his body? Even the light wind outside couldn't resist. Then where could he run to? The master of the Lam family looked up with a worried expression, while another person bowed his head and said that this damned Lam Thien, if there is no success or failure, then there is no need for his ruined life. If the Lord blames us, then the one who will be blamed will be our entire Lam family. Lam Thu Han thought that Tu Tien had changed his personality, so why did he do such an evil thing that the whole clan could not forgive, master of the Lam family? Mrs. Lam Thien, do you want to destroy my entire Lam family? The soul in the holy maiden body felt this was the taste of power. Obviously, Ko Truong Ka hadn't done anything yet, but everyone in the Lam family was bewildered and afraid. The sound of complaints from Lam Thien had also spread everywhere. The notification bar shows that Lam Thien was eliminated by the entire clan. His luck points were reduced by 100 and his destiny increased by 500 points. Ko Truong Ka was stunned. To Teo, just one move from Lam Thien gave me so many destiny points, but it's good that now his remaining value isn't much. He'll probably end up tied to Lam Thu Han. Elder Min said he hoped the young master would punish this old slave Lam Thien, who is his descendant, but has done such a disrespectful thing. This old slave really has no face to face the young master. Ko Truong Ka waved his hand. This matter is indeed a bit strange. I heard Miss Lam Thu Han mention Lam Thien's matter a bit, so I thought a talented young man wouldn't be able to do anything to kill me. It's been a long time since using secret techniques to steal people's souls and manipulate other people's bodies. It's not new anymore, he continued. Although this story originated from Lam Thien, I think it probably has nothing to do with your Lam family. Young master, it's not that you don't know right from wrong. For the sake of Elder Min, he has been following me for a long time, so let's drop this matter. The entire Lam family happily responded with gratitude. Your Excellency. Your Excellency is truly a sympathetic person. Dali understood Dai Nia Min and happily clasped his hands to thank the young master. I will definitely investigate this matter clearly and give the young master an explanation. Ko Truong Ka stood up and said, Yes, if that's the case, then you all leave. Lam Thien's body will not be cremated for now. Everyone respectfully responded, Yes, sir. In Ko Truong Ka's mind, he thought, Anyway, I haven't cut off this young onion yet. I still have to wait for him to revive. When everyone was about to leave, Ko Truong Ka called back Miss Thu Han. I'm free lately. In the next few days, would you like to take me to the inner city for a walk? Lam Thu Han quickly bowed his head and said, Okay, if the young master wants, Thu Han will definitely not refuse. In Kotruwangka's mind, the system had previously suggested that those who were related to the Child of Fortune and who made others submit would gain more than 200 destiny luck points. As long as he used some tricks to make Lam Thuhan admire him, it wouldn't be difficult. Kotruwangka looked at the saintess with an expressionless face, wondering if she was like Tathanka, secretly increasing her own luck, and from there increasing my luck as well. Or should I say this is a trait that only she has? No matter what, I still have to keep Lam Thuhan by my side for a while longer. 3 days later, in the sky above the Chongyue city, many boats appeared, along with spirit beasts, horse carriages, and swordsmen flying with swords. Below, there was a commotion saying, "What happened recently? Why did the forces of the 8 domains come to Central Continent? Have you heard the news?" The ancestor of the Lin family returned with a mysterious lord. It was said that he came from the immortal sect of the upper world. Any force that had any connection with him would definitely be like a carp turning into a dragon, looking down on the 8 domains. The venue of the Youth's Tao Discussion Conference in Central Continent was also changed to the ancient city of Chongyue of the Lin family. It is true that I heard that many hidden divine forces from the ancient divine mountain have appeared. It seems that they are all the people I saw coming from that great man. In a majestic small building, a voice rang out. It's been a long time since I've seen Kim Duong. His cultivation is indeed much more profound than the person called Kim Duong. I heard that not long ago Tang Thien brother had already refined the magical power of the treasure technique. The young man clasped his hands in gratitude for his good fortune, but it was no match for his fellow Taoists. Kim Duong heard that not long ago, you and a Tuan Kiet from the eastern wilderness fought 100 moves but could not decide the winner, and in the end you became brothers from different families. Dai Trang confidently and arrogantly said that it was true. I'll tell you that this little brother's talent is the kind that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. The Golden Sun. Holy Land appeared from the Golden Sun. He used his cultivation of the mid-stage divine ability realm and fought me for hundreds of moves without stopping. He even forced me to use the Great Sun True Body to barely suppress him. Another man gossiped that there are such strange people in the world. Kim Duong said, "Hey, this little brother of mine has a calm personality. With his extraordinary talent, one look, and you can tell he's someone who will do great things." He continued regretting that he had offended a great person who was powerless and had no choice but to leave his homeland and come to this central continent. The man asked again if the person he was talking about was the one that was rumored to be the toad that failed to eat the swan and became jealous of a certain lord. Kim Duong angrily slammed the table. Clearly that woman wanted Leo to become a phoenix, so she betrayed my little brother and as a result spread false rumors everywhere. Another woman was worried. "Oh no," the woman beside her replied, "It's very possible that Kim Duong, the straightforward and open-minded brother, wouldn't lie. The man doesn't know who the person Kim Duong is talking about. Maybe we can get to know each other a little." See the woman next to him answer. "That's right." Kim Duong hesitated to say this. Suddenly a woman announced to everyone that it was. Unexpectedly, he was personally received by the great elder of the Lam family. That is the beautiful lady of Lam family, Lam Thuhan. It is said that at a young age, she is already an elder of the Dao Cook Library. In addition, the woman wearing the green dress with extraordinary aura seems to be the holy maiden Tai Huyan of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. The first man said that in panic, could it be that man in white? All eyes were on the 3 people. One man in the group said that he didn't expect to meet them because that sir was here. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must come and pay his respects. Kim Duong frowned and thought, "Damn, I didn't expect to meet you here." On top of the tower, 3 people. Looking at the scenery, the saintess was amazed. Gu Changge said, "The view from the top of the dome, only my hand can capture all 9 heavens." The person who repaired this building is also the owner who knows how to enjoy life. Lam Thuhan repeated. "Only I can control all 9 heavens," she asked again. "Young master, see what is cultivation after all?" Kotruwangka replied that the so-called cultivation is nothing more than a struggle in this world, seeing one's body as a raft drifting in the vast mortal world. Like the ocean, the waves are as fierce as the mind is on the shore. The saint said she considered her body a raft floating in the vast world like the ocean. Lam Thuhan happily replied to the young master's explanation. It was truly different from ordinary people, extremely profound. With just 2 sentences, it sounded like a soothing sound pouring into the ears. Thinking of the cultivation level world of the upper realm, it was a mysterious place to the point that Thuhan could hardly imagine it. Kotruangka turned to ask if they wanted to go. This made Thuhan and Tathanka's back stunned. Lam Thuhan replied in a low voice. Thuhan didn't dare. I know that Lam Thien did that to the young master. It was unforgivable. She blamed herself. That day, the young master clearly reminded her. Kotruangka clasped his hands behind his back and said there was no need to blame himself. That day, I just said it casually. I didn't expect things to develop into this. He continued, "If Miss Lam feels guilty, I have something I can ask you to do." Lam Thuhan impatiently said, "Young master, just keep on going." Kotruangka calmly replied, hoping she would pay a little attention to his brother's body. From his expression, it was probably not just his soul being controlled by someone else. I'm afraid his body was also taken over by some mysterious existence. He used a serious tone to say, "After all, there are quite a few secret techniques in this world. It is not impossible to die and come back to life in the future." Lam Thuhan worriedly said, "Does this secret technique of dying and coming back to life really exist?" When she discovered that Lam Thien had clearly suffered severe damage to his heart and had no chance of survival, she was also worried and thought, if it's like what the young master said, could it be that Lam Thien is faking his death? Ko Truong Ka gently replied, "I'm just guessing. Miss Lam, you just need to pay a little attention." In her heart, Ko Truong Ka also secretly thought that if Lam Thuhan saw Lam Thien die and come back to life with her own eyes, then the little bit of connection between her and Lam Thien would end. When she was completely bound, Lam Thien's luck would only have a few days left. His face also became fierce. There was no need to keep him anymore. The three people were enjoying the scenery when a great elder came and clasped his hands. "Lord." Several young disciples from all over the 8 regions wanted to pay their respects to him. Ko Truong Ka replied, "Oh, they're here, let them come up here." The 3 and people were sitting on the top when a group of people came to pay their respects, led by So Huyan, clasping his hands and paying their respects to the young master Tam. Ko Truong Ka on the high platform answered everyone without any need for formalities. A man quickly said, "I worship the Holy Child Nguyet Holy Son Da Yu. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. Today we meet, you are indeed extraordinary and otherworldly, as rumored by someone else. Young master can come to the land of Trung Chao. We are extremely honored." In Lam Thuhan's heart he thought, do these ordinary Thien Q and Huihan Huang Koak Lak have such a flattering side? Even the most powerful saints in the world had to remove their identities to please the young master. Bowing down and making concessions like this might not move the young master's heart. She looked back at Ko Truong Ka and thought that speaking of this, the young master's attitude towards them was completely different from mine. In Lam Thuha's heart, she dreamed of the scenes between the 2 people talking to each other. She thought that he was the one who shouldered a great power, had an extraordinary demeanor, and was able to be tolerant and understanding of me. He was gentle and kind. Young Master Ko was really very good to me. On the toolbar, the text, "Initiating the event of luck to conquer Lamhan successfully," appears. The host's luck points increase by 200. Destiny value increases by 1,000 points. Ko Truong Ka happily thought that it really did not disappoint me. In front of Ko Truong Ka information appeared that the host, Ko Truong Ka, was a true disciple of the Dao Thien Tien Kung. The bloodline in his body was a devil heart and a Dao bone. He had a cultivation level of a marquis in the middle stage of the great heavenly immortal canon, the 7th level of the 10,000 transformations of the demon body and immortal spirit. The thought of the immortal god was the heavenly talent to swallow the immortal demon art. Destiny value, 2,600. Luck value, 3,500. The trading system opened the storage of the abyss-breaking talisman and world seed, 1 to 3x1. Ko Truong Ka thought continuously. Lam Thuhan and Lam Thien's luck points had increased by more than 300. His current cultivation in the lower world was already at its peak, but this destiny value could be kept as a precaution against uncertainties. Lam Thuhan can try to cultivate her, because before she brought a cake to give her, she saw some goodwill. Then on the toolbar appeared the words, "Elementary Alchemy Guide Supplement," with a destiny value of 100 Ko Truong. Ka thought of finding an opportunity to give her this elementary alchemy guide. How far she can develop in the future depends on her talent. On the toolbar appeared another notification check. The relationship of the Child of Fortune, start random mission content, squeeze sworn, brother Child of Fortune, mission reward, 500 points, destiny punishment if fail. No. Gu Changge surprised random mission, Lam Thien has been abolished. This mission was initiated by Deep Tran. Ko Truong Ka frowned and thought that as a child of luck being able to escape death in every corner of several great forces like Thien Q was also reasonable. If it was a random mission, it seemed that the target of this mission was among these people. Ko Truong Ka called back. So Huyan and respectfully asked, "What do you want, young master?" Ko Truong Ka said, "Is there any news of Diep Tran in Trung Chao?" So Huyan wondered about this matter. Young master Diep Tran. This maid to Holy Maiden Thang Ka look at Ko Truong Ka with a cold expression that meant no making, so Huyan sweat with worry. The crowd below also wondered who Diep Tran was. Da'u replied. Looking at Dainhan's appearance, he must have been a bit dissatisfied. This made Kim Duong worried. Da Yu thought and said to Diep Tran, "Why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere before? Dong Huang Dai Dia Tai, Huyan Holy Son." Suddenly, he looked towards Kim Duong and replied, "My lord, I heard that the holy son of the old tower Kim Duong has met a hero from the eastern wilderness. I wonder if he is the Deep Tran that my lord is looking for." Kim Duong was so worried that he was sweating profusely in a corner, thinking that something was wrong, and then worshipped the damned Nguyet Holy Son. Ko Truong Ka said with a cold expression, "Oh, I don't know who the Holy Son. Kim Duong knows what their names are." Kim Duong stood in the middle of the crowd. All of them were staring at him, their faces filled with worry. Ko Truong Sha said that the fact that Kim Duong Holy Son did not speak showed that he was an acquaintance, and that person was exactly what I was looking for. Kim Duong broke out in a cold sweat and clasped his hand, saying that his lordship did not know the person he was looking for. Before he could finish speaking, a purple wave of primordial spirit rushed towards everyone. Even the wave of primordial spirit shot out of the wine house. Ko Truong Ka's body exuded pressure. He said, "Answer me yes or no." Everyone in the room was shocked and thought that they didn't expect this young lord's strength to be so terrifying. Even in our holy lord's power, this kind of aura had never been felt from the emperors. Da Yu was worried to death and was in such a hurry to show himself. If he was implicated by Kim Duong, wouldn't he be in trouble? Kim Duong was scared, his legs were shaking. Sir, I really know a brother named Diep Tran. Ko Truong Ka coldly asked where he was now. Kim Duong still stubbornly replied, I'm sorry, sir, I cannot reveal the whereabouts of brother Diep Tran. Da Yu turned back and shouted at Kim Duong, Are you crazy? Then he turned back to report to Lord Ko Truong Ka. This Kim Duong kid must have been bewitched by that Diep Tran guy. He definitely wouldn't do something stupid like this. Kim Duong shouted from behind to shut up. Diep Tran is my sworn brother. He knows his personality very well. Sir, is there any misunderstanding between you and my brother? Ko Truong Ka slowly stood up, accompanied by a wave of pressure appearing again. He replied, It is my honor to ask you. Are you misunderstanding? Where do you get the qualifications to ask me? At the same time, Kim Duong vomited blood, and his legs could not bear it anymore, and he fell to the ground. Everyone quickly dispersed in fear. Kim Duong's guard quickly ran to shield him and said that the foolish Saint Vo Tin had touched the Lord. He hoped the Lord would forgive him. Ko Truong Ka coldly looked and said a sentence. In the air, a passage appeared. Elder Min stepped forward and replied, Yes, old slave. Everyone was shocked. This was the ancestor of the Lam family who ascended 30,000 years ago. He unexpectedly called himself an old slave in front of this great man. Ko Truong Ka said that after tomorrow, he does not want to hear any more news about the existence of the old temple. Elder Min clasped his hands and bowed his head. The old slave understood and then disappeared. The guard told Kim Duong to wait senior. Before he could finish speaking, his face looked shocked and scared as he fell to the ground. It was all over. Lam Thu Han thought in his heart that just saying one sentence could decide the fate of an entire region. She and Tothan Ka thought that this coldness was as high as the gods who held everything. This was the true appearance of the young master. On the toolbar appears a notification of completing a random mission. The perfect rank assessment mission value increases by 40%. The final reward is the mission value. Reach 700 points. In another place at the old tower Holy Land, everyone gathered in the yard. An old man said, Holy Lord, this matter. Holy Lord could not help but raise both hands and say, Who did the old tower Holy Land offend to cause this great disaster? At the same time, fireballs appeared in the sky, and a hand of pressure engulfed the entire old Holy Land. The scene changes to another place. In the dilapidated house, a scream appears. Big brother Kim Duong Diep Tran looks at the broken token and cries. The master in the magic weapon also says, Oh, in the end things have developed in the direction that I least want to face. Diep Tran gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely kill Ko Truong Ka. Master appeared from the magic treasure and called out to little Tran. Diep Tran bowed his head and replied to Master, If you are advising me to let go of my grudge against Ko Truong Ka, then there is no need. The ancient secret realm is about to start. I must obtain the inheritance of the master of that secret realm and the long-sealed demonic energy. In another courtyard filled with bamboo shadows, there was the voice of Miss Ko Truong Ka Thu Han. After returning from Star Gathering, she didn't talk much anymore. Ko Truong Ka pretended to pat his head and said, Did I scare you, Miss Lam? Thu Han shyly replied, Yes, I think Thu Han has never seen the young master like that before, but Thu Han knows that the young master treats Thu Han well. Ko Truong Ka replied, I was careless. Consider this elementary alchemy explanation book as my apology gift to you, miss. This made Lam Thu Han stunned, then he reached out to receive it and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master. This book is exactly what Thu Han needs. The saintess was also angry and said that this young master had scared her. Ko Truong Ka, are you ignoring me? The moon is not bad tonight, making the saintess so angry that she can't speak. 3 days later, in front of the main hall, if that lord has no intention, we will bother you again. In the future, we will have to welcome the Lam family head and say a few more kind words in front of us. The Lam family head said that it was not before. Now that the Lam family wants to form a good relationship, this Lam family will definitely remember your matter. Lam Thu Han thought in his heart that the young master was cold towards others, but on the other hand, it also helped to show off the Lam family's presence. She recalled Ko Truong Ka's expression earlier and thought back to the young master's attitude towards those who opposed him. Lam Thien must be like what the young master said. He would not have been Lam Thien long ago. Otherwise, would such a big thing have happened, young master? Still being tolerant towards the Lam family like that is only pitiful for the little child Tiu Tien. In the prison, Lam Thien's body was motionless, then immediately his arm was moving non-stop. Immediately the arm was moving non-stop. Then he sat up. The guard outside was scared, screaming, Ah, corpse, zombie. Immediately he ran to tell Miss Lam Thu Han Lam Thien that he made Lam Thu Han shout loudly and loudly. What kind of decency is that you step down? In the prison, Lam Thien gently moved his hand, thinking that his body was still intact. It seemed that he had already passed through a life. Next, he just needed to pretend to have lost his memory to fool those people. It wouldn't be difficult. His surname was Ko. This debt this king will gradually settle with you. Suddenly a group of people appeared in front of Lam Thien, making him stunned. It was Lam Thu Han and Ko Truong Ka. The elder brother's expression was as if the story was exactly as I had understood before. Lam Thien started to act and said, "Sister, why are you here?" He clearly remembered that his brother was studying in the library, but why are you here? Ko Trong Ka thought to himself that this kid's acting skills were a bit exaggerated. Lam Thien then said, "Who is this man? Why have I never met him before?" Lam Thu Han shouted enough. At this time, "What are you still pretending for?" Lam Thien looked worried. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand what happened? Why was I locked in the dungeon?" Lam Thu Han's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but Lam Thien was still stubborn. "What's wrong with you, sister? I'm your Lam Thien. Why don't you believe me?" Still remember when she was young, the head of the family scolded her for running to the poor person with her younger brother. There was not even one time Lam Thu Han did not let Lam Thien continue to explain. She said that her mouth was full of food, making Lam Thien stunned. Lam Thu Han cried and said, "Don't call me sister. Who are you? Where did you hide Tiu Thien?" In Lam Thien's head appeared the words, "older sister," that made his head hurt like a hammer. He shouted, It's not me." In his head, he thought of the deadly obsession. Unexpectedly, it was Tak Kwei right now. Lam Thu Han called Tiu Thien Lam with a solemn expression. His eyes filled with blood vessels and said, "Lam Thu Han, I have never thought of harming you, but why did you harm me with the same name as Ko Truong Ka? No, big sister, it's the fault of the little evil spirit in Lam Thien's body. Shut up, even a tiny bit of obsession can't move me, the sixth angel king." Lam Thien really shouted at his sister, his eyes flowing with tears of blood, saying, "Kill me." On the old toolbar appeared a notification that Lam Thien encountered the obsession of the head of state, lost control of his body, lost 200 points of luck. The Speedmaster's destiny value, plus 1,000 points. Now the child of luck, the luck value has been exhausted. Activated the rule of killing as an example. Lam Thu Han was in pain and said to Tiu Thien Ko Truong Ka, he reached out to comfort him and said, "I know you can't do it. Go out first. Let me deal with this evil person." Lam Thu Han looked at Lam Thien one last time, then turned around and ran out of the prison. Lao Tso Truong Ka began to mobilize his power. His eyes gradually turned red. He said, "Lam Thu Han and Thien, that is true, bone and flesh. Deep love. Do you know why she did not let this person's body be buried and rested?" The remnant soul shouted, "You know I faked death, Mr. Ko. Who are you and what is your purpose?" Ko Truong Ka calmly replied, "What's wrong with my purpose? You always wanted to kill me." The pressure emitted from Gu Changge said, "Why are you still asking the remaining kiss in Lin Tian's body?" Lin Tian was terrified and said, "Demon luck, who are you and how can you have such a trick?" Ko Truong Ka gently flew to Lam Thien's forehead and said, "A dead person doesn't need to know so much." Immediately, Lam Thien's expression could not bear it. He screamed in pain and then collapsed to the ground. Ko Truong Ka said that the taste of the remnant soul of a divine king realm strong one is indeed not bad. It makes my primordial spirit become quite strong. But this kind of magic is not easy to do. Before you are 100% sure, you definitely cannot expose yourself. Erase on the toolbar again appears the message, "The assassin's luck has been successful. Start the rule. The luck points are being calculated." Congratulations to the host for winning the gift of the lucky heavenly treasure chest, increasing the destiny value by 100 points and increasing the destiny value by 500 points. The assassin treasure chest has been received. The system also announces that the function of exchanging luck points has been opened. The host's luck can be exchanged for destiny value at a rate of 1 to 10. Ko Truong Ka thought so. That's how it is since ancient times. There has been a saying that the burning of luck across the heavens is used to preserve life. This luck is exchanged for power, and by chance it gives me another trump card. Then he reached out and pressed on the treasure chest the assassin had obtained. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the loot card, X3. Congratulations to the treasure chest for obtaining one of the 3 world seeds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the critical card of the system settlement. Congratulations to the host for exploding luck. Guchange said the loot card luck, critical card settlement. On the notification toolbar of the detailed luck robbery card, it is possible to initiate a luck robbery for the child of luck. There is also a certain chance of failure, so it is decided based on the state of the child of luck. If the robbery is successful, it will cause the child of luck to have 0 luck points. The host will gain the corresponding luck points from the opponent. Critical card of the detailed system accounting. When issuing rewards, system accounting one random critical reward can also be tens of hundreds of times. The time Ko Truong Ka thought about the critical strike card that could be used to kill Diep Tran, but the luck card could actually ignore the rules of luck and directly rob the child's luck points. This was truly a rare good thing. The price in the commercial city is 10,000 destiny values, which also means that when you start robbing, you must ensure that you get at least 2,000 luck points to recover your capital. This means that in the hidden settings of the luck system, the luck child that you encounter later will probably not be too low. Ha ha! If I got this information first, it wouldn't be considered cheating, right? Ko Truong Ka, click on a treasure chest, note the reward chest beyond the starting level of the heavenly path. On the notification toolbar, congratulations to the host for obtaining the light ring of destiny. The light ring is in the process of transforming. Congratulations to the host for winning the villain's destiny light ring. Congratulations to the host for receiving the heart of the God King. The villain's destiny is in his body. If he is destined to be a villain, the Son of Fortune will accidentally see the difference in fortune. although it will be much more convenient when he meets a new son of fortune in the future. But if you directly face the murderous aura of fate, you will also miss many opportunities of destiny value. Click on the heart. He thought it was dangerous. He had to consider it carefully in the future. This heart contained the heart of a divine king realm cultivator. The 10,000 years of cultivation just fuse it directly. Then he placed his heart straight on his chest and started to transform on the notification toolbar that the body of the heavenly talent village immortal. Demon art, destiny, 4,000 luck, 450. Thuong Than had opened the abyss breaking spell. Thuong Than had broken the abyss, divine ability. Tien Tien Ma body of the heavenly talent village, immortal demon art, destiny 2,000. Luck 450. Thuong Than had opened the abyss breaking spell. Area on the toolbar of the character notification. Ko Truong K, Ring of Light, Destiny Rebel Faction, Identity. Dao Thien, Tien Palace, Electronic Inheritance, Physique, Bloodline. Devil Heart, Dao, Bone Cultivation Level, Marquise Realm, Later Stage of the Divine Communication, Dao Thien Tien, Classic 8th Level, 10,000 Transformations Demon Body, Innate Talent of the Immortal God's Thought to Devour the Immortal Demon Art, Destiny Value, 1,500 Luck Points, 450 System Thuong Than, has opened the Talisman Warehouse to destroy the Abyss, one of the 3 seeds of destruction of the World card, to steal Luck God card, to secure the system settlement. After Ko Truong Ka finished refining it, he thought to himself that it was only increasing 1 level of the Tien Tien Dien Dao. Yet it had consumed 3,000 destiny values. His cultivation was only just settling into the late stage of the Marquis Realm. If he wanted to break through to the peak of the Marquis Realm, he was afraid that he would have to spend more than 5,000 destiny values. These things really can't be stopped for even a moment. Ko Truong Ka walked out of the dungeon and thought about the 8 desolate demons. At this moment, he can conveniently solve deep trans matter. Anyway, to me, he has no more use for me. Matters of the upper world must also be prepared in advance. Lam Thu Han waited outside the dungeon for Ko Truong Ka, tears in her eyes, saying, "Young master." Ko Truong Ka wiped away Thu Han's tears and said it was okay. Lam Thien's matter had been handled. It was done. The remnant soul of the strong man occupying his body had also been eliminated. Let your little brother rest in peace. Anyway, having someone else occupy his body doesn't count as long. His soul probably hasn't dissipated yet. Maybe there's still a chance for reincarnation. Lam Thu Han cried in pain. Thank you, young master. The scene of the ancient Nguyet citadel is about 3 days away from Thien Kyo Luan Dao in Trung Chau. In a courtyard, there were several monsters sitting. One of them said, "I didn't expect the old holy land to be destroyed like this. What is the background of that young master from the upper world?" Another said, "It's hard to say. Our entire ancient divine mountain range has been hidden in the world for many years. How can we understand those characters? Whatever his background, just provoke Deep Tran brother, I will definitely make him pay the price of a beautiful girl entering." The group of monsters stood up and said, "Miss Liu Li, rest assured, even if that person comes from the upper world, he is nothing to us, the ancient god mountain." The tiger and birdman replied, "Yes, he dared to offend Miss Liu Li. This matter will not stop." The man with narrowed eyes and a folding fan in his hand said, "A young man from the upper world is nothing to him, but this heavenly world is not his turn to mix medicine." The beauty asked Tuyet Di if she had news of Diep Tran KK yet. A woman appeared in the air and said that the young lady had sensed his spiritual energy stirring in the central continent the last time. It had been a long time since she had heard any news from him. The beautiful woman sadly replied, "So why did Deep Tran brother suffer a lot during this time?" Tuyet Di replied to Miss. "Surely the true emperor of Nao Tuong in Kuthien will return to the upper realm sooner or later, but I'm afraid that Diep Tran will have difficulty reaching the void god realm. I advise you." The beauty softly shouted, "I know you all look down on brother Deep Tran, but I believe he will definitely ascend to heaven. He said it before, don't look down on poor young men." Tuyet Di's helplessness is not wrong, but with Deep Tran's ability to give him another 30,000 years, what does it matter? Those who were born with destiny were standing at the end of the line that he could never reach. The beauty turned her head and denied, "Don't say any more, Tuyet Di. I have to go meet that so-called young master from the upper world. If anything unpleasant happens, the old man of the monkey realm next to him will also bother you to break his legs." Tuyet Di helplessly sighed and said, "Miss, be careful. I won't let anyone harm you." In Ko Truong Ka's room, he was sitting looking at a medicinal pill with a satisfied expression. He said that Miss Thu Han's talent was indeed not bad. In just a few days, she had already achieved some success in alchemy. Thu Han bowed and thanked him for the book that the young master gave her. Thu Han was extremely grateful. Suddenly there were loud thunderclaps in the sky, making Lam Thu Han and Tu Than Ka shocked. What was this? The owner of the Lam family and his relatives stood in front of the door and shouted, "Who are you to dare to barge into the ancient Lam family?" The group of monsters flying down from the sky laughed and replied, "Haha, the little Lin family. We are people from the ancient divine mountain. Why don't you come here and pay your respects?" The entire Lam family was sweating. They said, "I don't know what business you guys from the ancient divine mountain have with our Lam family." The beauty in the lead said, "You go tell Ko Truong Ka Diep Tran's cousin Lu Li wants him to come out and meet her." The owner of Lam family said, "If you want to meet Mr. Ko, please wait a moment, I will go and inform you." A freak said that it was a bit difficult to say these words to the head of the Lam family. Do you know that offending Miss Lu Lai of the Lamb family in the Azure world will leave you with no place to live? At the same time, a golden hand shone down from the sky and pointed straight at the monster, making his face distorted. This made the monsters behind terrified and all retreated. The sky filled with thunder and lightning disappeared, returning the peace. This made Miss Liu Li stunned. The owner of Lamb family shouted inside. Young Master Ko Chuang Ka told them to come in. On the hand of an old monster appeared ruins. The old monster shouted, "Young Master." The tiger with the wings said, "No matter what. We are all people of the ancient divine mountain." Yet he said to kill and kill another person, and said that the palm strike just now secretly felt the power of King Realm. What is this person's background? Liu Li said, "Let's go inside." Not far away, Tuyet Di was still silently observing. While thinking as she entered the Lam family, she felt a strong atmosphere that was very clearly locked. It could use a gentle breath to lock a thin realm cultivation level like me, but still make it impossible to track down his whereabouts. I'm afraid that the Lam family's ancestors' strength had even reached the divine king realm. The chaotic atmosphere of the Feng Wang Jing just now must have come from that young man with such strength, yet he even brought along a servant of the divine king Jing. If this young man's surname is Gu, could it be that he is from that clan? If that's true, then it is absolutely impossible to let the young lady offend them. On the contrary, if he could take advantage of this opportunity to improve his relationship with that young master, then that would be the best thing ever. Immediately, Tuyet Di appeared before Lu Li, wondering why Tuyet Di was there. Tuyet Di replied to the young lady that this urgent matter was a misunderstanding. Not far away, Elder Min also secretly followed him, wondering what he meant just now. It seemed like this woman was conveying goodwill to me. I was in Ko Chuang Ka's house thinking about Deep Tran's cousin, the ancient bloodline, the talented person in the mortal world. Deep feelings, haha. This familiar move, but also asking for blood. Hey, Tuthan, Ka asked. Do you intend to kill them? Ko Chuang Ka replied, do I look like someone who would randomly kill them? He stood up and said to the two of them, let's go. If they are in such a hurry to get to know each other, then we should also be proactive. After that, all three of them went out into the yard. The entire Lam family moved aside and respectfully replied, Greetings, Your Excellency. Ko Chuang Ka walked in front of the Tuyet Di monsters and thought to himself that this was the appearance that a young person of the supreme upper realm should have. Liu Li said, you are the young master of the Gu family. I asked again, are you the cousin of Diep Tran? The luck stat of 800 appeared on Liu Li's head, making Ko Chuang Ka think this Diep Tran guy, other things aside, his luck is not bad, but this girl's luck is 800. Tuyet Di stood up and respectfully clasped her hands. Greetings, young Master Ko. This is our young lady Diep Lu Lai in charge of protecting the guests, the young lady's elders in the lower world. Just now the young lady offended me. Young Master Ko, please forgive me and don't take it to heart. This made Diep Lu Li dissatisfied. Tuyet Di said too much. Tuyet Di turned back and said, Miss, perhaps this is a misunderstanding. It's better to take this opportunity to speak up. Otherwise, if a flood is offered to the Long Vuong temple, it will be terrible. Ko Chuang Ka gently replied to the senior's courtesy and then told everyone the purpose of coming here. Tuyet Di said, first I would like to ask, is young Master Ko from the Ko family of longevity? The young lady behind our family is the ancient Diep family, so our two families have known each other for a long time. Then a monster said, if the ancestors of the Ko family cannot offend the Truong Sin family, then we cannot offend them either. Ko Chuang Ka replied, it turns out that the ancient immortal clan is no wonder Miss Deep was so fearless and attacked me at my door when I was young. It's true that my father had a lot of contact with the Deep family head. It seems that Senior already knows that I belong to the Ko family. Tuyet Di was scared and thought to herself, Father, could he be the only heir of the Ko family's longevity? If so, then what will happen to this young master in the future? The monsters behind shouted unexpectedly it was the young master of the Ko family. The old man frowned and replied to the Gu family, so wouldn't the young master have died in vain? All the monsters behind kowtowed and said, yes, we spoke improperly just now. We hope everyone will be tolerant and generous. We were blind and did not see. Tai's son has offended us. Please forgive us, sir. This made Diep Lu Li surprised. Why was it like this? Tuyet Di, who was by her side, kept advising the young lady that this was a complete misunderstanding. She should apologize to young Master Ko. What status did young Master Ko have? Why would he care about a small person like Diep Tran? This made Diep Lu Li surprised. Why was it like this? Tuyet Di, who was by her side, kept advising the young lady that this was a complete misunderstanding. She should apologize to young Master Ko. What status did young Master Ko have? Why would he care about a small person like Diep Tran? It is to harm Trankaka to hide and become a laughingstock in the world. In Ko Chuang Ka's heart, he thought that this brat was also deeply in love with Diep Tran. Under this kind of pressure, she still didn't surrender. But in the end, she was still a simple-minded brat. Toi Wai sinisterly thought, isn't your relationship with Diep Tran very good? What's wrong? I'll start from this point and gradually swallow you up. Ko Chuang Ka Tien said, so what is the purpose of you coming here today? If you don't give Ko Ma an explanation, even if you are a descendant of the ancient immortal race. At the same time, the pressure on Ko Chuang Ka's body was emitted. He said that I will not kill without mercy. Tuyet Di immediately protected Deep Lu Li and told Mr. Ko to calm down about today's incident. It's true that our young lady offended us. I hope you will show mercy. The Battle of Ui passed. Ko Truong Ka asked but did not say anything. He called Elder Min. He appeared in the passage and said he had a slave. Ko Truong Ka coldly said that every 10 breaths he would kill one person. If anyone resisted, Chu would kill them all. The monsters kept shouting loudly, "Sir, spare your life!" Then they turned to Lu Li and said, "Miss, save us. We don't want to die. The fate of our family is in your hands." This made Diep Lu Lai angrily yell at you shameless Vosi Tuyet Di, who kept saying, "Miss." Suddenly a chair was placed on the side of Ko Truong Ka's yard. 2 beauties were serving Tathan Ka with tea. This is Tra Young Master. Tuyet Di is still by your side, constantly advising you. Why doesn't the young lady understand with the identity of young Master Ko? If you really want to kill Diep Tran, even if Diep Tran has the ability of the heavens, it will be difficult to escape these things. You must have misunderstood that you are the princess of the ancient immortal clan. Young Master Ko is the young master of the Truong Sin family. You just need to bow your head slightly. Young Master Ko will not make things difficult for you. Deep Lu Li still had a jealous expression. Someone like him couldn't be a good person. Ko Truong Ka's face was cold as he replied, "It took 10 breaths to kill." Suddenly, Elder Min raised his hand, and a purple light shone straight into the heart of the monster at the back, causing him to fall to the ground dead. Deep Lu Li was shocked. The group of monsters hurriedly hugged Deep Lu Li's legs. "Miss, save my life. I don't want to die." Another person said, "We came because of you, miss. You can't ignore us." The guy who hugged Deep Lu Li's thigh clearly said that if the young lady had a good attitude, we would be spared from death. But why didn't the young lady agree that our lives weren't worth a single word from the young lady? "That's right, miss. You're so cruel that you don't care about us because of your brother Deep Tran." After saying that, he pointed to the monster who had just died. This made Diep Lu Li unable to bear it. She had yelled enough. Today's incident was because Lu Lai had offended her. Then she clasped her hands to Ko Truong Ka and apologized, hoping that the young master would forgive her. At the same time, Ko Truong Ka placed the cup of tea in the holy maiden hand and waved his hand to signal Elder Min to step back. Ko Truong Ka said that there was no need to apologize. After all, he was not a bad person. Of course, he did not take this small matter to heart. Tuyet Di took a deep breath and said, "Okay, miss, we finally cleared up the misunderstanding today. I told you, young master, you won't make things difficult for us." This made the 2 surviving monsters secretly happy and kowtowed to thank you for sparing their lives. "Thank you for your mercy." Ko Truong Ka said, "No need to thank me. The one who let you live was Miss Lu Lai. If you want to thank me, thank her." Deep Lu Lai thought angrily at this guy. She said, "Young Master Ko, today, Lu Lai came to actually have something to ask, conveniently wanted to demand justice." Ko Truong Ka naturally replied, "Oh, demand justice. I wonder if I have ever bullied Miss Deep." Deep Lu Lai said this matter is related to Deep Tran Kaka. Ko Truong Ka asked Deep Tran again. This one, Ko didn't remember what he had done, wasn't it? Miss Deep who was wrong. He opened his red eyes and said, "Or did Miss Deep feel that this one Ko had done something to him? Killing an ant is not difficult for me to say." This made Diep Lu Lai confused. Thinking logically, it shouldn't be difficult for Ko Truong Ka to kill Diep Tran. How could Diep Tran Kaka live after offending him? Is it true that Tran Caca did something wrong, or is it because of this woman as rumored? She looked at the holy maiden Liu Li and thought about Tathan Ka's graceful body. It was reasonable for a man to do crazy things for her. But Diep Lu Lai quickly denied that it was impossible, that Tran Caca was always honest and well-behaved and would not do such a thing. Ko Truong Ka secretly thought to himself, "I didn't kill Diep Tran because he was still useful. The reason behind it is something you guys can't figure out." Deep Lu Lai coldly said, "If young Master Ko didn't kill Tran KK, then why did he have to destroy the old holy land related to KK?" The old man said softly and leisurely, "Is it possible that Miss Deep came here today to blame me for killing an ant? Do I still have to explain to you?" He glared angrily, causing Diep Lu Li to be startled, and quickly said, "I didn't mean that." She thought that Ko Truong Ka was right. With his identity, the old temple was just killing an ant. If it was an ant, what reason would there be? At the same time, if he wanted to kill Transia Ka, Tran Ka wouldn't be able to come back to life. Today, come here to show that we are unreasonable. On the notification toolbar, Deep Lu Li has been moved by Deep Tran. Deep Tran's luck points have been lost. 100 points have been added to the Speedmaster's destiny value. 500 points have been added to the Speedmaster's destiny value. Ko Truong Ka thought with satisfaction, it seems like this thorn has finally been planted. The next step will be much simpler. Ko Truong Ka stood up and said, "If there is nothing else, you can go." Deep Lu Lai coldly said, "Tuyet Di, let's go." Tuyet Di still tries harder. Young Master Ko, among the young people you can interact more. After all, you are a person from the upper world, meeting in the lower world is fate. Ko Truong Ka shook his head and said, "No, I'm not interested in that girl." This made the Saintess very happy. However, it made Diep Lu Lai, who was walking, stop and turn around to scold that guy named Ko. "What do you mean?" On the toolbar, the character notification, Ko Truong Ka, the light circle, the destiny of the rebel faction, the identity of the Dao, Tien, Kung, Chan, Truyen, the disciple's physique, the bloodline, the devil heart, the bone, Dao, the cultivation level of the late stage of the Marquee realm, the divine technique, the Dao Tien, Dien, the 8th level, the 10,000 transformations of the devil, the natural talent of the immortal god, the thought of the heavenly talent, the heavenly demon art, the destiny value. 2,000 luck points 450, the system Thuong Than, the warehouse, the breaking of the abyss, talisman 1 to 3 of the world's seeds, X2, the luck competition card, X3, the settlement card, the critical strike system, X1. Ko Truong Ka looked at the parameter board and thought that now that Deep Lu Li went down the mountain the usual way, she would definitely find a chance to meet with Deep Tran. The secret realm is about to open as long as Deep Tran is not stupid. He will definitely take the initiative to appear and hug the big leg Deep Lu Li. Based on the previous tricks left behind, one could clearly sense the exact location where he appeared. When he appeared, a map of the center of Tiantan had a prominent red dot in his mind. Ko Truong Ka thought to Diep Tran, "Don't disappoint me." At the foot of a giant mountain, 2 people were standing. One person said, "It seems that the broken map's records are correct. Indeed, the entrance to the ancient secret realm of Thien Nguyen is here." Deep Tran, wearing a black coat, said that now the secret key to the ancient Thien Nguyen secret realm is in my hands. Even though the secret realm is full of mechanisms, I can easily reach the core. As long as I have the inheritance of the supreme heavenly origin in the secret realm, I will definitely find Ko Truong Ka to wash away the shame. And that bitch Tathangsa too. The master looked at Deep Tran and thought helplessly, "Oh, we finally have to go to that point." Deep Tran told his master said that Ko Truong Ka brought Lao Ho down to the lower world and easily destroyed the old building Holy Land. Could it be that the purpose was also to open the Thien Nguyen ancient secret realm? The master coldly replied, "You must be right, except for this ancient secret realm, there is nothing in the lower world that can interest him." Deep Tran Hui said that once the ancient secret realm opens, he will definitely be the first to rush here, but the secret realm still has many restrictions. His old monkey absolutely cannot use his peak state to enter. At the same time, after we gain the inheritance in the core area, we wait for him to come and use the secret key to control the formation mechanism under this purge. Master, tell me, do I have hope for revenge? This makes the beauty beside me stunned. She said it was quite perfect, but how do you know if Ko Truong Sa has a map or other tricks to get into the core of the background? Deep Tran replied, "So what the master said seems to make sense." He secretly thought to himself, what kind of bitterness and other tricks does master have to have so much faith in Ko Truong Ka? But he feels that my tricks are not good. After obtaining Ko Truong Ka's pills, master has already... The beauty is right, Diep Tran. There is one thing you must pay attention to. The power behind your cousin is extremely huge. Before you reach the void, God realm, it's best not to have any dealings with them. Deep Tran disdainfully said that his master's good intentions meant that he would accept the matter of me and my cousin Lu Li not needing anyone to take care of me. In his mind, the thought of good intentions appeared. He was afraid that Lu Li and I would join forces to deal with Truong Ka Street, right? My good master, wait until the day Ko Truong Ka dies in my hands. I don't know what stance you will have, Diep Tran say it. Then a pillar of light appeared in the night, attracting everyone's attention. The spirits and people flying with swords said that a secret realm had opened. This breath seems to be left behind by someone who calls himself a strong man, to say that he doesn't care about morality or anything like that. This opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. I heard that the strong person used his life to seal a supreme demon. I wonder what it would be in this context. When they just entered, they discovered that someone said that my cultivation was suppressed. A giant boat stopped in front of the secret realm. Elder Min said, "Young master, it seems that this ancient secret realm limits the cultivation of cultivators from the great ability realm and below." In Ko Truong Ka's mind, he thought that the inheritance of the supreme being's strong man was just right, but it was limited to moderate cultivation levels. It seemed exactly as he had predicted. This ancient secret realm was a copy of Diep Tran's experience. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, Deep Tran's cultivation level, even if it hadn't reached the great ability realm, would still be quite good. When the time came, the final harvest would have to be carried out. Ko Truong Sa said, "Go ahead." The people below looked up and said, "Look, that's the ancient forest." Another person replied, "That's the young lord." Everyone move aside and say quickly, "Get out of the way and don't bump into that great man." Ko Truong Ka said to suppress our cultivation well so we can go inside. In the secret land, a green grassland, birds sing, butterflies fly, cranes drink water. Deep Tran was cutting open a monster's belly when someone called Tran Kaka. He turned his head and happily said, "Lu Li, you're finally here." Then he looked at Diep Lu Li running towards him and thought that it had only been 3 years since they last met, but this Nadao Lu Li had grown up to look almost like Tathan Ka. Tuyet Di behind shouted, "Close your dog eyes, you servant of the next generation, like a small cricket shaking the young lady's tiny teeth are something you can see." Deep Tran disdainfully said that the words of the seniors of Hadong Te and 30 years ago seem a bit outdated. Tuyet Di said that relying on you, an insect never seen before in the 9 heavens, only a talented person like Ko Kong Tu is suitable for my young lady. Deep Lu Li softly scolded Tuyet Di, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tuyet Di respectfully told the young lady the truth. If it wasn't for this boy, why would young Master Ko have that attitude towards the young lady between the two of them? Deep Lu Li interrupted Tuyet. "Di, don't let me hear this hateful name." The incident that happened surprised Deep Tran. "Lu Li, is it between you and Ko Truong Ka?" Deep Lu Li also did not show any respect and interrupted his brother. "What are you thinking?" Deep Tran grabbed Deep Lu Li's 2 hands and said, "So why did you say he was hateful? What happened? Are you really upset?" Deep Lu Li let go of his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's just that Ko Truong Ka, the young master of the oldest Truong Sin family in the upper world, is more powerful than Moitran Kaka. If you deal with him, you have to be more careful. Hearing this, Diep Tran Hui Han was shocked and said, "Don't worry, Truong Sin family is nothing, no one can do anything to me." The master in the magic treasure also thought so. It turns out that young Master Ko is the young master of the Truong Sin family. A character with such a background who challenged Diep Tran in front of so many people, there was no reason to spare his life. Could it be that he was really trying to entice me? In the secret realm, Ko Truong Ka's group of people appeared. One of them exclaimed, "This fairy wood is lush and has abundant spiritual energy. This is truly a place of creation." Elder Ming said that he had taught you all not to let the appearance of things in front of you blind you. It seems that you all took it as a passing wind, using your divine sense to sense that in this complete environment there was demonic energy mixed into the mechanism. The trap hidden inside was unpredictable. This trip was very important for the young master, so he had to be careful, and there could be no mistakes. After listening, Ko Truong Ka replied, "It's okay, I have a way to find a safe way." Ko Truong Ka looked at the red string floating in the air and thought that the mark on the medicinal pill still had the secret realm opened not long ago. Even if he acted faster, he would probably only be able to grope his way to the edge of the core. "Deep Tran and Deep Tran are mice looking for my treasure. You have to try your best." She flew down to the dance floor, causing the old men to bow their heads and clasp their hands, saying, "Sect Master." The sect master said that young Master Truong Ka was kind enough to bring such a talented young lady to our sect, which has truly solved our sect's immediate concerns. Ko Truong said that Senior was joking, Junior was just offering flowers to Buddha. The sect master said, "This is the Purple Pole Pill Order of the Purple Pole Pill sect, which can freely control the alchemists of our sect to serve young Master Truong Ka. Even an elder at the level of an alchemist can order them to take action once." The Equator Elder said that this is not very appropriate. Everyone looked at each other. The sect master said that he was indebted to someone, so of course he had to keep this order token in mind. Consider it a gift from someone. Ko Truong Ka took back the token and said, "Then I, the junior, will be more respectful. I obey your orders and extend my hand to introduce to Lam Thu Han, the sect master of this Tukuk Dan sect. Later the sect master will be your master. Cultivate well." Lam Thu Han also bowed low and said, "K sect master." Ko Truong Ka patted Lam Thu Han's head, making her blush, and said, "If I find out you're lazy, I'll punish you." Lam Thu Han quickly replied, "Don't worry, young master. Thu Han won't disappoint your expectations." In Tuyet D's mind, he thought he was just a lucky boy to have so many opportunities. Other than that, what else could he have that could compare to Kokong Tu? Deep Tran kept saying, according to the information on the map, maybe this place is the tomb of that supreme expert. If the information is not wrong, then deep inside this ancient city there will be a palace inside which is the inheritance of that expert. Deep Tran looked around and said, "The evil energy here is getting stronger and stronger, let's be careful." Suddenly a monster appeared on the roof of the gate, shocking everyone. It was a ferocious beast. The beast immediately rushed towards Deep Tran and his group. Aunt Duyen raised her hand and sent the beast flying several miles away. But the more ferocious beasts appeared around, making Diep Lu Li surprised. "So many ferocious beasts, Diep Tran brother, time is urgent, you go quickly. We will help you solve this problem." Deep Tran impatiently replied, "Everyone please hold on for a moment. After receiving the inheritance, I will come back to help everyone." Then a lot of beasts appeared around. Deep Lu Li shouted to stop them. Suddenly a familiar pressure made Lu Li startled, and this pressure blew away all the ferocious beasts. When the Lu Li group saw clearly, they saw Ko Truong Ka and his group standing at the door. She angrily shouted, "Why did you come here so quickly?" Ko Truong Ka asked, "Why?" She also had to thank her brother Tron. "You've already laid a hand on Tran Keka. Why is Lu Li so impatient? No wonder you've never touched him before. Now everything is clear. Perhaps your purpose in coming to the mortal world is for the inheritance in this context, right?" Ko Truong Ka said with a hateful expression that she seemed quite smart. Deep Lu Li. "I don't understand what you're talking about. You come from the Truong Sin family. There's no way you wouldn't have some kind of inheritance. Why are you looking at the tomb of a quasi-supreme?" Ko Truong Ka gently replied, "It's okay if you don't understand, but don't even think about holding me back. I've seen through your intentions." At that moment, Ko Truong Ka shouted to clear the way, causing the master of the Lam family, Elder Min, and his disciples to rush forward and attack Diep Lu Li's group. Tuyet Di panicked and shouted. The young lady thought in her mind, "Oh no, damn it, I can't show my true strength in this place." Elder Min stood in front of Duyan and said, "Don't move." All were leveled, causing the ferocious beasts and Diep Lu Li's group to be seriously injured. Lu Li glared at Ko Truong Ka and said, "Truong Ka said that Elder Min is guarding here and not letting anyone in. Elder Min reported that the young master can rest assured that with this old servant, no one will be able to bother you today." Meanwhile, Deep Tran quickly ran to the main hall, thinking that he had seen the inheritance he longed for inside Lu Li. "Try your best." The master in the magic treasure also thought that from the outside environment, it could be seen that the inside of the palace was not as safe as imagined, and the demonic energy in this place was terrifying. The child had to prepare himself mentally first. Deep Tran still spoke arrogantly, handing a pill to the master's mouth. "Master, you're worrying for nothing. I've already prepared the pill to deal with the evil energy here." The door suddenly opened, accompanied by an extremely strong pressure that made Deep Tran unable to exclaim as expected of the land of the supreme level expert. Unexpectedly, there was still residual power. Deep inside the palace appeared a corpse with only white bones and a spear stuck in its chest. Deep Tran worriedly walked in and said, "Where is the inheritance?" Behind him, a voice appeared. "The inheritance is in the corpse on the throne." When Diep Tran looked behind Ko Truong, Ka appeared. Diep Tran panicked and said, "Why are you here?" Ko Truong Ka replied, "It seems you are really stupid. I have been here for half a day just waiting for you to help me open the door and not make any noise so as not to disturb you. As for why I'm here, you have to ask yourself. Anyway, you were the one who found it for me." Deep Tran thought to himself that his brother was angry and couldn't be sure that someone had revealed my whereabouts. Lu Lai, the most trustworthy person, couldn't have done such a thing. Ko Truong Ka gently said, "Senior DM Ko, long time no see. Could it be that you can't bear to show yourself to meet me now?" Deep Tran became angry and shouted, "Master, how could you collude with the enemy to harm me?" Just because of a pill, he temporarily took off his magic ring. DM Ko said, "Oh, you make me so disappointed. Our relationship is so deep. How could I not know what's in your heart?" Deep Tran's face was full of disdain. "You teamed up with Ko Truong Ka to harm me. Now that's your true face. No wonder you've been talking nonsense lately. It's all because of guilt. I thought we were together for so long in your heart, so I didn't expect you to be like that slut Tathang Ka, flattering and flattering like ants around the place of shouting." DM Ko heard her eyebrows furrowed as she spoke in a disappointed voice. "If you think so, I don't need to explain anymore. From now on, let's cut off our fate." On the toolbar displayed the last notification. Diep Tran and Master, together Don Tuyet's luck points, lost 200 points, has reached the limit. Speedmaster's destiny value increased by 1,000. Ko Truong Ka praised the superiority of Senior DM Ko, still the same as before. Her complexion was even better than before. DM Ko replied, "Young Master Ko is too kind. Fortunately, thanks to the gathering god pill you gave me that day. Otherwise, relying on someone doesn't know when the body will be regenerated, and in the end, I'm afraid even a trace of the remaining soul will disappear." The more he heard Diep Tran's name, the darker his face became. Ko Truong Ka said, "It seems that Diep Tran's misunderstanding with his senior is quite deep." DM Ko replied, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is no longer important." Ko Truong Ka put his hand on his forehead and thought, "It seems like my words just now made Diep Tran think that you revealed his whereabouts to me. Are those words true?" DM Ko quickly waved her hand and said it was okay. In her heart, she thought that young Master Ko was thinking about how to compare us, but today Diep Tran still treats me like this. I'm afraid he has never treated me as a master. Diep Tran shouted, "Enough! Ko Truong Ka has come to this point. What are you still doing as a good person? You joined forces with her to plot against me just to open the door of the palace, right?" Ko Truong Ka walked closer to Diep Tran and said, "If you don't know how to cherish such a good master, then forget it. You still want to hurt other people's hearts. She refused my invitation and didn't abandon you when you were in your most difficult time. At that time, I also begged. A woman with such virtue is truly rare in the world. Now you want to have the inheritance of the background behind you. Can you bear to throw it away?" Diep Tran could not help but point his finger at Ko Truong Ka. "You are lying. It's obvious that you two joined forces to plot against me." Ko Truong Ka closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "You and I schemed against each other. Why didn't you look back at me many times so you could escape from my hands? Don't you find it strange? Diep Tran and Diep Tran, are you going to be confused forever?" DM Ko interrupted Ko Truong Sa. "Young Master Ko, please stop talking. If you don't mind, DM Ko will follow you in the future." This made Diep Tran angry and shouted at "You sluts." Immediately, Diep Tran was shot several meters away. Ko Truong Ka withdrew his hand and spoke loudly. "If Senior DM Ko is willing to follow me, then of course this one Ko welcomes it." On the notification toolbar, DM Ko Kwai Thuan, the host's luck value increased by 400, destiny value increased by 2,000. In Ko Truong Ka's hand appeared a treasure baktash. "This is considered a gift. To meet you, follow me." DM Ko was stunned, the god of preserving soul jade. Ko Truong Ka said a broken command. "How can it let you stay here wronged?" Diep Tran stood up and said, "Ko Truong Ka, I have to kill you." At the same time, he squeezed the security device in his hand, causing golden lights to compete with each other. Ko Truong Ka said, "Senior, just go and rest your soul first. Leave this to me and you will get the charm. Tell me about the secret key in Diep Tran's hand." Manipulating the formation mechanism of this secret realm is extremely powerful, young master. Don't be subjective. Above Diep Tran appeared an image of a soldier wearing golden armor. He reached out and rushed towards Ko Truong Ka, saying, "Go die for me." At the same time, Ko Truong Ka started to attack, saying that the formation mechanism here cannot deal with us. In the room, a huge pressure was transmitted. The giant standing above Ko Truong Ka gently grabbed the punch of the giant wearing golden armor. Above, Diep Tran was startled. At the same time, the spear stuck in the chest of that strong man also began to resonate with the demonic energy from Ko Truong Ka. Diep Tran looked at the strong man in panic and said, "What kind of monster are you? I didn't expect you to be able to resonate with this strange weapon." Ko Truong Ka said, "You are about to die. Why do you need to know so much?" The hand that was holding the fist suddenly moved back towards him, preparing to make a move. Diep Tran clenched the formation in his hand and shouted, "Don't break it!" The giant in golden armor was about to launch a move from his mouth when the purple giant covered his mouth, causing the move to be reflected back. Finally, the formation in Diep Tran's hand was shattered, causing a loud explosion. Golden light also escaped from the entrance. The giant wearing golden armor disappeared from Deep Tran and was pushed back. Ko Truong Ka said as he stepped forward to catch the flying thing that had been jumping for so long. Today I must finish you off. Deep Tran on the ground covered in injuries said impossible. Why is the suppression of the secret realm ineffective against him? His eyes were wide open as he said, why did I die here? The purple giant slowly reached out his hand towards Deep Tran, and immediately a long sword flew over, along with a shout, Ko Truong Ka, stop for me. Deep Lu Li behind Tung Chia prepared to slash towards the purple giant. Preparing to slash towards the purple giant, the blue sword collided with the giant, tearing a line right behind him, but not causing any harm to him. Diep Lu Lai was stunned. Ko Truong Ka glanced back and said just in time. The purple giant holding Diep Tran's hand said, Lu Li Diep Lu Li, also responded to Tran Ka Ka. What did Ko Truong Ka say? If you want to save him, Diep Lu Lai said to release Diep Tran Sei Ka. If you have any requests, just say so. Ko Truong Ka's sinister face asked for anything. Deep Lu Li was worried in her heart, but on the outside, Ko Tran Tin said, as long as you release Diep Tran KK, everything will be easy to talk about as long as the conditions are not too unreasonable. The old man pointed at his brother and said, you don't have the right to talk about conditions with me right now. At the same time, the purple giant squeezed Deep Tran, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Deep Lu Lai worriedly called out to Tran brother. Deep Tran above still stubbornly said, Lu Li absolutely do not agree with him. Even if I die, I will not let you beg him. Ko Truong Ka glared at him and said, I'll give you something. He immediately clenched his fist even tighter, making Diep Lu Lai's brother Tran look like an ant being squeezed. Deep Lu Lai cried and said, what conditions do you need to release Tran Sei K as long as I can do it now? Ko Truong Ka said very simply, release the waste and accept being my slave. This made Deep Tran startled. He shouted, Liu Li don't agree with me! Ko Truong Ka's face was angry and he pinched Deep Tran again. Liu Li helplessly shouted, stop, I agree with you. You think you want to control me? Your ambition is really great, but I'm afraid you've miscalculated. My Deep family only has one primordial spirit technique. Killing everything that targets the primordial spirit's magic is as easy as turning your hand over to deal with the slave seal, as long as he makes a poisonous oath. Ko Truong Ka said that, with satisfaction, and already agreed. As the little princess of the Diep family in the upper realm, she actually agreed to be enslaved, because of a small character named Diep Tran. Deep Lu Li said this matter is not necessary. You worry I agree with you to release the waste material, but you also have to swear that you will not harm Tran Sei Sei anymore, and you cannot kill him. If you do, the oath will be devoured by the heavenly demon, forever falling into the devil's path and being cursed by all generations. Maybe the elder brother squinted his eyes and smiled. Is this the oath you came up with? I also raised 3 fingers and said, then according to what you said, if I violate the evil path of the devouring heart eternal demon. This made Diep Lu Li surprised and agreed so easily. Why did Ko Truong Tao say I have already fulfilled your request, now should I exchange my conditions? Ko Truong Ka said if you regret it, it's still too late. Deep Tran's face darkened as he called Lu Lai. Deep Lu Li said if you want to take action, then hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Ko Truong Ka's purple eyes appeared and said, if that's the case, then I'll start. He pointed straight at Deep Lu Lai's forehead, causing her to gradually lose consciousness. At the same time, in a devil's jar, demonic energy also appeared. Deep Lu Li called Tran Ka Ka in her divine consciousness. Instead, there was the figure of Ko Truong Ka. At the same time, her eyes also turned purple, and then the mark on Diep Lu Lai's forehead disappeared. When she regained consciousness, she panicked and said, what did you do? Ko Truong Ka closed his eyes and smiled, saying, of course it's what I should do. Deep Lu Li frowned and replied, Ko Truong Ka, you should let Tran Ka Ka go now, right? Wet Mabur. Ko Truong Ka's face became sinister. What should you call me? Deep Lu Lai's eyes showed a purple color. She said, Master. She quickly said, why do I have the thought of addressing him because of the slave seal just now? Ko Truong Ka replied that the seal is a low-level thing I use called a magic seal. This type of magic is extremely secretive. If not for the peerless world powerhouse spying on the sea of consciousness, they won't be able to detect it. He explained further, but under the influence of this magic, he gradually forgot what had happened. Soon you will turn into a monkey demon absolutely loyal to me. Deep Tran shouted at Ko Truong Ka, you are so shameless. The old man below glared. Thinking about it made me angry. A dead man was talking nonsense. Deep Tran was shocked. You made an oath. How could you dare? At the same time, the purple giant's hand clenched tightly, causing Deep Tran to be unable to let out a painful scream. Ko Truong Ka below said that the devil's heart is always falling into the devil's path. To me, the devil is just a nutritious food offered to the door. He turned back to look with a cruel face. I was originally a demon. The path is the path of demon. He said this made Deep Tran scared. He turned to reach out and help Lu Li save me. At the same time, the notification also showed the words, the child of fortune's luck is 0. The killing rule was activated at that moment. The giant's fist clenched tightly. Diep Tran was crushed to death, no different from an ant. Deep Lu Li said softly. Tran Ka Ka thought to himself, I don't feel any pain at all. I don't even regret it. Ko Truong Ka. On the toolbar displays the message, completed killing of the son of luck Deep Tran. The system is in the process of calculating. On Ko Truong Ka's face appeared a congratulatory message for the host receiving a treasure chest of heavenly Tao. The luck value increased by 200 points, the destiny value increased by 1,000 points. Ko Truong Ka thought of using the explosive card to open the treasure chest of the heavenly way. On the notification toolbar, the card settlement was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the 5 times critical strike. Settlement is in the process of settlement. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 luck points. Destiny value is 5,000. Opening the treasure chest of the heavenly way, congratulating the donor for obtaining 1/3 of the world's seeds of X1 Void, Maro Guchange, thought that according to the reward from killing Lin Tian before an item dropped from the treasure chest, should be related to the Son of Luck. Could it be that Ye Chen has some hidden bloodline talent? It was truly a timely surprise that could elevate himself. He conveniently took the desolate demon bowl. After speaking, he picked up the Void Marrow X1 and said that the fusion immediately brought up a beautiful scene. Ko Truong Ka put the pill on his forehead and fused. After the fusion, Ko Truong Ka said, "This time it's the Void Triforce. The attack is very fast, and the Dao Nuo is really a good thing." On the toolbar character announcement, Ko Truong Say Light Ring Destiny Traitor Identity, True Disciple of the Dao Thien Tien Palace Physique, Bloodline Devil Heart, Dao Bone Divine Technique, Dao Thien Tien Manual 8th Level 10,000 Transformations, Devil Body Natural Talent Immortal God Thought Natural Talent Immortal Devouring Magic, Value Destiny, 9,000, Luck Points 1880 points, System Thuong Than has opened the Talisman Warehouse, Breaking the Abyss, X1 Descending the World, X3 card, to compete for luck, X3. Deep Blue Lai shouted each word Ko Truong Ka. The old man looked at me with a hateful face and said, "What did you call me?" Deep Blue Lai immediately replied, Master. Ko Truong Ka said yes, just wait here obediently. Then he waved his hand and Deep Tran's body was thrown aside and said that the next thing to do was to get to the main thing. Then he looked up at the long-haired corpse wearing dark armor and a halberd stuck in its chest. I looked at the dead expert and thought that the body had a hole in it. The power of an supreme expert could destroy the heavens, so at least someone at the supreme level or above would have to be tamed. It seemed that it would take some effort to subdue him. Suddenly, his expression changed, thinking that this was the moment when a halo of light was emitted from the skeleton. Thinking like that, Ko Truong Ka still had a trace of residual thoughts remaining. This lingering thought gradually became clearer, causing Ko Truong Ka to think that the inheritance was left behind like this. Following the path of the Child of Luck, he will pass through the level and cut off all obstacles, gain recognition from the owner of the secret realm, gain the inheritance of the righteous national talisman, and add the seal of the demonic spear to refine it and take it back for his own use. He looked at Deep Tran's body and thought, but now I'm not only the fruit of the luck harvest, I can also handle the luck harvest at once. More troublesome is that if I want to take down the 8 desolate demonic spear, I must destroy the seal that this supreme being has placed. Destroy all the inheritance that he left behind. The evil thoughts of this quasi-supreme strong one will definitely not forgive me. The remnants of the strong man said that I would accept my teachings. Ko Truong Ka thought, but there is a talisman here to break the abyss. If the situation is unfavorable, he can still break the space to escape. Ko Truong Ka clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Senior," saying that the remaining thought flew down towards Ko Truong Ka and lightly touched the mark on his forehead. The remaining thought behind his eyebrows said, "His heart is scheming and cunning, his nature is dark. I am the Tao of Light." Then, the remnant thought shouted, "How can I pass it on to you?" he said, and then emitted extremely powerful rays of light that caused Ko Truong Ka to fly away. He thought to himself, it seems that Diep Tran, who borrowed the secret key before, did not use his full power. The way of light. If now it changes to the so-called Son of Luck, wouldn't it be another type of rejection? I know that Diep Tran's mind is not clean. He is selfish fake, and when it matters, he is afraid of death and still pretends to be brave. Ko Truong Ka stood in the distance, clasped his hands, and said that he hoped that Senior Min Giam, although I am of dark nature, but in my heart, Kwang Min has the medicine to uphold the world's justice and intends to save Le Min. If the father leaves the inheritance to the juniors, I will practice good deeds and never do anything reckless. The remnant thought, said again, I have cultivated for thousands of years, how could I not see your nature? Then the remnant thought continuously emitted destructive power. He said that the junior shameless has a cunning nature and deceived me, an unforgivable crime. Ko Truong Ka bowed his head and replied, I thought you were the one who told me about your inheritance. If it weren't for the attack, I wouldn't be too lazy to talk nonsense with you. He raised his head, his eyes showing purple, and said, If you die, you should lie obediently in the coffin. The remnants of his thoughts kept shouting, This junior is seeking death. He then released a great force towards Ko Truong Ka. At the same time, the 5-colored magic robe began to have power to cover Ko Truong Ka. He said that a strike containing anger was only the power of a void god realm. In the great hall, a huge golden light was emitted, and the ground began to crack. Gu Changge said, It's a pity that as the master of the secret realm, the strength emitted is such that even though he can break through his own limitations, he still can't escape the laws of this middle heaven and earth realm. The 5-colored magic robe began to crack, causing the remnants of the thought to speak of a defensive magic treasure. Ko Truong Ka clasped his hands behind his back and said, This 8 desolate demonic spear is here. It is truly a violent and heavenly thing. A good weapon that cannot be used to kill me. I feel sorry for you. The weapon behind it constantly moves. The remnant thought says, the wild demon strike is a fierce and intelligent thing. Once it appears, it will surely destroy all the juniors. Do you want to rebel? Kotruongka said rebellion. Unfortunately, that is the devil in the mouth of the senior. The remaining ray of thought raised his hand and released his strength, saying, you arrogant little devil, you deserve to die. Kotruongka said that how can the words of a senior be decisive? Could it be that what you value is light and what you deny is darkness? The remnant thought says, I am a cultivator. I am a practitioner of light. My thought is the right path. Kotruongka did not think it was right to say that if you were a good and upright person, why did you leave behind a legacy and spread out many formations near the mausoleum, attracting many monks and making them bury themselves here because of their selfishness and disregarding the lives of others? This is the path of light and righteousness, sir. What do you say? The ray of angry thoughts speaks nonsense from ancient times. Monks jostle for fate. Life and death killing are all natural. The inheritance I left behind should be what everyone among them wants. Kotruongka said again, that's why it doesn't have any effect on taking the demon spear. Right, this thing is my destiny. The best person for senior to choose was already killed by me. If I use senior's words, this is destiny and danger coexisting. The ray of light that spoke the vile name suddenly sent a beam of power flying straight towards Kotruongka, penetrating his body and destroying many things around him. Ray of void power. At that moment, Guchange stood on the top of the spear and said, the 8 desolate demonic spear has appeared today. Kotruongka used his soul to reach out and prepare to hold the spear, saying that this magic spear had the same origin as the aura on his body, which would save him a lot of trouble when refining it. At the same time, all power was concentrated on the iron chain on the spear. Try to stop the big brother from shouting for me. In an instant, the chain was broken to pieces before the surprise of the remnant thought. Not only that, he secretly cried out, is it okay? The pressure was so strong that it blew this remnant thought away, breaking the sky, making everyone who was busy fighting monsters also shocked. This is someone else saying that disaster has appeared. They told each other to run away quickly, but not in time. The pressure waves flew through their bodies, causing those people to turn into dust, leaving only their clothes. Suddenly, purple thunderstorms exploded in the sky. Kotruongka firmly grasped the halberd in his hand. It was said that it was indeed a demonic weapon of the supreme level or above. Simply removing the seal had already caused such a huge commotion. In his heart, he thought that its demonic nature had already formed a spiritual weapon. The remnants of Neem Phi shouted, young fool, don't even dream of taking this thing away. Kotruongka was also preparing to rush forward. Noimon then suddenly Kotruongka also flew over and went in a direction that made the remaining ray of thought stunned. Everything around the palace was ready to be destroyed. The remnants of the thought were so unbelievable that they could not believe it until death. He said, it's impossible. You can actually control that weapon so easily. Kotruongka took out a treasure and said, no matter what, it's the remnant soul of a supreme level. Rather than just dissipating like this, it's better to let me use it. Then the glass vase flew towards the remnant thought. He shouted, what do you want to do? The strength and suction of the vase immediately sucked the last remnant of his thoughts into it, causing him to scream in pain. Finally, the skull on the armor rolled down. Kotruongka said, such a delicious weapon was sealed here for tens of thousands of years. As your future master, I really feel heartbroken. In the future, when the master takes you to travel around the world, I will not let you suffer such grievances anymore. At the same time, the spear started to shake. Kotruongka was absent-mindedly thinking, does this mean he agrees? On the toolbar, a notification appeared about the character Kotruongka, in which there was an additional item, Bat Huang Ma Kich. Kotruongka said that Bat Huang Ma Kich was indeed not ordinary. The system had even specially opened a space for it. After that, he also took this spear into his hand. He thought that it was very good. At the same time, it could also block the induction of some powerful experts. After all, it was a peerless, fierce soldier. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. The beauty in the space was cultivating, still worried. Half an hour had passed, not knowing what was going on outside. The old master worked very carefully and meticulously to nurture his soul. Gok did not limit himself from appearing, but without his permission, his sensitivity could not know the situation of the outside world. It was best to avoid seeing his secret and making mistakes. Suddenly there was a change in the space. She thought the prohibition had disappeared. Then she appeared outside and told Senior DM Ko about the matter related to Diep Tran. DM Ko replied, yes, I have decided to pursue the young master. How others feel about right or wrong is no longer that important. What's past is past, so let it be. Elder Min entered the main hall and said to the young master. Then, everyone entered together and said in unison that the young master should forgive the old servant for failing to protect the girl, Deep Lu Li, and allowing her to escape. Kotruongka said it was okay. She couldn't cause any storm anyway. Get up, the matter in the lower world has been resolved. I should go back. Elder Min, please report clearly, young master. The crowd of people put on a face of female. Deep Lu Li's subordinates ran to Tuyet Di and said to Ko Kong Tu. After Truongka and his group left, Diep Lu Li's subordinates went to Tuyet Di and said that the young lady was fine, but where was that young man Diep Tran? Deep Lu Li pointed in one direction and said, oh no, Ko Truongka did it. What's so surprising about Tuyet D? Everyone saw Deep Tran's body lying in a corner. Tuyet D worriedly looked towards Deep Lu Li and asked the young lady. Deep Lu Li replied, "No. Tuyet D, let's go." After that, Deep Lu Li and his group left, leaving Deep Tran alone and cold. The Immortal Realm. Transformation, the peerless immortal city. A woman earnestly said to her brother, "The throne of the immortal dynasty is unparalleled, but now he should give it up." A man with a humble expression said that fourth sister has the qualities of an emperor, but I feel inferior to her. A beautiful woman waved her hand, and from today on, Nguyet Min Kong will become the crown prince. Universal heaven and earth vows to be the subjects of all people, kneel down, speak in unison, and shout out. One more time, the peerless and immortal first dynasty of all time. The beauty thought for half a year now, you must have returned from the lower realm by now, right? The fiancé I loved the most, Kotruonka. On the high platform, a voice said, "She is the fourth princess of the peerless immortal dynasty, but she is a demon cultivator. Just thinking about it is scary. If young Master Gu had not discovered her identity in time on the night of the wedding, he would have fallen into a furnace." The young lady, who was shocked, said, No, it's not me." In the scene, a courtyard full of people appeared. Thunder rumbled across the sky. The people below all shouted in anger, "The person who inherits the devil's power deserves to die. Kill her, kill her." A man shouted in silence. It was Ko Truong. He said that the evil cultivator killed the monk, causing trouble for the world. Heaven would not tolerate it if Min Hnuyet and I were not married. According to reason, we should take on this responsibility. He said, then he pulled out his sword, his eyes turned purple, and said, "Today I will personally execute him." The girl chained to two pillars softly said, "Your heart is so cruel." Ko Truong Ka raised his hand to caress that woman's face. That woman crying in the rain said, "I didn't expect the person I loved the most to be you. The person who wanted to kill me from the beginning was you." Saying that, Truong Kiem stabbed hard towards that woman. Actually, that was the queen's thought. She thought that for 3,000 years, I did not hesitate to confront my father, to help you build the first dynasty in the world. Many times I helped you clear away the suspicion of being the one who inherited the devil's power. And waiting for you for 3,000 years, what I got in exchange on the wedding night was a mocking and sarcastic look. I trusted you so much. In the end, I ended up being a tool for you to act out the role of a bitter scheme to take on the humiliating title of the successor of the devil's art. Tuyet Men is in your hands. Now in this reincarnation, I must expose your hypocritical face and take everything from you. Let you become a person hated and imprisoned by everyone. You stay by my side and torture me until I live a life worse than death. I believe they will meet very soon. Ko Truong Ka. The light at the gate of the heavenly palace Elder Min was activating the formation, causing Lam Thu Han and the Toholy Maiden be shocked. This was what Elder Min said. This was the guidance shrine of the Ko family's longevity palace, in charge of welcoming the young master back to the family. It could be opened under the sky, occupying quite a large area. Lam Thu Han said that the area under the sky can be opened up. The saintess said that the young master's family is too powerful. Elder Min said that you are the young master of the immortal family and also the true disciple of the great celestial palace, so guiding this divine temple is nothing. You must know that even in the vast upper realm, your identity is the highest. Ko Truong Ka walked up the stairs and said that Elder Min would arrange their residence in the upper world. Elder Min listened and said yes. Ko Truong Ka said and told everyone to go. The Ko family's immortality in the upper world. In the light before the main hall flashed, the slaves shouted together that the young master had returned and welcomed the young master. An old man in the main hall said that Truong Ka had returned. Ko Truong replied, "Father." The head of the Ko family, Ko Lam Thien, appeared and asked if the work was going well. This time I came down to the mortal world. Some people from other families also had some criticism and were always listening to my direction. Ko Truong Ka replied that the clan elders must have heard that I sealed the demonic energy in the lower world, and countless monks thanked the great monk. They even built an idol for me. Ko Lam Thien said it was successful. "Father, please help me see this thing that used to belong to the demon lord's weapon. I'm afraid I still can't really grasp it yet." At the same time, a spear with 8 wild treasures appeared in Ko Truong Ka's hand. Ko Lam Thien said, "It seems like you should be a different creature. This method of obtaining things doesn't depend on anything, but I can't find any clues." He happily said, "Not bad. I didn't expect it to have become a spiritual weapon." Then I put it away. "Anyway, only your mother and I knew that you had a demon heart before taking over the Truong Sin family. It's better not to use this demon weapon." Truong Ka heard this and also put away his weapon and said, "Father is right." Ko Lam Thien just left and said that recently your mother has been missing you a bit. If you have time, then go to Tai Sothan Jiao to visit her. Ko Truong Ka obediently replied. He continued, "During this time, the girl Min Kong has to follow her father to discuss the marriage of the two of you. No matter what, she is your future wife this time. Don't be like before, cold to others." Ko Lam Thien turned back with a hateful expression and said, "That's right. Before you kept criticizing other people's methods for not being excellent enough, but in the past half year, the things she did that made people admire her greatly, she already had the qualities of a female emperor. Your mother is very satisfied with this. If she can carry you in the future, then no matter how vast the world is, it will still be in your hands." The old chief was stunned. The fiancée, Min Nguyet, was not in his memory. It seemed that he had no feelings for her. On the contrary, her admiration for him only increased. What's more noteworthy is that in the past half year, she suddenly changed her personality, showing her talent. This rhythm is a new woman of luck. What kind of path is this woman of luck combined with her traitorous husband? The scene changes to a place where 4 elders are meditating. One of them says that since the time he returned from the lower world, the young man Truong-ka unexpectedly had the peak strength of the Marquis realm. Now, the geniuses of the clans are afraid that they will all find it difficult to be his opponent. Another person said that it seems that the next generation of the family head will fall into that family line, and that the 3rd generation of the family head will belong to the same family line, which is a bit of an exaggeration. The brown-haired old man said, "It's a pity that the 13th elder's family has been devastated since the incident that happened that year. No one knows if that old ancestor is still in seclusion or has turned into stone." The 13th old man's little girl was also a pitiful child, who had her Dao bones dug out by her older brother at such a young age. Recently I heard news from the land of immortals. It seems that the child did not die but showed his talent and regained the Dao Quok. Everyone was surprised and stunned. The scene changes to a poetic place with a large rose-leafed tree. A beautiful woman in blue says, "Sister Dao Yu, I have to leave here." Dao Yu says, "Are you sure you have to go? My current cultivation level is only at the level of the Saint Lord realm. Those supreme swordmasters and the heirs of the ancient great sects are all stronger than me." The blue-clothed beauty said yes, she must go find her family and parents. Her clan had to wander for many years under the oppression of the great emperor. I'm afraid it won't be able to restore the glory it once had. Of course, the main reason is that my good brother stuck to him when I was young, so that guy Heartless dug up my immortal bearing and threw it away. She lowered her head and frowned, saying, "I must avenge this grudge." Dao Yu said to Tianni, "This time, I and the other masters will not interfere too much. It all depends on yourself," the blue-clothed beauty said. "You know I love you, sister. This is my past story with him. These years my masters have treated me very well. Thank you very much, they also thank you very much." Dao Yu laments this girl took a peach blossom from her body and gave it to the blue-clothed woman. She said that if she took it with her at an important time, it could save her life. If anyone recognized her, they would not make things difficult for her. Then the peach blossom disappeared from the forehead of the blue-clothed woman, and a green-colored beast with its wings spread out in the sky appeared. The blue-clothed beauty said, "Thank you, sister." The peach-loving woman said, "Go ahead." In a moment, the blue-clothed woman jumped onto the back of the ferocious beast and disappeared. She cried as she left, saying, "Master, give me a knife. Master, give me a rope. Master, give me a rope. Master, give me a rope." Tianni, thank you for many years of care and upbringing. When I finish my work, I will definitely come back to visit everyone. Then the beast flew away. The old men in the village looked at her leaving and said, "Oh, she's finally gone. The little girl I raised for more than 10 years is really a bit reluctant, but I hope she will have smooth sailing." Scene changed to the upper world, the western region of Langchao. Elder Min stood in the air and asked where the city lord was. Causing everyone in the city to be confused, someone asked why a powerful person of the divine king realm suddenly appeared here. Another person said, "This kind of level is something you can talk about." The city lord and his subordinates ran out and said, "We did not know that your majesty was here. We should not have welcomed you from afar. Please forgive us." He clasped his hands and said he did not know the respect here. The old man in the sky said, "I was ordered by my young master to come here to find the Gu clansmen." The city lord glanced at the servant and said, "The servant reported to the city lord that the Gu clan is indeed a clansman. More than 10 years ago, there were quite a few of them living in the ancient city of Tanthash. There were also a few strong people like the senior said." Elder Min said, "Tanthash ancient city." In the distance, the beauty in blue clothes and the person wearing a brown coat thought that they would send someone to find them all the way here after so many years. Even though my elder brother had returned to the upper realm, there were elders there. In the short time they were with my uncle, they could not do anything to my clansmen. I just left the land of immortality before I was sure, so of course I couldn't meet that guy. She thought to herself, "If you dare to hurt someone from my clan, I will turn you into dust." In the room of the old man there was a sound of singing. Ko Truong Ka said the system appeared a notification that Ko Truong Ka's character had 2,000 luck points already, so wouldn't that have surpassed those children of luck and still be black? Many points of luck are still the same if they are all used up, what will happen? The system also responded that this concept of luck is originally a deductive calculation of the system. Luck itself also has the existence of a wandering void, and the numerical methods to express it are just intuitive ways of calculating and explaining it to the host, because the host is a strange fate that has long since not belonged to heaven and earth. This place where luck points are all used up, it has no effect on the host, nor does it affect the host's life background and medical situation. What does it affect the host's background life and the host's luck points? Increase Lenu can only be obtained by conquering people with great luck or by killing the child of luck. Ko Truong Ka replied. So luck for me is actually similar to destiny points. Because I can obtain the opportunity myself, luck points can be exchanged for destiny points at a rate of 1 to 10. The system replied, "That's right." Ko Truong Ka said that this luck point is a reserve for me that can be exchanged at any time. His expression turned sinister. It seemed like it was time to shut up the old men in the clan. He said the system will exchange 1,000 more luck points for me. Immediately a green light appeared from above our schoolroom. What made the elder surprised is this. Ko Lam Thien happily said, "My son Truong Ka has broken through to Fengvuong realm." On the notification bar appeared, the power of the void. Talent, point, fate, wave, point, luck, 1,000 points. System commerce. City opened, Ko Truong Sae said, King Realm is indeed another realm. It seems to be able to detect some of the fate of this world. Ko Truong Ka looked at the hand that still had visible bones, and thought that this immortal bearing seemed to have a trace of reaction. Is it strange that Tian Ni is still alive? It seems that right now he needs to deal with a lot of things, but suddenly his normal state changes, and he has a fiancée Nguyet Min Kong. Not only was she loved by the clan elders, but she was also the cousin of Tian Ni, whose immortal bearing had been taken away from her by me since she was young, and her identity as a true disciple of the Dao Tian Kung, which I had taken on the path of rebellion, was truly unexpected. It was not easy for her to go smoothly, and Gu Truong Ka's expression became sinister. His purple eyes were related to the Tian Ni clansmen who had been entrusted to Elder Min to secretly handle. However, if he wanted those old men in the clan to speak out, just based on this matter, it would definitely not be possible. On the toolbar appeared the Commerce City system, including divine abilities, innate skills, techniques, and treasures. Ko Truong Ka thought that now that he had an innate spirit talent, he should also master a new spirit secret technique. After saying that, he clicked on the secret technique that appeared. The value of the heavenly mandate was 5,000. He decided to exchange it. In a flash, a beam of light flashed in the middle of the forehead. The purple pressure quietly spread in all directions, causing the elders to say that this brat Guchange must have encountered some kind of fate in the lower realm that even his soul could cultivate to such a realm. Another elder said that this pure and powerful aura was probably unmatched among all his fellow seniors in the upper and lower realms. Others said so. The position of the next generation's family head in the air between the four elders sitting appeared the words Truong Ka, inviting the clan elders to meet at the main peak. The four elders were surprised to hear that so quickly. On a stage where many people gathered, a voice rang out. The elders of the clan were extremely honored to be able to appear to meet Truong Ka. Ko Truong Ka said that today he invited the clan elders to come to actually announce a big event, the future clan leader position. Truong Ka saw that it was time to decide. Then everyone below was silent. Ko Lam Tin looked at Elder Truong Ka and glared. The matter of the future family head is extremely important. I think we still need to discuss it further. Another old man said that this family head matter still needs to be discussed for a long time. The third elder said that the position of family head cannot be easily decided. This matter does not need to be discussed further. This made Ko Truong Ka frown. He said it seemed like the clan elders misunderstood. Truong Ka came here today to only inform you about this matter, not to beg you to come and discuss it. I remember the clan's rules were also decided like this, right? He continued, each generation of clan leaders must choose the strongest person from among their seniors. If the clan elders see that Truong Ka's strength is lacking, why don't we have a battle with your juniors? An elder said that it is true that if you are just being more powerful than others, what is the point of being the head of the family? Ko Truong Ka interrupted. As for whether there is martial ethics or not, there is no need to say more. Surely the clan leaders clearly know that the best virtue in this world is force. He narrowed his eyes and said, my strength, Guchange, is stronger than your German juniors. Of course, it's also much higher than theirs. Do you think it's true? The men below frowned and were angry. They really dared to say anything. A muscular man said, Guchange, you should be less complacent. Isn't it because you have a good father? Since you were young, you have enjoyed so many resources. If it were someone else like us, our strength would not be inferior to yours. I asked my fourth uncle's son Ko to show him the divine essence. The burly guy frowned and said, what about me? Ko Truong Ka said, very well, I know you all admire me for having a good father. Just in time, I found a suitable excuse for my useless son. Weak people like you are only worthy of lying at my feet. This makes many people angry. Ko Lam Tian sat up and said, Truong Ka is too much. Ko Truong Ka said the same thing. The position of the clan leader is mine now. Either you brothers and sisters of the clan join hands with me to ensure everyone's abilities, or if we meet again, we will take another route 3 miles away. How about that? Nam Hiu said that the position of head of the Ko family is not something you can take advantage of. Many people below protested. It's true that bullying people is too much. Let us do it. This guy is too shameless. This guy deserves it. Even though he is more powerful than others, he still can't humiliate people like that. In the head of the elder, he said to the other elders, this was the first time Truong Ka had seen such a method. Although he was the youngest junior in the clan, he was completely worthy, but as long as there were no results from the competition, we would naturally have an excuse to bully him. A few simple sentences have already provoked you guys to draw the strings. Now that the situation is like this, it's really not easy for us to obstruct. This kid is really too cunning. If that's the case, then fighting him is fine. I'll also take this opportunity to see his talent. In the end, he always uses the Tao of Bones with outsiders, but we all know what he's hiding. Ko Lam Tin sat on the stage looking at Ko Truong Ka and thought to himself, not bad. The elders said if things come to this today, we will accept Truong Ka's will. But we are also blood relatives. I hope you will act with moderation. If anything happens to my grandson today, I will run to the ancestral hall to accuse you and your father. Ko Truong Ka said. Truong Ka understood that if the clan elders had come to this point, it would be better to let them go. That's right, I can force cultivation level down to Marquis Realm. If not, then the Saint Lord Realm is also what Ko Truong Ka said disdainfully. The burly guy shouted, bullying people too much. At the same time, he also made a move. Lines appeared on his hand. He angrily said to Ko Truong-ta, "Today I must teach you a lesson." Ko Truong-ta calmly looked at him. In an instant, his fist fell into the void. Then Ko Truong-ka lightly waved his hand and chopped straight down on the muscular man's neck, causing him to collapse on the spot. This made everyone shocked. The elder said that the shaking just now was because of the power of the heaven-defying god that Ko Truong-ka had been hiding. A female elder said it right. The extremely rare blessing of the void and the gift of time are both famous. Ko Truong-ka stepped on the muscular man's body and said, Are you talking about teaching? Below the stage, everyone secretly lamented that this guy is too ordinary. An elder said, Could it be that we were right in guessing before actually Truong-ka doesn't have a heart demon? At the same time, the muscular guy who was kicked off the stage, Ko Truong-ka, jumped down from the stage and said, Everyone go up together and don't waste any more time. At that moment, all the people below spoke in unison, saying that the head of the family and the master of the house were going to beat him up today. Another person also rushed forward and said that he had to punish him to his heart's content and that he had to be taught a lesson today. A female flying sword came in front of Ko Truong-ka. YD easily dodged it and flicked her forehead, and she was pushed away. Other names also competed to display their techniques. Ko Truong-ka's red eyes rushed towards the crowd. Wherever his eyes go, someone will be slapped. When Ko Truong-ka stopped, a man descended from the sky with a force coming from his feet and told Ko Truong-ka not to be arrogant. Ko Truong-ka easily dodged away from another guy who used 10,000 swords to charge straight at him and shouted, Tien Nguyen Kiem Quiet. When those swords stabbed towards Ko Truong-ka, Ko flexibly used a dance-like movement to avoid them. Then he used his lightness skill to fly far away. Wherever the sword flies, another move comes. We can easily stop it with our hands. At the same time, a woman appeared holding a giant sword facing him. She stared in surprise. Then the red move flew straight towards her, causing me to hit a large stone pillar. The people below looked at Gu Changge in the air and said that using his void talent to move plants was really cunning. The person who used his sword energy said, Chase. Ko Truong-ka flew into the air and everyone released their moves. Ko Truong-ka playfully flew around the pillar, causing the pillar to suffer quite a bit of impact damage. Finally, Ko Truong-ka flew into the air in the distance. The people chasing him said, Ko Truong-ka, you can't escape. Ko Truong-ka narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, you cannot escape. He clasped his hands together and said, The Trung Tien decision. Suddenly, a 7-colored beam of light appeared in the air. The people chasing after me were panicking and asked why my primordial spirit's power was so great that I couldn't move. In the sky appeared a giant hand named Thuong Thuong An. A woman said that it was the supernatural power of the Ko family, Thuong Thuong An. Suddenly, that hand slammed down, causing a huge explosion. People were lying on the ground. An elder saw everything and slammed his hand on the chair, indignantly sighing. Ko Lam Thien happily replied, Not bad. Truong-ka's strength seems to have increased quite a bit. Ko Truong-ka landed and said, I have shown mercy. Do you elders have anything else to say? We have no objections to an elder of Truong-ka with such strength taking the position of future family head. After all this, young master's representative is also the face of our Ko family. Then he stood up and said that now the Tao of the upper realm all have successors coming out of the world. If the young master of the Ko family doesn't have a title as a future successor, wouldn't that make others dissatisfied and mock the Truong-sin family? Right now, there really isn't anyone more suitable to choose than Truong-sa. Why not just decide like this? Another elder lowered his head and bitterly sang, saying that this old man had never said such things before. Another elder said, Hey now, Lam Thien is holding the Ko family, and it's also at its peak in a short period of time. If he doesn't resign from his position as the future family head, then forget it. This old man must go into seclusion. Next, what does the Gu family want? You just consider and do it. A servant hurriedly ran over to tell the clan elder that there is news from over there. Then he leaned close to the elder's ear and whispered, Is what the elder heard true? Turn to ask Truong-sa, you intend to pick them up from there. Ko Truong-ka's face showed pain and said, Hey, this matter won't bother you clan elders anymore. Back then, Truong-ka was young and didn't understand things. I will take care of these grudges myself. An elder was shocked and said, This is true, don't lie to us. Truong-ka bowed his head and clasped his hands, thinking in his heart what to do. The female elder smiled and said that knowing one's mistakes and repenting is a good thing. We believe in Truong-ka. Ko Lam Thien stood up from the dragon chair and said to the clan elders that my position as the future clan leader has been decided. The leaders have decided. Truong-ka's strength is superior, and he has the heart to unite with his ancient compatriots. Of course, we have no objections. It's true. Everyone quickly pay respect to the young master. The people below the stage were defeated and forced to kneel down and bow their heads to congratulate the young master Truong-ka. He will surely make our Ko family even more glorious. Ko Truong-ka said Truong-ka would definitely not disgrace the mission. After that, everyone left. Ko Lam Thien stepped down from the stage and approached Ko Truong-ka and said that she looked beautiful, but there was still something she wanted to ask him. On the stage, everyone left, leaving only Ko Lam Thien and Ko Truong-ka. Thien said, Truong-ka, have you thought carefully about the decision you made today? Ko Truong-ka replied, Yes, father. The matter is related to the 13th family. You can guess my intention. He raised his head and said, Father also feels guilty towards the 13th because of that year's incident, right? The person who welcomed them back was not only to comfort them so that he could smoothly obtain the position of future family head, but also to make up for something for them. Ko Tien patted Truong-Ka's shoulder and said, "Yes, that's a good idea, but I'm the one who took the initiative. You don't need to shoulder this responsibility alone. Even if in the future Uncle 13 asks me to punish him and I lose some face, I won't let them do anything to you." Ko Lam Thien looked at Ko Truong-Ka and said, "But I must also say that your mentality is now much more stable than before." Ko Truong-Ka turned to ask his father if he wanted to talk about the demon in his heart. He opened his eyes and his eyes were purple. He wondered if anyone had ever heard of the devil's nature. Suddenly a huge amount of demonic energy emanated from Ko Truong-Ka's body. Ko Lam Thien lightly touched those demonic waves, and then a large box filled with magic was erected with many charms around it. Ko Lam Thien said, "This is the devil's nature born from the mind." Ko Truong-Ka just said, "Absorb into the hand." "That's right, father. According to the strength of my cultivation, I can gradually control it now." After all the formations gradually collapsed, Ko Lam Thien said so. "So before your mentality was led by the heart demon, right?" Ko Truong-Ka said, "That's right, but now the devil's nature won't affect me much anymore. On the contrary, thanks to its existence, it has tempered my spirit and will." Ko Lam Thien sighed and said, "All these years have really been difficult for you. If you are no longer led by your inner demons, then I can let go of your feelings of satisfaction." Ko Lam Thien went first and said that in the future he had to be more careful. Ko Truong-Sa bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying that he would listen to his father's instructions. Ko Truong-Ka looked at Ko Lam Thien and thought, "Hey, I reminded you before." In the end, Ko Truong-Ka did so many evil things that even his biological father didn't dare believe him. But if there is a demon in his heart, then all the previous disasters can be blamed on him and in the future. Ko Truong-Ka also gradually went down the stage and thought about Ko Truong-Ka's information in the system appearing before him. Ko Truong-Ka thought, although my consciousness has only recently awakened, the so-called heart demon really exists to manipulate the mind. Ko Truong-Ka asked the system, "When did I transmigrate?" The system did not answer. He asked again, "Will my heart demon seed still exist in the future?" The system reported that the host's heart demon seed was resolved when the system started. Then the system disappeared. Ko Truong-Ka thought, system actually not answering is also an answer. But if this is the case, I will feel more secure. I just need to control my life completely. Ko Truong-Ka returned to his room and thought that if the matter of the future head of the Ko family had passed for a while, then there was another matter at hand. He closed the door and a soul-nurturing jade appeared in his hand. Holding the soul-nurturing jade in her hand, Truong-Ka called out to DM Ko. Immediately, the figure of Senior DM Ko appeared in the soul-nurturing jade. She said, "Young master." Ko Truong-Ka said, "There is something I want you to help me with, but first, I will help you regenerate your body." DM Ko startled and asked to regenerate her body. In DM's heart, I thought that at that time, I raised Diep Tran just because I had a wavering thought of wanting to repay An. I didn't expect that Duong Kach Biet would be able to do it now. Ko Truong-Ka asked again why he didn't want to. DM Ko said no. It's not that he just thought DM Ko had never helped the young master. I just didn't understand why the young master was so good to me. Suddenly, a bright purple flower appeared on Gu Changge's 2 fingers. He said, "Don't worry, I'll do it. Of course I have a purpose. Don't think so much." Then Ko Truong-Ka gave it to DM Ko and told her to take it, making her blush. She took the purple flower, curious about its effect. Then under her feet appeared a magic formation. Taking her as the center, Ko Truong-Ka brought out many beautiful flowers with bright yellow, green, and purple light. After gathering all the flowers around the beautiful girl, Ko Truong-Ka made a decision and said, "Stop." For a moment, DM Ko's soul was enveloped in the formation. She looked in one direction and a beating heart appeared. After a while, a huge red light appeared in Ko Truong-Ka's room. After Ko Truong-Ka withdrew his demonic energy, DM Ko's body was also completed. Her feet touched the ground and she happily said, "My body." Ko Truong-Ka lifted DM Ko's chin and said, "It seems to be quite effective." DM Ko knelt down before Ko Truong-Ka and said, "Thank you very much, young master. Why do you need DM Ko? She can't die without dying." Ko Truong-Ka. Speaking of the outer region of the land of immortality, you help me see deep inside. There is any special place. If there is anything, contact me anytime. DM Ko wonders about the land of immortality. Maybe the elder brother also took out the abyss-breaking talisman and said, "This is an abyss-breaking talisman. If you meet a strong opponent, use it as a shield without hesitation." He narrowed his eyes and said to DM Ko, "Your safety is what I care about," making her blush and say, "Young master." DM Ko told me I know, please rest assured I will definitely do well. The purple-colored pill sect had 3 beams of light flying straight to the stage in front of the sect's gate. The servant announced that the young master of the Ko family had arrived. Truong-Ka Lam Thu Han and the saintess landed on the stage. Lam Thu Ha said as expected of the Dan Dao Dai Tong that the young master spoke of. When he arrived from afar, he could smell the scent of medicinal pills. When he got closer and saw the door, he did not expect the words above to contain such a strong alchemy meaning. Ko Truong-Ka replied now. Although Tukuk Dan Tong is not an immortal sect like Truong Sin, the resources for alchemy are not small. With your aptitude, if you cultivate here, your future achievements will definitely be unlimited. He secretly thought to himself that the once famous Dao Dai Tong had just been kicked out of the sect because of an incident that had led to the sect's March Day disaster. If it weren't for those old elders, they would have been kicked out of their positions in the sects long ago. Now I give them an extremely talented disciple like Thuhan. When they put Thuhan to good use, of course, he will thank me for my great virtue. He looked at Lam Thuhan, who was happily thinking, and from now on I just need to lie there and wait for Lam Thuhan to bring back luck points. When I have free time, I will add a few more points. Bullying people. His expression was both satisfied and unbearable, saying that living a life of great rebellion was truly boring and dull. There was an old man named 2T who ran down first and said, "Young Master Gu personally came to our sect. We really shouldn't welcome him from afar. I hope young master will be generous." An old man with red hair and white beard ran down to Ko Truongka and said, "Elder Chi-Hoa, there's no need to be polite. Truongka came to visit today. It's really a small matter." The old man opened one eye and suddenly realized that the conversation that young Master Truongka was talking about was related to the young lady next to Ko Truongka. He replied that Thuhan was brought up from the lower world by me. At that time, I saw that Thuhan had a good talent for alchemy. So I thought that the Tukuk sect was probably lacking people right now, so I brought Thuhan here. Elder Chihuo flattered and said, "Young Master Truongka, are you pleased should I show this young lady to this old man?" Then he ran straight to Lam Thuhan's side and said to the girl who fell, "If possible, I will accept it all as my master." Lam Thuhan looked at Ko Truongsa and said, "Young Master Truongsa also replied, I don't think there's a need to decide so soon. After all, there are quite a few elders of the Tukuk Dan Tong. You can choose." "You say right, Elder Red, Fire Red Smile Eyes, he. Immediately after that, 3 people also ran down and shouted, "We heard that young Master Truongka has brought us a good seed. Young Master Truongka is so kind. We the Purple Pill sect are extremely grateful." Elder Chi-Hote said that these old people's alchemy skills have not increased, but their ability to gossip is very good. The 3 old men looked at Lam Thuhan with shining eyes and said, "There is more than one kind of heavenly Dan. How could it be that it was truly a top-quality seed?" One of them held Lam Thuhan's hand and said, "This little girl must not have transformed from an ancient divine pill. This talent is truly rare in a million years. If this girl were here, I feel like we would definitely sweep through everything in this divine sect competition." Meanwhile, the saintess looked towards Lam Thuhan and unconsciously clenched her hands. An old man said, "Young Master Truongsa, just give this girl to me. In no more than 20 years, I will turn her into a famous alchemy master." Elder Chi-Hote said, "Young master, you are reckless. I only need 18 years. If you accept me as your teacher, you can choose any kind of alchemy fire. You can even choose the path of no fire. In this world, who can compare to me?" Another person said, "What are you asking for? Just give it to me. I only need 16 years to make her succeed. I only need 14 years, you need 12 years. Lam Thuhan awkwardly clings to Ko Truongka. Suddenly, a key figure appeared from the alchemy sect. Master Nghian said that if she was given 10 years, she could become an alchemy grandmaster. Then he left. Don Mi bowed his head to thank senior brother Ko. "Rest assured, this will definitely not happen again." Ko Truongka looked back and said deeply, "The Myriad Dao banquet is about to begin. Aren't you going to receive the distinguished guests and intending to stay here overnight?" Bai Li's heart roared. This bastard Ko Truongka unexpectedly called my woman away. Duan Mi ran after him out of breath, saying that her senior brother was right. Duan Mi came immediately, leaving Bak Lit alone. She turned to look at Bak Lit, not giving him a chance to say more. Bak Lit's hand reached out to Cao Trung indifferently, then clenched it again. He thought resentfully, "Ko Truongka, wait for me to break through to the late stage of Feng Vuong realm. I will find you to wash away today's humiliation." Bak Lit alone, full of hatred, stood behind Ko Truongka and Duan Mi with a sinister expression. This made everyone on the stage look at each other. The sect master thought that this was nominally worshipping our necromancer sect, but why did it feel so strange? After that, Ko Truongka and the saintess went back. Ko Truongka noticed that the holy maiden attitude was not very good and said, "Why don't you always think about the upper world day and night? Why don't you talk to me now that you're here?" The saintess said Tan Ka knew it would be difficult to make the young master happy. After returning to the upper world, the opportunity to meet the young master was also less. Now even Lam Thuhan was arranged properly by the young master. As for me, she lowered her head and said, "Do you not need me anymore?" Ko Truongka lightly tapped the holy maiden forehead and said, "If I didn't need you, I would have thrown you down to the mortal world long ago. Normally your mind is quite smart. Why are you so vague about this matter?" This made the saintess blush. Ko Truongka turned away and said, "After deducting this point, do you have nothing else to say to me?" Than Ka clenched her hands and said, "Young Master Than Ka, there is really something I'm hiding from you." Ko Truongka was surprised. "Oh," Than Ka said. Actually, when Than Ka was born, she was not like other children. Not only did she understand many things, but she also knew that in her sea of consciousness, there existed another self which made Ko Truongka stop. He turned back with purple eyes. "You said one body finished soul." Ko Truongka said, "You are one body," then Hon Than Ka said, "It can probably be explained like that." Ko Truongka secretly thought to himself, could it be that Than Ka's luck has always been growing silently to the point where my luck has also increased a lot? So it seems that it really matches my guess. Ko Truongka said, "According to me, you not only have another soul, but also have memories of your previous life, right?" So the memories of the other soul guest are shared with your original soul. Tutankha said that it should be said that symbiosis only has memories that are covered by bones and are gradually fading away. At the same time, the soul inside Tutankha began to appear. She continued speaking. After reaching the upper world, this feeling was stronger. Tutankha's other soul shouted and pointed at Ko Truongka. It said, "You're stupid, you can't believe this, Ko Truongka. I didn't expect you to tell him our secret." In Ko Truongka's heart, he thought that his memory was damaged. How could a great power from the upper world suffer such serious damage and not be able to reincarnate as a mortal and become the saintly daughter of the child of luck? In fact, his background was not simple. She continued, "Young master, I often dream of an ancient battlefield where I am like a symbolic animal. Many strange creatures come to touch and worship me. In my dream, my appearance is very fierce and cruel, like a demon destroying everything." Ko Truongka reached out to stroke his hair. He comforted him. "It's okay. Although you can't understand it for now, you already have a general understanding of your soul. One soul and two souls, possessing intelligence and quickness that is hard for ordinary people to have. If you really confuse, you will also gain great benefits. Perhaps it can help you go to another world." Tutankha was moved and cried, saying yes. Ko Truongka thought in his heart about the great devil. "If later the news that I have a heart demon is revealed, will you not protect me?" Ko Truongka outside showed a gentle expression and said to Tutankha, "For now, to safely return your soul, I should still ask my mother at the Tai, Sotan Jiao, if she knows for sure she will help you." This made Tutankha happy, but the soul inside kept cursing. Ko Truongka's eyes were sinister, thinking, anyway, the predecessor of Tai Sotan Jiao was also Tai So Ma Jiao. Being able to become the successor of the Ma Kong is also related to them. It seems that I have to take the time to visit my mother. His eyes turned purple. 3 days later in Ko Truongka's residence, the purple vase appeared again. Ko Truongka said that last time, because of the devil's spear bowl, he used up all the devil bottle in his hand. He didn't expect to have to refine more, but he didn't expect to use up exactly 3 days of my time. He just used the evil demon vase and said it was an effective method of taming people. It seems that he will have to practice a few more in the future. After that, Ko Truongka thought about the upper world for a long time. So many things were almost arranged, he still didn't know where his fiancée's fortune was. Outside, the servant informed the young master of the peerless imperial dynasty that he had brought the 4th princess to the family head and ordered him to go to the main hall to meet them. This made Ko Truongka stunned. Tute just mentioned it. Why is it here already? In the main hall, the 2 old people shook hands and said happily, "Ha ha ha, Nuyet brother." Brother Ko Lam Thien said, "It's been a long time since we last met, but Min Kong already has the aura of an emperor." The king said, "Brother Ko, you flatter me too much." Nguyet Min Kong bowed his head and saluted. Nguyet Min Kong thought to himself, "In my previous life, my father was always strict with me. On the contrary, my uncle loved me like his own daughter. Unfortunately, my uncle always felt guilty towards Ko Truongsa. In the end, he harbored a demon in his heart. Before RH Realm broke through to cultivation level, he was counterattacked. She looked at the 2 people laughing and joking with each other, thinking that in the end they would fall into the state of cultivation level, being exhausted, and end up gasping for breath with Bamao. In the end, it was because of that sadness became an illness that no medicine could cure. "Ko Truongka, how many people have you harmed?" Behind her, the voice announcing the young master's arrival startled her. Ko Truongka walked up and clasped his hands to salute his father and uncle. And Min Kong. Both of them turned their heads to look at each other in surprise. Ko Lam Thien said, "Brother, you came at the right time. Your uncle and I are discussing something. Min Kong and I are both young people. Why don't we take Min Kong for a walk?" The emperor also said that it was true, that before when Min Kong came, he always asked to stay with Truongka. Why is he not enthusiastic today? Ko Truongka said, "Min Kong, let's go out." Nguyet Min Kong said, "Yes." The 2 middle-aged men behind looked at the 2 young men walking out with very satisfied expressions and said together that these 2 children had grown up in the blink of an eye. On the Great Wall, Kokaka stared at Nguyet Min Kong, making her wonder and shyly say, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" On top of Nguyet Min Kong's head, a purple luck indicator of 8,000 appeared. Ko Truongka turned back and said, "Just now I almost thought you came to break off the engagement." Makes Nguyet Min Kong wonder what this guy discovered. She replied, "Truongka, why do you think like that? If you want to break off the engagement, just say it directly anyway. You've always hated me." Miss Truongkaka calmly said he was just asking casually. Min Kong. No need to think it's real. This made her sad, and thought casually asking, "I thought you were Min Kong. Before it was easy to deceive you, but on the surface, you said I thought you hated me, but in my heart, I wanted to break off the engagement. Isn't that easy for you? I want to keep my small appearance, first contact you little by little, gain your trust, lower your guard, gradually swallow you in the end." Ko Truongka said, "Min Kong, I discovered that recently you seem to have changed a lot." This made her worried and said, "Truongka, what are you saying? I can change, but you before wouldn't be gentle with me like this. Recently, what's wrong with you?" Ko Truongka said, "I was too harsh with you before, but I won't do that to you again." This made her blush. Nguyet Min didn't think he could say such words to a reincarnated person like me. He couldn't possibly know. Could it be that he had changed his mind? No, don't become a saint. Don't be blinded by his false words. Don't forget what your mission is after you are reborn, she thought nervously. Is he testing me? Ko Truong-ka grabbed Nguyet Min Kong's shoulder and asked her, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" This made her surprised and said, "Truong-ka, you really didn't lie to me. I was so happy. I knew that sooner or later I would be able to sway you." Ko Truong-ka hugged Nguyet Min Kong and said, "Silly girl, how could I lie to you?" In his heart, he thought, "Although I don't know what you're hiding, your acting is on par with Lam Thien's. Now the system hasn't made any move. What's this all about?" Nguyet Min Kong said, "Truong-ka. Why are you suddenly so good to me?" Ko Truong replied, "Why do you ask like that? You are my future wife. Shouldn't I be good to you?" Nguyet Min Kong tearfully said, "Future wife." She thought about her previous life. When you stabbed me with a sword, did you ever think of her as your wife? Ko Truong-ka asked Nguyet Min Kong, "What's wrong? Your expression doesn't seem very good." Nguyet Min Kong's face darkened as he said, "No, it's nothing." Then she left first and said, "Sorry." Min Kong suddenly felt unwell. Sorry for being rude. This made Ko Truong-ka surprised. He lowered his head and thought. On the system notification appeared contact with the female fortune Ming Yue without the emperor reincarnated back love, like dust, hate to the bone marrow. The first mission content is to capture the female fortune reward. Value is 5,000 points. The destiny value is 25,000 points. The remaining reward will be settled later. The second mission is to kill the female fortune reward. Value is 5,000 points. The destiny value is 5,000 points. The remaining reward will be settled later. Ko Truong-sa thought it was indeed here. I said that even if it was the combination of the relationship between my Truong Sin Ko and the peerless Tien Trio, Nguyet Min Kong's own mission value was not the best choice. The system tells the host to choose the first mission to gain support from the system. Nguyet Min Kong's identity is revealed on the screen. Nguyet Min Kong's past before reincarnation appears. Ko Truong-ka looks helpless, thinking that he turned out to be a reincarnation. No wonder Nguyet Min Kong was so shocked when he heard my affectionate words just now. On the wedding day, being killed by the husband he loved, this hatred would be difficult to appease for anyone. Based on the things Nguyet Min Kong experienced, one can see my mentality in that timeline. It must be that the devil's nature has taken over the Tao, but I still haven't awakened the system and memories of my previous life. Although it can be determined that she loved me very much in my previous life, she definitely knows most of my news. Even the fact that I have a demonic nature is probably known by her. Now wanting to gain her trust is afraid that it will be even more difficult. Even today, she discovered that I am different from my previous life. I'm afraid that she is guessing whether we were reincarnated together. If she wants to actively whitewash, she will only need to paint it blacker. If I want to make her give up her current grudge against me, I have to change to another way. With that expression, Dak Thang said that the next thing was the chess game between husband and wife. In the main hall, Ko Lam Thien said that Nguyet Huing must be drunk today. Nguyet de laughed, ha ha ha. Ko Lam Thien said, "Min Kong, what's wrong? That stinking brat Truong-ka is bullying you again," making her startled and waved her hand. Uncle thought too much, and Truong-ka did not bully his nephew. It was just that Nguyet did not think about what happened before, so she was a bit sad. Ko Lam Thien sighed, "I see this kid is getting more and more outrageous, but you still protect him. If we get married, won't he continue to bully you?" Ko Truong-ka sat next to Nguyet Min Kong and said, "Father is joking. Min Kong is my future wife. I love her so much. How can I bully her?" Ko Truong-ka picked up a piece of food for Nguyet Min Kong and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" At that time, she saw that her expression was not quite right. Why were you crying again? Nguyet Min Kong wondered. Then she was surprised when she saw Ko Truong-ka feeding her. Did she think they were going to pretend to be a loving couple to hide it from their elders? She said, "I'm fine. Truong-ka, don't worry." Ko Truong said, "That's good. The night is long, why not have a few more drinks with your husband?" The two old men looked at each other and their minds were in sync. They said, "Oh brother Nguyet, why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy?" The Moon Emperor also said, "Oh, I'm getting old and my life is not good. My life is not good." The two old men walked out side by side, hugging each other and saying, let's go home and rest well. You two eat slowly." Ko Truong-ka beside him was still leisurely drinking wine. Nguyet Min Kong thought of this guy, then stood up and said, "Ko Truong-ka, you've all left. Do you still want to continue pretending? Even if you're as cold to me as before, our marriage can't be changed, so why are you doing these things? What's your plot?" While pouring wine, Ko Truong-ka said, "You didn't have so many thoughts before. I don't know why you changed in half a year to what you are today." He then raised the wine glass to his mouth and said, "Maybe your previous weakness was all fake. If so, then you're quite scheming." Nguyet Min didn't think he knew my inside story. Wasn't he a student of mine? Then today's investigation by Ko Truong-ka was all because he saw any changes in me recently. If that was really the case, then obviously I was a bit hasty. She frowned and thought, Nguyet Min Kong, why can't you calm down every time you face Ko Truong-ka?" After saying that she felt a dangerous pressure, she turned her head to block Ko Truong-ka's attack. Neither of them wanted to win, and the plates fell with a clatter. Ko Truong-ka said the peak of the Marquis realm, "It seems that you still hide a lot from your fiancée me." This makes Nguyet Min Kong speechless. Then Ko Truong-ka grabbed Nguyet Min Kong's hand and pulled her into his arms. He looked at her passionately, making her shyly say, Ko Truong Ka, what are you doing? Let me go. Ko Truong Ka dangerously said, Min Kong, it's time for you to come. Are you still not ready to tell me everything? Nguyet Min Kong stepped back and said, if you have seen it, then I don't have to pretend anymore. She was absolutely right. My previous appearance was all just to please you, so I deliberately pretended, but I discovered that instead of making things difficult for myself and wasting my energy on trying to change my personality to move a heart of stone, it would be better to spend some energy to make myself stronger. She was absolutely right. My previous appearance was all just to please you, so I deliberately pretended. But I discovered that instead of making things difficult for myself and wasting my energy on trying to change my personality to move a heart of stone, it would be better to spend some energy to make myself stronger, she said in a nonchalant tone. After all, one's own strength is the foundation for the outside world, isn't it? In her heart, she thought, this is what you once said to me. In his mind, Ko Truong Ka thought that he had learned how to adapt to the situation. Ko Truong Ka said, how do you know I won't be touched by others? I didn't expect you to think I'm like this. He approached Nguyet Min Kong, making her step back. He said, but Min Kong has hidden so much from me for so many years it really hurts me. Nguyet Min Kong said, Ko Truong Ka, don't use those words to deceive me. What is your character like? Don't you know? Ko Truong Ka said with a sinister expression. Oh, what kind of virtue do I have? Nguyet Min Kong angrily said, if you don't stop, I won't be polite anymore. Ko Truong Ka laughed and replied, oh no, how polite. His hateful expression made her unable to hold back and attack him. But then her arm was easily caught. Ko Truong Ka placed her hand on the stone pillar and pressed her close to him under the moonlight. Nguyet Min Kong panicked and said, what do you want to do? Ko Truong Ka said in a seductive voice. The night is still long. Tell me, madam. With a bang, the door closed on the window, the light came out, and the silhouettes of two people walking back and forth were enough to make people's faces red and their hearts beat fast. Then the dark room left impure thoughts in the viewer's mind. Early the next morning, in the beautiful sky of the upper world in the room where Ko Truong Ka just woke up, he looked to the side and saw that there was no one there. He thought about leaving, but he didn't expect that even the blanket and mattress were taken away. He really was deceiving himself and confusing everyone, he said. But to say it again, Nguyet Min Kong, because of the betrayal and hatred of the previous life, even she herself could proactively give up such rational means. If I didn't intervene, I would just let her take revenge. I don't know how far it will develop in the end. In his heart, he secretly thought that if this interesting role didn't have her grudge from her previous life, he would really want to treat her with a normal heart. On the notification bar appeared a line of words. The female's luck Nguyet Min Kong killing intent fluctuates. The luck value increased by 500 points. The destiny value increased by 2,500 points. Ko Truong Ka sat on the bed and thought it seems like the story is just like what I thought. Surely Nguyet Min Kong is now doubting me right now. Why is it different from my previous life? I even feel like my change is due to the influence of her reincarnation. He stepped down from the bed and said that women, whether rational or emotional, mostly believe in their sixth sense. I just need to make her discover a little trace, and of course she will be able to guess a lot of things. He slowly walked out of the main hall and thought about this kind of acting habit. Of course, Nguyet Min Kong was no exception. On his body he discovered a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, a handsome northern costume appeared. He thought to himself that the small problem was temporarily resolved. Returning to Dao Tian Tian Kung should also be included in the schedule. In the sky there is a phoenix pulling a carriage. Nguyet Min Kong sat on the carriage and said, Huan Ni, what kind of person do you think the young master Truong Ka is? The servant beside him replied. Although the young master's personality was usually cold and unapproachable, Huan Ni saw that the young master's personality was gentle and kind, and that he treated people with kindness. She happily said that he treated people like people very gently. In Nguyet Min Kong's heart, he thought gently, ha ha ha, too many things happened when he came to Ko's family that he couldn't even calculate. Why did he feel like he couldn't get any advantage in front of him? She clutched her skirt and thought to Ko Truong Ka, even though I have been human for 2 lifetimes, I still cannot see through you. No matter what, I will absolutely not let it go. The pain you caused me will definitely gradually be returned to you. The scene changes in the land of immortals, and a red light quickly escapes the power of the blue light and the void. DM Ko was using the abyss breaking spell, and secretly thought, how did the young master know about this place? She didn't expect such a mysterious village to exist. There was also a peach tree. Didn't it disappear several eras ago? She thought that she should promptly report this situation to the young master. The old men in the village said that she had escaped. Unexpectedly, she also had a talisman to break the abyss. Another person said that she was a great saint cultivator. But there was no trace of the Gu family on her. She probably didn't come because of Shanner. So who is it? Another person said that it seemed that the peach tree's years of silence had finally been broken. The scene is transferred to the upper realm, the boundless heavens, the ancient immortal merchant's reputation, the reverse heaven, treasure technique, the low price for those with fate, the standard holy medicine more than 80,000 years old, auctioned by chance. The blue-clothed woman has a baby bird and a beast on her body, saying that there are so many precious things. I've never seen it before, so no one would dare sell fake goods, right? But the little broken spirit stone on her body, you should still take another look. She thought resentfully. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. If it weren't for Gu Changge, how could she have become so miserable that she couldn't even buy things on the roadside? There was a man blocking her way. She said, "Goddess Bone Immortal, the Heavenly King's servant, she is truly a rare young woman in the world." The man introduced himself to me, Kim Vu, who didn't know how to address the young lady. Just now, he saw that the young lady was quite interested in some items. Just then, the blue-clothed woman, Ha Noon Han, passed by and said, "Don't bother, young master, to waste your energy. I don't like it. In your mind, you're thinking that there's nothing wrong with chasing after someone. You're either a thief or a traitor. This is what my third master taught me." He blocked her way again and said, "Little lady, do you know who I am?" The woman in blue said, "I don't care who you are, don't block my way." He looked at her figure and angrily said, "If you don't drink the offered wine, you'll be punished with the penalty wine." She looked at the man and said, "What do you want?" The blonde man was happily saying, then suddenly a dragon appeared and flew down from the sky. On the dragon's head appeared the figure of Ko Truong Ka. People on the street said that the young master had returned. Another person said that the true disciple of the Dao Thien Tien Kung, young master of the Ko family, Ko Truong Ka, was immortal. Ko Truong Ka on the dragon's back thought that DM Ko had just reported the situation of Dao village to me, and yet we had to meet at this exact moment. Although I had guessed that there was a heaven-defying demon hidden behind you, it seemed like you had encountered some trouble now. The blue-clothed woman's heart ached. She hugged her chest and frowned angrily, saying, "Ko Truong Ka." The blonde man behind said he was really bored. He pointed at the blue-clothed woman and said, "Someone catch this damn girl for me." Suddenly, a powerful beam of light pushed the servants away from Ko Truong Ka and landed. The blonde man angrily said, "You, Ko Truong Ka? It's been a long time since we last met. It seems like you're doing quite well." When he saw clearly who it was, he waved his hand and prepared to hug her, saying, "It's not been long since I've been here, brother Ko." But before he could let his joy fade, Ko Truong Ka approached the blue-clothed woman and said, "Not bad, now he is this tall and handsome also. He also shoots the bird to tease." The blonde man was so angry that he frowned and turned back to scold Ko Truong Ka. "What do you mean?" He was momentarily pushed away by Ko Truong Ka with a slap. The servants ran out to help and shouted, "Young master!" Ko Truong Ka said, "Who are you? I'm talking to Family Moi, and it's your turn to butt in." Ko Truong Ka, right in front of the people, and the face of the blonde man made everyone scared and said, "Sister, is it Ko?" Another person raised his hand to his mouth and warned, "Shh, the matter of the Ko family's longevity is not something for us to speculate about." The blue-clothed woman said, "Shut up, Ko Truong Ka. If you really have a sister in your heart, then how could you have caused what happened in the past?" Ko Truong Ka looked with satisfaction at the luck index above Tian Ni's head, which showed the number 9004 purple wings. He thought to himself, "Disc nearly 10,000 luck points are even higher than Nuyet Min." Not much. He said it was very difficult to meet her, but he didn't expect her to have such an attitude. That really made me as an older brother feel a little heartbroken. Tian Ni said, "If you came here just to let me know that all of my actions are under your control, then I don't think it's necessary. The difference in strength between us is very large. For now, I have no intention of attacking you." Ko Truong Ka looked at his younger sister with disdain and said, "You know yourself very well," but that made her angry and say, "You're so good at it." The blonde man had no intention of letting go and said to Ko Truong Ka, "After all, you and I are both true disciples, so don't go too far." He raised his eyebrows and said with an ugly face, "Insulting me like this. You don't even care about my family." Ko Truong Ka came closer. His eyes turned purple and he said, "Are you worthy?" He raised his hand to the blonde man's forehead and said, "My sister is only allowed to bully you. If you dare to touch her, then use your death to atone for your sins." The blonde man panicked and said, "Ko Truong Ka, you dare!" In an instant, Ko Truong Ka just snapped his fingers, causing the blonde man's body to turn into dust. The servants ran to call out to the young master, but the dragon had already grabbed the two servants in time, causing them to panic and scream. And then the token was shattered, the two men died instantly, and at the same time, the soul of the blonde man also escaped into a magic treasure and escaped. DM Ko said it was okay for the young master to let him escape like that, but he said he was still useful. If you really wanted to kill him, why bother with the sooner or later? Everyone had to exclaim. It was true that Kim Vu was a true disciple of Dao Tien Tien Kung, but his body was shattered by Ko Truong Ka's flick. He had to use a magic weapon to carry his spirit and escape. Another person said that if the aura just now was not wrong, he said that true disciple Ko had already broken through to Fong Vuong realm. A woman panicked and said, "How old is he?" If I remember correctly, the entire upper world has never heard of any news of a young venerable breaking through to the Fong Vuong realm. Another woman was embarrassed and thought, "Who is the true inheritance? It's really cool and evil, but it's also a fall. I like it so much." A man said it right. Right now, the true inheritance is the only young venerable, Fa to the Fong Vuong realm. Everyone else said it, but don't forget that Kim Vu has a very strong older brother who is said to have been in seclusion recently. His clan has always protected their descendants. If that person finds out about this after he leaves seclusion, Tian Ni said to Ko Truong Ka, "Don't think that doing that will mean I will thank you." Ko Truong Ka closed his eyes and said, "No, I don't need you to thank me. I just want others to know. My sister is only mine, bullying others is absolutely not allowed." This made her angry and shouted, "Ko Truong Ka, stop pretending I don't need your protection. What are you planning?" Ko Truong Ka rubbed Tian Ni's cheek and said that maybe he felt guilty and wanted to make up for it, which made her surprised. But right after that, Ko Truong-ka's expression became hateful, and he said of course it could also be just because he wanted to see me hate him, but couldn't destroy me. Tianni angrily said that sooner or later one day I will pay back all the pain I have felt to you. Ko Truong-ka tried to pat Tianni's head and said, okay then you have to try harder to cultivate. 3 beams of blue, yellow, and red light appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked. They were the law enforcers of the Dao Tian Tian Palace. Immediately, 3 people landed right in front of Ko Truong-ka, and one of them said, you also know the rules of the Immortal Palace. Please don't make things difficult for us today. Ko Truong-ka replied no. Just return to this place should also go pay respect to the elders. Tianni said, could it be that that guy came here today just to tease me? She thought. However, if he offended another true disciple just because of that, the price he would have to pay would be too great. Compared to before, although Ko Truong-ka's behavior was a bit strange, his cruel and poisonous nature had not changed at all. Just now when he used his killing move, his eyes did not waver at all, as if it was just a simple matter like stepping on a few ants. She just walked away thinking that no matter what, she would have to be more careful when cultivating in Dao Tian Tian Kung in the future. In the blink of an eye, the dragon also entered the passage following Ko Truong-ka. The scene of the Tian Tian Palace changed to an extremely large and majestic castle. In a martial arts arena, someone was in seclusion cultivating a magical weapon that flew like the wind and ran to report to elder brother. You must take revenge for me. Ko Truong-ka forced people too much. If it weren't for the magical weapon that the clan elder left behind, I'm afraid you and I would have been separated by yin and yang. The golden pillar appeared, and I already knew everything he said outside. So isn't this what Disciple 2 brought upon himself? He opened his eyes and said, but this matter is related to the honor and shame of our family. We will seek justice for you. After all, our golden armor clan is not someone who can be bullied like that. The magic treasure revolves around the golden pillar. He said, however, my ancient heavenly skill is on the verge of a breakthrough. Right now, I am still not his opponent. You still have to be patient for a while. He frowned and said, wait until the day I break through Guchangge. He will be the rock for me to step up to the highest peak of the Great Supreme. This made Jinwoo's soul in the magic treasure happy. The scene changed to the Supreme Peak, where the blue dragon brought Guchangge. There was a group of people kneeling and clasping their hands, saying, welcome, master. Ko Truong-ka cast magic down and said, stand up while I'm not here. Is there anything happening here? One of them replied to the master that for the past half year, except for a few true inheritors and elders sending people to inquire about the master's whereabouts, Vo Thuong Fong had nothing major to do during the period before the Great Chu Dynasty's Grand Prince true inheritor. So I don't know what kind of fate he had, but after leaving the Cloud Mo, he had broken through to the peak of the Marquis Fong realm, secretly becoming the leader of the remaining true inheritors. A woman said that besides that, Don Chan Truyen from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan told us to inform the master that she had something to discuss. If the master returns, she will come to pay her respects again. In the sky there was a loud rumble as the golden and red lights intermingled and disappeared into the sky. In Guchangge's room, he was leveling up while thinking about spending 8,000 destiny values to increase his cultivation to the middle stage of the Fengwang realm. To the outside world, just hiding it was more than enough. He squinted his eyes and thought, according to his father's plan, the first step was for the Ko family to swallow the Dao of the Tian Tian Palace, which was to let me become the designated internal successor of the Tian Palace. This point among the true disciples, including Sovo Neem's strength, was also below me, not worth worrying about. He sat with his hands crossed on his legs and continued thinking. But if he wanted to plan for the Dao of the Tian Tian Palace, even if I became the successor, there would be many elders who would think of ways to deal with it, especially the Great Elder, which was one of the greatest fears of the upper realm. In Ko Truong-ka's mind, the Great Elder appeared extremely profound and sinister. I think the Palace Master of Lu Shui Grand Elder is stubborn and unchanging about the fact that I have a demonic heart. It seems that he also discovered that the person who has supported the entire Tian Tian Palace for thousands of years is definitely not a lamp running out of oil. In front of Ko Truong-ka, information about Y appeared. There was a change in the destiny value, no value of luck, 1100 points. Ko Truong-ka's purple eyes lit up, and he thought that since returning to the upper realm, he kept feeling that the demonic energy in his body was about to flow out, because he had swallowed the origin of Lam Tien and that quasi-supreme, and had been suppressed for too long, so that's why. He said, and then a rolled-up flag appeared in his hand. Ko Truong-ka thought, the immortal demon cultivation has devoured the origin of the kings and absorbed the heavens and myriad worlds. Today, I want to see what level my demon body's cultivation has reached. Suddenly, 4 flags from Ko Truong-ka's hands spread out in all directions, forming a barrier that surrounded the structure where Ko Truong-ka lived. After the barrier was completed, Ko Truong-ka began to release the demonic energy in his body. The demon seal opened its eyes and the chains shattered. Ko Truong-ka's face shrunk and became fierce, releasing demonic energy towards Ko Truong-ka, who was sitting. On the toolbar appeared the words, King Realm, Trung Ki Wongkan Late Kai. The demonic energy in the barrier was constantly changing. On the toolbar appeared the message, Peak King Realm. Purple giants started appearing on the toolbar, continuously announcing the early stage of the Void God realm. The purple flame above the giant's head became brighter and brighter. The toolbar also appeared, announcing the peak of the virtual god realm. Armor began to appear on the giant's body. At the same time, the toolbar announced the true god realm of the previous era. The purple giant became stronger and stronger. The toolbar announced the true god realm of the middle period. The giant and the demon had begun to have their own weapons. The magic toolbar announced the peak of the true god realm. The staff immediately hit the ground, and a purple giant appeared standing tall and proud with red eyes, wearing armor. Holding the devil's bowl in his hand, he also announced the sale of the angel realm set. Guchangge sat below, controlling his power. He thought to himself, "This is my last card." He sold the angel realm set. This terrifying cultivation speed alone was enough to make him an enemy of the world. On his hand appeared demonic flames, and he thought of using living beings as raw materials to nourish and swallow them to strengthen himself. This method was even more confusing than the system's way of increasing points. What's wrong with life? The path of the villain was nothing compared to Ko Truong Ka's expression. He started to be sinister. He thought that it would be fine if he became the final boss. Suddenly, outside, a servant's announcement interrupted his train of thought. He reported to the true inheritor Don Truyen, asking for an audience. This made Ko Truong Ka stunned and retract all the demonic energy that had been emitted. The door to the main hall began to open. Ko Truong Ka shouted from the inside, "Let her come in, your subordinate reports." Yes. Entering the main hall, a beautiful nine-tailed fox with pink hair and purple clothes walked towards Ko Truong. Ka knelt down and said, "Master." Ko Truong Ka came closer and thought, looking at her current appearance, it was hard to imagine that before she had attacked me because of her position as the true heir. But after I implanted her with the heart demon, she became much more obedient. Ko Truong Ka touched the tail of the nine-tailed fox, making her blush. He raised his hand towards her and said, "I calculated the time when the ancient heart demon would flare up once a year. This is your antidote." Said, then went to give her a bottle of medicine. She quickly took it and thanked the owner. Ko Truong Ka walked past the nine-tailed fox and asked how the collection was going. She reported to the master that in the past half-year, Don Mi had collected quite a few special bloodline and physical origin elements, which were now kept in the treasure vault. She turned towards Ko Truong Ka and said, "There were also quite a few powerful ancient poems whose essence had been stolen by people from various tribes, all intact, and were being kept for their master." Ko Truong Ka closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "Very well done." Nine-tailed fox Doan Mi said that recently she heard that from the foot of the mountain there is a young girl in green clothes in her teens. She has extremely high talent and is loved by the elders. If there is no mistake, there must be another true heir in the immortal palace. In Ko Truong Ka's heart, he thought, "Tien Ni, it seems the road up the mountain is quite smooth." The scene changes to a place with blue sky and white clouds. There is a small hut on the side of a mountain. There is an old man with white hair and a woman in blue clothes standing there. A bird with a dragon tail is chasing a worm. Tien Ni said, "The great elder, what are you preparing to say?" The great elder stroked his beard and said that of course it was a human sentence. She wondered about the human sentence. Grand elder said again, "You came here to defeat your brother and take back what is yours." Tien Ni was surprised and then said that she had a new form and didn't take anything back. She firmly said again, "But I will definitely demand back the suffering and justice of these past few years." The grand elder, who was sitting fishing, also exclaimed with laughter, "Ha ha ha, so young, and already has this kind of backbone as expected of a disciple that the old monster has set his eyes on." He added that the name Ko Truong Ka's demonic aura was too deep, and he still wanted to use immortal bearing to cover up the demonic aura. Humph, the first day he entered the sect I already smelled it. The position of successor of the Tao of Tien Tien Kung, I absolutely cannot give it to a decent person. The old man stood up and said, "I know your purpose in coming here. If you want me to accept you as my disciple, you must prove to me that you can surpass your brother." She said cautiously, "So how can I prove it?" The old doctor spoke of the path of heaven. A mountain appeared in front of the two people. The old man asked Tien Ni if the original record could surpass Ko Truong Ka. "Originally, can you surpass Ko Truong Sa?" Tien Ni said that it was Dao Tian Road. The great elder replied, "You must know that Ko Truong Ka was the junior with the record strength, the first to found Dao Tien Tien Kung in the past 100,000 years." Tien Ni resolutely said, "I will definitely be able to do it." The great elder looked at her with a satisfied face. The grand elder's hands began to shake, and he happily said, "You've taken the bait." Suddenly a dragon was caught up, making her surprised. A majestic, magnificent, and majestic dragon appeared before Tien Ni. It was the fairy dynasty So Vo Niem. Suddenly the dragon transformed into a human form. So Vo Niem wore a golden armor and clasped his hands. So Vo Niem paid his respects to the great elder. He looked towards Tien Ni and said, "This is the little junior sister that has been rumored everywhere recently. She is indeed a natural-born gifted person. With extraordinary talent." Tien Ni also bowed her head and clasped her hands in greeting to senior brother So. The grand elder stroked his beard and said at the right time that the path of the heavenly path of the immortal child should be led by you. So Vo Nim was surprised. In his mind, he had heard that this newly arrived junior sister seemed to have a grudge against Ko Truong Ka. It seemed that she had some evidence in her hands that could cause the Ko family to lose all face. The Chu dynasty has had a grudge with the Ko family for a long time. He looked at her and thought, why did I rush to the heavenly path? If the rumors are true, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right now, there is still a certain value in using it. He laughed. As expected, little junior sister had a strong mind, but the path of heaven was full of dangers. If she persisted, she would most likely suffer unimaginable damage. Even if her heart was damaged, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Tianni bowed her head and closed her eyes. I have my own plan for this matter. I won't bother senior brother so anymore. Sovoniem waved his hand and invited her. If that's the case, then please follow me, junior sister. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew up to the sky and headed towards the destination. Everyone below the city said, point up and look. That was Chu Chan Truyan and the green-clothed girl. Another person said that the direction they were going was the heavenly path. Sovonim said, in front little junior sister. Actually, regarding junior sister's matter, I more or less know about Ko Trong-Ka's actions. He is truly vicious and cruel, completely indifferent to brotherly love. You guys are ferocious beasts, that's all. Tianni frowned behind and said, senior brother, so you should still focus on leading the way. If you have any dissatisfaction with Ko Trong-Ka, then you can resolve it directly. If you come to my Ko family, this matter will not bother you any longer. In Sovoniem's heart, he thought that Ko Tianni should hate Ko Trong-Ka. Why did she have such an attitude after mentioning him? When the two of them arrived at the front of the heavenly road, many people gathered there. Some said, look, the young girl in green who went up the mountain recently and wanted to challenge the heavenly road is also from the Ko family. Others said that the heavenly road was destroyed by the Ko family that year. For nearly 100,000 years, no one has been able to surpass him. This little girl really doesn't know her own limits. Sovonim said the pressure on the path of heaven was too great. Little junior sister could not hold on to her absolute body. She forced herself. There was a voice behind saying that after just a few days of not seeing each other, someone was already pursuing him. Why don't you let Huin be the one to verify? Ko Trong-Ka and Doan Chan Truyan came to her and said, oh my, so this girl is the disciple that the Grand Elder recently decided to accept. She is truly a beautiful, naturally gifted embryo. Everyone was shocked and said that it was Ko Chan Truyan and Doan Mi. Ko Tianni angrily said, Ko Trong-Ka, what are you doing here? Ko Trong-Ka replied, I haven't answered yet. My problem is that Tianni spitefully said that the Grand Elder ordered senior brother Sovonim to take me to the Thin Lo path. He is not the one pursuing me. Ko Trong-Ka said. So that's how it is, then it's a pity. I originally wanted to check it for you. Seeing him looking at Sovonim and saying, if not, then there really is some kind of trick to pay attention to you. Sovonim angrily said, Ko Trong-Ka, you should stop being so secretive. Today, little junior sister following the Grand Elder's will rushed to the heavenly path. Could it be that you still want to stop him? Ko Trong-Ka calmly replied, you don't need to use the Great Elder to threaten me about your fellow disciple. Do you think he will interfere? Besides, Ko Trong-Ka frowned and said, I'm talking to my sister. Do I let you interrupt? There was an atmosphere filled with gunpowder between the two. Sovonim said to Ko Trong-Ka, don't bully people too much. Ko Trong-Ka stood in front of Sovonim with a hateful expression and said, I was bullying him. How could that make Sovonim angry? The two people standing on high ground, one of them said, this Ko Trong-Ka is clearly here to show off his power, while the other replied, although Sovonim's strength is higher than ours, I'm afraid that Ko Trong-Ka is even stronger. The true disciple of Dian Duongchong Thien Nguyen appeared too. Sovonim and said something like, losing a battle can still be done again, but if he doesn't fight and runs away, the man with the sword said that his Dao heart will definitely be damaged, and he will no longer have any chance to save himself. So today's matter must be fought. At the same time, a golden light appeared in Sovonim's hand. He rushed towards Ko Trong-Ka and said, I want to see where you got the ability to insult me like that. Suddenly, a golden dragon flew through Ko Trong-Ka's body. Everyone shouted, Dragon Control Palm, get out of the way! Around Sovonim, a voice came out saying, this is the confidence to attack me. Sovonim turned around and was about to launch a second attack when Ko Trong-Ka stopped him with 2 fingers. Immediately, Sovonim frowned and let out a loud scream. A. He was sent flying far away, his armor and cloak began to crumble. Everyone below said that the famous magic of the Chu dynasty, which came from a strike of the peak of the Hao realm, was so easily broken. Sovonim's body hit the stone pillar, making a loud bang. Everyone was shocked. One person said, as expected of a true immortal. This strength made me completely lose the mood to resist. Tianni stood on the side, looking on with sweat on her face. Ko Trong-Ka's handsome and satisfied expression, Tianni thought to herself, is he really that strong? Inside the chaos. Sovonim coughed and said, so what if it's mid-stage Fong Vuong realm? Then his whole body started to grow fangs and scales. He shouted, Dragon transformation, innate talent, true dragon acquired body. A powerful beam of light shot straight towards Ko Trong-Ka. Tianni saw Sovonim preparing to pounce on Ko Trong-Ka's head and couldn't help but worry and call out, Ko. But before she could finish screaming, Ko Trong-Ka's hand slammed down on Sovonim's head, causing Vonim's cheek to shift to one side. Then Ko Trong-Ka flew up and Sovonim hit his head on the ground. Everyone around was shocked and said that a slap from the bald youth said that just a simple slap was enough to break Sovonim's true dragon incarnation. This made the two people standing on high speechless, looking at each other not knowing what to say. The man in green said, I think we can't even fight for this successor position. If we end up like Sovonim, then we'll lose everything. Meanwhile, Sovonim was stuck deep into the ground, without saying a word. Ka was talking loudly. What kind of dignity is that? If you were scared just by that, how can you handle it? Nine-tailed fox Don, the true heir, stood beside him and said, Oh, why doesn't the master kill him? Ka subconsciously told the nine-tailed fox that after all, Sovonim was also the prince of the immortal dynasty. If he killed him in front of the people, it would be a bit troublesome. Today, taking action against Sovonim in addition to showing off to the people is also to let the elders in the immortal palace know that as long as I, Ka, still exist, no one else has the right to compete with me for the position of successor. Then Ko looked towards Ko Tianni, who stepped on Sovonim's head and said, Brother Tianni, help me teach that guy a lesson. Are you moved? His face was very hateful. Ko Tianni angrily said, You don't need to worry about my business. Ko Chao looked disdainful and didn't bother to argue with the child as he said, It seems you've forgotten what your senior brother said. He continued to say that being late to the heavenly path was 8 parts of the condition that the Grand Elder accepted me as a disciple, so that I could break your record right. Ko Ka looked at Sovonim and said that this Sovonim guy also had a good plan. On the way to bring you here, he secretly released news that you were challenging the great heavenly path so that the disciples of the sects could come here. He was planning to take this opportunity to see you lose face. Deep-minded. So sister, tell me, should I punish you? This makes Ko Tianni start to think. Ko Ka said again, Remember that I, your sister, can only be bullied. No one else is allowed to speak. Ko Ka's words made everyone shocked and stunned. In Ko Ka's mind, he thought logically that after Sovonim was rejected by Tianni, he would have resentment and plan to take action on the Great Road, causing the workers to see a funny story. The result was that Tianni's strong performance hit everyone in the face, which also provoked this older brother to take the opportunity to challenge me. Ko Ka looked at Tianni, who was sulking. He smiled at her, making Ko Tianni even angrier than before. But if I keep doing the opposite, maybe Tianni's little brain is about to be stunned by me. Ko Ka said, Didn't you want to challenge the heavenly path? Because I'm really looking forward to your performance, it probably won't be difficult for you to reach the same level as me. Ko Tianni was surprised and said, You think I can break your record? Ko Ka patted Ko Tianni's head and said, You're stupid. I've seen all your efforts over the years. If I don't believe you, then who will believe you? This made Ko Tianni shocked, and she thought, It shouldn't be like this. In Ko Tianni's mind, she thought of the scene where Ko Ka told her that just by relying on Ko Tianni, she wanted to be equal to me, so stop daydreaming. If you want to be equal to me, stop daydreaming. She secretly thought to herself, Could it be that he knows everything about my situation these past few years, so where I'm hiding? Yet he doesn't intend to chase and kill me. Could it be that he has his own suffering? No, he acted so cruelly. Can just saying his own suffering explain it? Ko Sa, what are you doing just standing there? Everyone is waiting for you to challenge the Thien Lo Dao. Ko Tianni sighed and snorted, then flew up the path of heaven. She started at the first step. She thought to herself, Ko Ka, I will not lose to you. Everyone at the foot of the tower started shouting, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. As Ko Tianni walked, she counted the people below and kept shouting, The people of the Ko family are perverts. So why are there no obstacles on the 10 floors of the Taoist platform? But in fact, Ko Tianni was tied up by 13, 14, 15 chains around her body. More and more chains. There was a fat guy in the crowd who said that 15 floors back then, so Voniem only went to 14 floors, right? Another guy said, She's still going. She's still going. Ko Tianni tried her best to frown and count to 16. Ko Ka stood below and secretly watched everyone cheering for the 18th floor record that Ko Truyen held that year. The record of the late master was broken when she gasped and saw a bright ray of light. She thought to herself, So, that's how it is. The great Tao immortal will of the Tao Tien Road and immortal bearing share the same origin. The reason you see that I can easily break your record is because you already knew about this matter around her. There are many bright chains binding her. Thinking, Next you carry my immortal bearing record that year for you. Surely there is still more than enough strength, even if I break it. What can I prove? She calmed down and thought it was no longer necessary. Ko Ka below also secretly thought about discovering the clue inside. Ko Tianni suddenly flew down, causing the chains to break. Everyone below was shocked and said, She clearly still has strength, so why did she abandon someone else? What was she thinking? She clearly took one more step to break the record of the famous Ko Truyen. Ko Ka was below. Why did you come down? I saw that you could still walk a few more steps. The old man walked past Ko Ka and said, You don't need to worry. Ko Ka replied, Well, I don't want to worry either, but I'm so disappointed. I still had that big hope, but the result is like this. Ko Tianni angrily turned around and spat at Ko Ka, but luckily he stopped her. She angrily shouted, Who wants to continue your record? Ko Ka, don't think you can bully me forever. On top of Tianni's head appeared a luck index of 9200. She said that sooner or later, there will come a day when I will openly defeat you and trample people underfoot. Ko Ka smiled sinisterly and said, I'll wait for you. At the ancient Huyen Than Tien Tai Ko Tien Tok Diep family, there appeared a majestic ancient great wall with flocks of birds flying over it. There was a silver-haired woman sitting there watching the sunset. A woman's footsteps approached and said to Miss, "It's been several months. Do you still feel guilty about Deep Tran's matter?" Deep Lu Li asked curiously, "What is Tuyet Di saying?" Tuyet Di stood behind her respectfully, waiting for her to continue. Deep Tran was just an ant with evil intentions, so why should she feel guilty for him? It just feels like since coming back from the mortal world, my memory seems to have lost something and gained something. What is it? A character appeared, the descendant of the Diep family's ancestor, Diep Lang Thien. He said, "Little sister, are you still in a daze?" Tuyet Di was surprised and shouted. Young Master Deep Lu Li also turned around and asked, "Big brother, have you recently heard any news about the young Master Ko Truong Ka of the Ko family's longevity school?" Deep Lang Tien said that Du Moi had to mention Ko Truong Ka again, so she said that the time before he went down to the lower world to find something, she coincidentally met him. He bent down and teased Liu Li, saying, "Why do you keep missing him now? But you haven't forgotten that kid bullied you." This surprised Diep Lu Li. She blushed and turned away, saying, "What's wrong? After all, he's the same character as his elder brother, the ancient emperor, who both claimed to be the two young supremes. I'm just curious. I heard that a few days ago he showed off his power to the prince of the Chu dynasty, who was already the power of the central region's king. Brother, you can't let down your guard." Deep Lang Tien smiled and said, "Oh, so why is he also looking towards the horizon and talking about Ko Truong Ka's recent news? It's true that I heard quite a few people are really big enemies. People call me the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, but I have the true status of a heavenly being." This made Diep Lu Li observe and ponder. He said that the ancient emperor expanded the territory, shouldered the mandate of heaven, and established a supreme imperial dynasty. But only the true immortal is the immortal existence, the ancient emperor, true immortal. Actually, this way of addressing has shown quite a bit. Deep Lang Tien also said in a low voice that now Ko Truong Ka has broken through to the middle stage of Feng Vuong Realm, while I have just reached Feng Vuong Realm. This gap is not a small matter. A subordinate ran to report that the young master Deep Lang has arrived, and he is still challenging you as usual. Today the martial arts arena has gathered quite a few people. This surprised Diep Lu Li. She turned around and asked who Diep Lang was. A person from a foreign clan dared to challenge her brother 3 or 4 times. Deep Lang Tien turned back and said that Lang was the #1 person among the great people of the side clan in the family. According to the agreement, the family promised him 3 conditions. One of the things he asked for was to challenge me, and also to reclaim the position of successor that I had won that year. He lost and injured his father, so he sought justice. Deep Lu Li said, "Didn't you already compensate them a large sum for this matter? I remember they accepted it at that time." Deep Lang Tien is right, but it seems that recently that kid has encountered some kind of opportunity that causes his cultivation to increase greatly. Now he is using that condition to develop his cultivation. What is he saying about the main branch looking down on the side branches, causing a stir in the clan? Deep Lu Li angrily said something that sounded nice on the surface, but was actually taking this opportunity to show off Vo Duong's power. Diep Lang Tien just left and said no matter what his purpose is, shouldn't what the family promised be done. The scene changes to Song Dynasty Yongju. Heaven Fairy City, a magnificent and splendid castle on a high platform, appears a beautiful woman lying down. She thought that according to the flow of time, the absolute light of heaven must have descended. Anyway, the ancient universe manifested in several directions. This matter will become the orthodox religion that weighs heavily on the Taoist sects. The Taoist sect should also build a true immortal library to select the disciples of the most elite forces to become true immortals. Then, the immortal path of the Taoist heavenly palace appeared. My good husband planned a plan. He entered the Taoist heavenly palace a long time ago, probably because of this matter. She opened her eyes and thought about that year. The most important immortal treasure of the immortal path appeared once, causing such a stir that all the strong people rushed to fight for it, but it disappeared at the crucial moment. This made everyone shocked and confused. She thought further, but by now it was certain that Ko Truong Ka had secretly taken action and swallowed all the terror paths before her eyes. In her mind appeared the sinister face of Ko Truong Ka. She thought, my good husband knows that you have forbidden magic. Cultivation level is definitely not as simple as it seems. In the end, Tian Ni also fell into the situation of having her original essence swallowed by you, silently disappearing, is a beneficial chess piece that tears apart your true face. This life, I will definitely protect her. She stepped out of bed, a light radiating from her body. Nguyet Min Kong thought that if he remembered correctly during this time, the descendant of Luan Hoi Ko Thien Ton also appeared. The thing in his hand contained the ancient Luan Hoi Chi Lin talisman. I must definitely plan to get it. She stepped out the door thinking to herself, it seems to be Deep Lang right. The scene changed. 2 eyes were looking in one direction. The Grand Elder and Ko Tien Ni were looking at Ko Truong Ka, leisurely looking at the Grand Elder fishing. The Grand Elder said, Ko Truong Ka, if you have something to say, just say it. It's between you and me, why beat around the bush? Ko Truong Ka replied, there's nothing to say, just thank the Grand Elder for teaching my little sister. The Grand Elder said that Tian Ni's talent is very high, and she is a young person. I, the Supreme Nirvana, will wholeheartedly instruct her. Why did you come here pretending to be a good person? Ko Truong-ka smiled and replied to the great elder's prejudice against me. It seems very profound. As an elder brother, of course, I am very happy to see Tian-ni's achievements, and one day she will surpass me. It's not like she is pretending to be a good person like you said. This surprised Ko Tian-ni. The grand elder said, "Ha, if you really had good intentions, why did you dig up the bones in the first place?" Ko Truong-ka replied, "This matter is a secret of the Ko family. I will repay the debt to Tian-ni. The grand elder should still do well within his scope." The grand elder threw the bamboo fishing rod out and sighed. He talked about the grudges between you and Tian-ni. I don't care much about anything except for some nonsense. Do you have anything else to say? Ko Truong-ka said, "If Tian-ni has already worshipped the grand elder as my teacher, I, your elder brother, must come. Let's see. The main reason inside is still fear that the great elder is too harsh with Tian-ni because of me, right?" Thunderstorms began to appear in the sky, and the grand elder turned back and said, "Gu Changge, you are questioning the old man's behavior." Ko Tian-ni hurriedly ran out to stop him and said, "Ko Truong-ka, don't even think about talking nonsense. Master is very good to me, it's not like you think." This made her worriedly look towards the great elder Ko Truong-ka, who still had a hypocritical expression, and said, "Tian-ni, you are so simple-minded. How can you understand that in times of evil, there are some very evil old men?" This made the grand elder angry. The grand elder said, "In so many years, this is the first time a junior has dared to say that to me. Although I know you tried to do something evil to anger this old man, I can't say that you have succeeded." The old man pointed at Ko Truong-ka and said, "If that's the case, I will follow your wishes and teach Tian-ni so that she can easily suppress you in the future." This made Ko Tian-ni startled and call out, "Master." Ko Truong-ka said with an indifferent expression, "If you can't do it, then what?" The grand elder replied, "If you can't do it, I will give up my position as grand elder. Even if I let you become the successor of the immortal palace, there's nothing wrong with that." This made Tian-ni worried and said, "Master." The grand elder and Ko Truong-ka glanced at each other. In the grand elder's mind, he thought, "Young man Dan, I want to see what tricks you want to play." In Ko Truong-ka's mind, he also thought, "Old man, I'm waiting for you to say this." In the dense atmosphere of the thunder sky, Gu Xianer worriedly thought that this time, Gu Changge angered the grand elder. Was it because he wanted the grand elder to take the trouble to teach me a lesson? But isn't it true that the more the grand elder tries to use his mind on me, the more disadvantageous it is for him? In the end, do you really want to repay the debt you've owed me for the past few years, or do you have another plot? On the toolbar, a notification appears. The luck of the female character, Ko Tian-ni, the killing heart fluctuates. The luck value of the player increases by 800 points. The destiny value increases by 4,000. Ko Truong-ka sinisterly said, "If the grand elder is like that, then I can rest assured." The grand elder sighed and said, Then Ko Truong-ka winked at Ko Tian-ni, surprising her. Ko Truong-ka jumped into the air and said that he had no time and the task was heavy. Truong-ka would not bother him anymore. The grand elder said, such a deep mind. It seems that this guy has reached this point without any reason. In his mind, he thinks that in the future, there will definitely be a position at the top of the world. Ko Tian-ni grabbed the sleeve of the grand elder and said, "Master, are you okay?" The grand elder pretended to point to the sky and stroked his beard, saying, Junior Ko Truong-ka. He really made this old man angry. His actions were truly extremely devilish. You must try to cultivate hard to get the chance to beat him into a pig's head soon. In Ko Tian-ni's mind, she innocently thought about the scene of Ko Truong-ka being beaten into a pig's head. Very funny. Somewhere, Ko Truong-ka got a sneeze. Ko Tian-ni asked her master, why did Ko Truong-ka use her immortal bearing to hide her demonic nature? Is there anything hidden in this matter? The Grand Elder said that people born with demonic nature, or born with demonic soul, are half-born demonic energy. Although Gu Changge's actions were not to people's liking, these two things have never been discovered by others. As for why he was born with demonic nature, this must be the secret that he spent so much effort to hide. Even this old man does not know. Ko Tian-ni seemed to have a thoughtful expression on her face. She said, "Thank you, master. I think I've learned something." The Grand Elder replied that the world knows that the influence of demons on humans is extremely profound and difficult to control. It is feared that the main reason for Ko Truong-ka's actions is also the influence of demons. If it wasn't for his devilish nature, I wouldn't have accepted him as my disciple that year. What's wrong? The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, returning the bright sky to where Ko Truong-ka was. In his mind, he thought that he had recently used some tricks on Ngoi Tun-hee. With his intelligence, he must have discovered some clues to investigate the truth of that year. The immortal road is about to open. I have to prepare a bit before I can say anything. After saying that, he sat down on the chair and thought about the remaining destiny points that could be exchanged for many useful items, but the most important thing was still the seeds of this world. On the toolbar appears a notification. Destiny points 10,000, luck points 2,000. The commerce system has opened the warehouse, 1/3 of the world's seed pieces. X3 have been combined into the luck competition card, X3. Suddenly, 3 rays of light and 3 pieces of luck jumped out, and they began to refine in front of Ko Truong-ka. He thought that after fusing the seed of evolution of the inner world combined with his void talent, it might have an unexpected effect that gods and ghosts would not know about. These three elements gradually transformed into the gases water, fire, and earth, creating a small space with great destructive power. The scene changes to a majestic place. Ko Truong Ka is floating in the air and thinks this is the inner world where the world seed nourishes the stars here. It's true that I'm just like the creator. He said that if we infer about the internal world, there will be a consumption of destiny value. The system replied that destiny value has omnipotent attributes. As long as there are enough of them, of course, it can refine everything. Ko Truong Ka said that was indeed the case. Then he raised his hand and shouted. Instantly, the sand and debris under his feet flew into the air one after another and then naturally formed an extremely large, brightly shining lead castle right in front of the sky. Ko Truong Ka thought that the feeling of being able to control everything at will was truly intoxicating. This vast palace was waiting for the day it would descend into the human world. What a majestic scene it would be. Now that it was all prepared, everything was just missing a gust of wind. But the day the immortal road opened, I'm afraid only my reincarnated fiancé would know. If she wanted to waste her energy on revenge, she definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. In his mind, the image of Nguyet Min Kong appeared without thinking. Scene changes to the ancient Blackstone city, Nguyet Min Kong riding a phoenix flying in the sky. Everyone looked up and said, "Go, that's the god." So handsome, a handsome man in a small building looked outside and looked at Nguyet Min Kong's back. He said that he took the emperor god as his mount. This identity must have been said by some princess. In the magic treasure on his chest, he said, "You stinky brat, don't see a woman and can't walk anymore. Don't forget the important thing at hand, the immortal Taoist palace has a chance that you must have." The man looked helpless and frustrated, saying, "Hey, look who's dead here. It's not far from the ancient city and it doesn't take much time. Oh my god, such a beauty is truly a fleeting moment in a dream, but I don't know if she's married yet." Nguyet Min Kong said that the ancient Blackstone city remembered the memories of the previous life's descendant, Diep Lang of Luan Hoi Tien Ton. That was the first time the famous person in all directions was here. In her heart she thought that Diep Lang Thien of the Diep family in the ancient immortal clan also suffered a great loss due to his challenge. After a period of time, he lost even more miserably and was robbed of his position as successor. This person instantly became famous and had deep connections with many friends in the ancient clan. At that time he even surpassed Ko Truong Ka's reputation. But now his cultivation level is at most at the Marcus realm, which is the best opportunity to retrieve the Luan reincarnation ancient talisman. At the same time the phoenix landed on the ancient city. She thought that this was the mandatory entrance to the ancient city of Huoshi. She was determined to think of the reincarnation ancient talisman that she had to get. The scene changes to a cool and breezy night. Diep Lang just left and said, "Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Can you feel it, brother, in the magic treasure?" He said, "You're usually very bold when you hang out with the beautiful lady Thien Chi. Why are you suddenly so careful?" Diep Lang said my intuition before. Then he was surprised and panicked. A French person appeared in front of him shouting, "Be careful," in the magic treasure. And then a beam of power from the sky emitted a formation that shone straight down in front of the gate of the black ancient city. After the formation dissipated, Diep Lang's necklace emitted light. He had a fierce expression and asked who it was. Around Diep Lang appeared 4 monks in his mind. He worriedly thought of the Holy Realm monk. On the surface, he said, "Who are you? No grudge, no enmity. Why did you attack me?" Nguyet Min Kong appeared from space and said that that Fu was innocent and the person carrying the jade was guilty. Nguyet Min Kong stood properly in front of Diep Lang. In his mind, he thought of her. Nguyet Min Kong stood on the gatepost and said, "Sorry, I need to borrow your Luan Hoi ancient talisman to complete a big task." Diep Lang said, "How do you know the reincarnation talisman in his heart? He is worried that I should not reveal it to the outside." Nguyet Min Kong said, "You don't need to know. I also don't intend to negotiate with you." She raised her hand, and the 4 Saint Realm monks simultaneously attacked. The elder brother in the magic treasure said to the brat, "If you want to live quickly, use that move." Diep Lang thought that was all he could do. Immediately, all 4 Saint Realm cultivators fired their attacks in the same direction as Diep Lang. In the explosion appeared a super large magic weapon, and from it created a giant red tornado. One of the 4 people standing around said that he had a great Saint Realm breath and had a secret technique. A great elder said quickly, "Protect the emperor." Diep Lang flew into the air in the middle of the whirlwind. Nguyet Min didn't think this was the power he now held. Could it be? Diep Lang's eyes were black and red. He said, "I spent so much of my energy and strength, the strength of 9 continents and 2 tigers, to refine 90% of it. I didn't expect Kong de Trang to be here." Then he rushed towards Nguyet Min Kong and said, "You stupid woman, you should pay for your recklessness." Then suddenly behind Nguyet Min Kong appeared a Kui Huing talisman in the magic treasure. He suddenly said, "Retreat," making Diep Lang stunned. This made Nguyet Min Kong surprised. Another giant red tornado appeared. Diep Lang thought this breath DM Ko appeared to protect Nguyet Min Kong. Brother replied that the great Saint Realm cultivator really took advantage of Ngok Fu's support to escape. Quickly return to Diep Lang and prepare to escape. Tell that woman Diep Mo misses you. After he went far away, the sound echoed back today, "This Diep Mo, if he doesn't die in this great disaster, he will definitely take your soul and train you as a holy slave to take revenge today." This made Nguyet Min Kong angry in his heart. Nguyet Min Kong thought no wonder in his previous life Diep Lang was able to escape from Ko Truong Ka's hands. In the end, I underestimated his trump card. If I don't achieve my goal this time, I'm afraid that next time will be even more difficult. 4 holy monks ran over and knelt down, saying that their subordinates were late in escorting the king, and asked for the emperor's forgiveness. Nguyet Min Kong clasped his hands to thank Ko. He said, "Thank you, senior, for saving him." He didn't know which expert was the one. Ko coldly said. Princess Min Kong Ko ordered Ko to tell her that if one day she didn't go see him, he would personally come and take her back. Nguyet Min didn't think that Ko Truong Ka would have another great saint woman by his side in his previous life. Ko said that the banquet of the 10,000 ways of the imperial court was about to be held. The young master didn't want her to delay too long and then disappeared. The Thuong Fong. But now that the ancient reincarnation talisman has not yet reached his hands, not to mention that his own whereabouts have been clearly known by Ko Truong Ka since he returned from the lower world, why are there so many variables? It seems like every move of mine is within his calculations. She sighed and looked at the moonlight, thinking that she really should probe his intentions. The scene of the emperor's arrival at the ancient city of the heavenly court was transformed into a place where many flying beasts and boats in the sky converged in one direction. A tall, majestic building appeared, with not only people standing and walking below, but also flying Taoists. Ko Truong Ka was in the tallest small building and thought that the immortal road Dao Thien Tien Kung was about to open. Among the old people, he was still busy organizing the 10,000 Dao banquet to probe the momentum of the forces. Although it was said that the head of the Tien Tien Kung Dao had been on the immortal road for tens of thousands of years, there were countless opportunities within it. This was also a message that there was a fairy spirit born in front of absolute benefits in order to become the target of everyone's attack. Even the Tien Tien Kung Dao could not be generous to the young forces. He thought while drinking tea, but now the 5 strongest true disciples of the immortal palace. Some are injured, some are in seclusion, and who else can appear? If he is a young martial artist, then in the immortal road I can still bring some advantage. Surely the Grand Elder will also consider it, at least for this period of time. He will not target me too much. A red light flew past along with fragments of light. Ko appeared and shouted, "Young Master Ko Truong Ka said that news has arrived." Appeared and shouted that young Master Ko Truong Ka had news. Ko respectfully said yes. When Ko met Princess Min Kong, she was leading 4 Saint Realm monks to block a young man with a demonic aura. It seemed like she had taken something from that young man. Ko Truong Ka asked the young man with the strange breath did he succeed. Ko, behind respectfully replied to Chu Am. It seemed that the young man used some kind of secret technique to suddenly release the spiritual energy of a great Saint Realm cultivator to fight against the 4 Saint Realm cultivators, and then intended to counterattack. But after he met me, he left. Ko was worried that the young master's plan would be disrupted, so she did not intervene. In Ko Truong Ka's mind, he thought that he was still relying on his reincarnation memories to win the treasure. But he didn't expect that the young man had a Ming Yue that didn't even have a line of sight, and even had a way to escape from the siege of the 4 Saint Realm cultivators. Haha, what a strange young man. What a familiar person, what a familiar way. On the toolbar appears a notification that the new child of fortune has appeared in the birth mission. Ko Truong Ka said with a sinister expression. He looked towards the crowd and said, "It's best to avoid startling the snake. Don't show up again." Ko respectfully said, "Yes, young master." He thought the system had noticed that 5 Chi definitely had some contact with me, but the system had not given a direct mission, showing that this new 5 Chi had some distance between him and me. It's also good that the Wandao banquet is about to take place, and I have time to meet my old acquaintances and conveniently inquire about news of this new son of the freight transport. On the street, someone said that this time our sect came to participate in the banquet of 10,000 ways. It is certain that we will enter the immortal path. Normally, if we are not disciples of the Dao Thien Immortal Palace, we would not have a chance. Another person also discussed that if it was really that simple, then it would be good. A sexy red-haired beauty with a jade glabella on her forehead said that the immortal road that you guys call is said to be a piece of ancient immortal continent. There are many hidden opportunities that everyone wants to monopolize. This time, the Tien Tien Palace is so generous that other than not being able to withstand the pressure from our forces, who knows what they are plotting. This made everyone stunned. A young Lolita girl said that when talking about the Celestial Palace, it is impossible not to mention young Master Truong Ka. If he was there, other young people who wanted to compete for the opportunity in the Celestial Palace would probably not be able to. A giant human-shaped tiger talking nonsense taking away Ko Duyen is like killing parents. Does Ko Truong Ka still want to take everything? As long as we join hands, even if he is a big elephant, he still cannot avoid being bitten by a swarm of ants. After he finished saying this, everyone secretly thought that with such a big mouth, isn't he still putting himself in the position of an ant? Someone else said that a while ago, they heard that Ko Truong Ka had a disagreement with the Grand Elder, which made the Grand Elder extremely angry, so they couldn't see him standing on the Dao Thien Tien Palace. Suddenly everyone saw 2 flying in the air. They wondered if it was Diep Lao Tien and Lu Li. One said, "You are the successor of the Diep family's ancestor," the one called the Ancient Emperor, the successor of Diep Lang Thien. Diep Lu Li landed on the ground and said, "Big brother Ko Truong Ka, will you come here?" Diep Lang Thien held Diep Lu Lai's hand and landed on the ground and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ko is the Eastern Master of Dao Thien Tien Kung." Could it be that he wouldn't come? A white-haired man in tiger-striped clothes ran out to greet him and said, "Ha ha, Diep Lang Thien, you're not shy, you came out here." The character of the young master of the White Tiger clan, the Golden White Liot, he said, "I heard that a few days ago you suffered a great loss at the hands of a side disciple, and recently you can only fight with fire. Is that true?" Diep Lang Tien said softly. Bachlit Bach grabbed Diep Lang Tien's shoulder and said, "Ha! I came out, don't be embarrassed. After all, Diep Lang is a fellow disciple. His strength is clear. So what is Diep Lu Li saying that this guy is so proud of?" Suddenly her eyes flashed purple. A man wearing a crocodile hat said that the young master of the Ko family had arrived. Ko Truong Ka and the nine-tailed fox came and talked very lively. "I have heard of you, Brother Diep and I. We are both young and supreme. I did not expect to have the good fortune to meet you here today." Diep Lang Thien happily said, "Brother Ko, you came at the right time. I was talking to you, a Taoist master, in such an important meeting. Why didn't you show up?" Diep Lu Li exclaimed. Ko Truong Ka Bach Liet thought to himself, "Ko Truong Ka Doan Mi." Diep Lang Thien happily said, "Brother Ko, you came at the right time. I was talking to you, a Taoist master, in such an important meeting. Why didn't you show up?" Diep Lu Li exclaimed. Ko Truong Ka Bach Liet secretly thought to himself, "Ko Truong Ka Doan M." Ko Truong Ka stepped down, stood in front of everyone and said, "Miss Lu, Lai, long time no see." Diep Lang Thien clasped his hands and said, "I heard that Brother Ko's strength is profound and unfathomable. Today we meet, and it is indeed true to his reputation. Let me and you call each other names. You have truly praised me too much." Ko Truong Ka asked, "What did Brother Ko say?" Diep Lu Lai angrily said recently, "It's true that Brother was affected by a side branch's trickery, that Diep Lang's state of mind is really too much, using the excuse of demanding justice for Father to lead public opinion to suppress Brother's cultivation. Accepting his challenge is not like Bachlit said." In Ko Truong Ka's mind, he secretly thought pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, turning the car around and hitting him in the face. On the surface, he said it was Daingya, but in reality he was trying to take advantage of himself. This matter of Diep Lang, a sign of luck, a living being, a living being. It turns out that this person's actions this time are considered to be scheming. But from what I understand, Diep Lang Thien said that this little fortune's move was a bit fake and despicable. Diep Lang Thien advised Lu Lai that you talk too much. In his mind, Ko Truong Ka thought, "Well, it seems like I don't have the right to talk about him." On the toolbar, a notification appears, "Breaking the relationship line of the Child of Luck is completed. There is a reward of 1,000 luck points and 5,000 destiny points." Ko Truong Ka thinks about the relationship line. Baile said to Duan Mi Yu. In Ko Truong Ka's mind, he looked towards Bachlit and thought, "Is it him?" Ko Truong Ka looked towards Doan Mi and said, "Junior sister Bachliet brother is calling you. Why aren't you answering? If I remember correctly, he is your fiancé." Then he held Doan Mi's shoulder and said, "Oh my God, I'm here making you so formal. People outside gossip about the relationship between Doan Mi and Bachlit. How come they heard so early that Ko Truong Ka was domineering and tyrannical in the Immortal Palace? Even many elders dared to offend him. Although Doan Mi was also his true disciple, I'm afraid she was also wary of his methods." Bachlit saw Ko Truong Ka's arm resting on Doan Mi's shoulder and angrily said, "Ko Truong Ka, don't bully people too much, stay away from Doan Mi." Ko Truong Ka asked again, "Why did Bach Huin say that? As a fellow disciple, is there any problem with me showing concern for her?" Baile's face was fierce and he spoke less nonsense. "Even though you are strong, don't think I'm a right persimmon." Ko Truong Ka looked at Bachlit, then he said, "Challenge me. Do you want to die?" His sinister and contemptuous expression left Baile speechless and stuttering. Doan Mi hurriedly came out to stop him and said, "Senior Brother Ko, please don't make things difficult for Bachlit. He had just arrived and had offended someone. He hoped that Senior Brother Gu would let Doan Mi offend him and not pursue the matter further." This made Bachlit startled and shouted. Doan Mi thought to herself, "She doesn't know me on the surface. Is it because she's protecting me from being targeted by Ko Truong Ka?" Bachlit had tears in his eyes as he thought about the people around him gossiping. He didn't expect Doan Mi to block Ko Truong Ka like this because of Bachlit. Wouldn't they all be killed? Everyone looked at Ko Truong Ka's expression and secretly guessed that someone said that Doan Mi was his fellow disciple after all. Wasn't he really the one who did it? The shrimp-brained Hung in the back kept thinking, "What's so interesting about this brother that makes these people wary?" Diep Lu Li and Lang Thien silently looked at each other. Ko Truong Ka said, "If it's clear that your junior sister has come out to beg, then let's drop this matter." Guyet Min Kong thought about what to do. Could it be that he intended to reveal that Diep Lang had the Luan Hoi Kofu? I heard that recently, many disciples of the sect and the lineage have mysteriously disappeared or had their origin stolen. Does Senior Brother Diep know anything about this? This made Nguyet Min Kong surprised. She thought, he wants to throw stones and hide his hand like in his previous life. In Nguyet Min Kong's imagination, Ko Truong Ka was preparing to manipulate everything. She thought of framing the heir of the devil's work to someone else. Nguyet Min Kong thought this guy was... In her heart she was worried and restless. Her hands kept fidgeting. Ko Truong Ka looked at her and smiled, thinking that she had realized something. He held Nguyen Min's hand and asked Min Kong, "What's wrong? Are you not comfortable?" When seeing this picture, Diep Lang Thien and Diep Lu Li were embarrassed and coughed lightly. He said, "The feelings between Ko Huin and Princess Min Kong are truly admirable." Ko Truong Ka said Diep Queen was joking. Min Kong must have just thought about the recently disappeared disciples of the sex and felt a bit indignant. Nguyet Min Kong also said it was rude. Diep Lang Thien said it right. The recent chaos has made people panic. The missing people's cultivation is not too high. At first, no one paid attention, but now suddenly broke out only to discover that there are a bunch of people. This is truly a terrifying number. Diep Lu Lai suddenly had purple eyes controlled and said that it was true that the disciples were missing. But what was even more strange was that even some of the tombs of the Orthodox religion were robbed, and ancient corpses also disappeared. Kotruong Ka said, don't you see that this long gap in time from the time of disappearance is related to the forbidden inheritance of a certain sect? The nine-tailed fox in the palace reported that the young masters from all over were having dinner at Van Dao Tho Yen. Those who did not want to show up, Kotruong Ka replied that it was no longer necessary. "Do you want to ask why I let you act out a drama with me first and then let the white light go?" This made Doan Mi wonder, and he said that it was because Bach Liet had touched Dine Han right in front of many people. Even though Dine Han used punishment, I believe the whole Bach Ho clan couldn't say anything. Kotruong Ka put the teacup on the table and said Bach Liet was not an idiot. Even though what happened just now, he didn't take the initiative to offend me. But today you protected him. He became a weak concubine, hiding under a woman's skirt, only knowing how to fight. Good or bad, he was still a young man. The Supreme One saw his fiancée being trampled by another man, but he could only endure. No matter what, he could not swallow this humiliation. His expression became sinister, saying that he used to be Diep Lang's good brother. If he could get his wife back in a short time so that his fiancée could escape the tiger's mouth, he would stand up and say that joining forces with someone who had just shown his talent would make everyone understand Diep Lang better, and he would definitely be the best choice. This is exactly what I hope to see. Doan Mi bowed her head and waited for orders from Kotruong Ka. "If you say so, you should secretly visit your fiancé. He must not be in a good mood right now." Doan Mi replied, "I understand, master." In another scene, Bai Li punched the table and shouted, "Damn Gu Changge!" His subordinates told the young master to calm down in the Dao Tien Tien Kung's territory. Gu Changge was a snake. If he lost face at Dao Tien Tien Kung over a small matter, he would not be qualified to enter the immortal path. Another person said it right, young master. The young mistress and Gu Changge were both disciples of Dao Tien Tien Kung, so they must have suffered a lot. Bai Lai said proudly, "If it wasn't for these things, why would I let him humiliate me like this?" In his heart, he thought to himself, "Kotruong Ka, when the time comes, I will let you taste the taste of being humiliated." At the same time, Don Mi came to open the door and said, "Brother Liet." Bach hurriedly ran out and kicked the subordinate away while shouting that Don Mi named Ko didn't do anything to you, but Don Mi started to act, saying that today it was Don Mi who sent me. I didn't expect Ko Truong Ka to do such a thing and even make Liet Ka Ka do it. Don't let her finish speaking, Bach Liet. I said it's okay, I understand your suffering in Dao Thien Tien Kung Ko Truong Ka. You single-handedly covered the sky, and mosquitoes standing up to help me is already very touching. Doan Mi tearfully said that during the Yen period I cannot leave easily. I was worried that you would misunderstand, so I secretly came to see you. Then she jumped into Bai Li's arms and said, "Brother Lai, I'm so scared." This made Bai Li surprised and shouted, "Doan Mi, continue speaking. Wait until the story of the immortal path ends. I will escape from the path of the heavenly immortal palace. Can you take me there then?" Bach Liet held her in his arms and said, "Don't worry, when the road opens, I will join hands with Brother Deep to grasp the opportunity. Wait for me to break through to King Realm Trung Ki and make Ko Truong Ka regret his actions of forcing and oppressing her." Duan Ni with a dark face said, "Yes, I believe you." Bach Liet said, "Right. During this time I'm in the ancient city of Dao Tien. If you suffer any grievances, use this jade talisman to contact me." He said then he gave Doan Mi another piece of jade with a tiger head. He said to take it and protect yourself well. Then he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. You go back first. If Ko Truong Ka doesn't see you, he will definitely make things difficult for you." He pushed Don Mi out and said, "Go away," and closed the door. His face was in pain. Tears were falling. He held his heart and said, "Remember, if you suffer any injustice, please contact me." Don Mi outside was stunned, thinking hateful thoughts in her head. Bach Liet sighed in the room and thought that Brother Deep Lang must have gone to Dao Tien Tan Ko. Let's go find him and talk about old times. In the sky appeared a giant phoenix flying by so brilliantly that everyone was stunned and shouted that it was a divine phoenix. In a small building in Kotruong Ka, he left a jade piece with a tiger print on it. So these were all his original words. Doan Mi said that she did not dare to hide it from the owner. Bach Liet also said that she could use this jade piece to contact him at any time. In Kotruong Ka's mind, he thought that this Bach Liet was really infatuated. If he used it to know his location at any time, then finding Diep Lang would be much easier. Kotruong Ka looked at the circular object and said, "Not bad. In the future, keep a close eye on Bach Liet's movements. If you find out he has met Diep Lang, report it to me immediately." Doan Mi happily said, "Yes, yes, master." Outside the door there was a subordinate who announced that the peerless Emperor Min Nguyet of the Immortal Dynasty would not come. Ko Truong Ka looked satisfied and thought, Have you figured it out yet? The phoenix replied on a floor above the people below, saying that Princess Min Huyet was not the peerless emperor of the celestial dynasty. Deep Lang was thinking below. It turned out that the person who attacked me that day was Min Nguyet Kong of the peerless celestial dynasty. At that time, old hatred and new revenge were settled together, and then he left. Nguyet Min Kong descended from the phoenix. Ko Truong Ka came out to welcome her and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Min Nguyet didn't come because she missed her husband. Her face was cold, and she told herself to stop dreaming. Ko Truong Ka showed a pained expression and said, "Ah, I'm so heartbroken. Do you know how much your husband misses you?" This made her extremely angry and said, "So this is the reason you let that woman inform me to come here." Ko Truong Ka was stunned and said that woman. After that, Ko Truong Ka came closer and sniffed around Nguyet Min Kong and said, "Why is there a strange smell of vinegar in the air?" Nguyet Min Kong accidentally pushed him away and said to avoid him. Ko Truong Ka said that DM Ko is a strong person that I brought from the lower world and also considered the object of my pursuit. This made Nguyet Min Kong stop. Ko Truong Ka had a sinister expression and said, "Are you jealous?" Nguyet Min Kong ignored him and looked away, saying, "You're too self-indulgent." Then he said, "What do you want from me?" Ko Truong Ka opened the door for her and said it was boring to hear DM Ko say that she led 4 Saint Realm experts to capture a Marquis Realm man and failed. How did he offend her, or tell this husband? See? His face turned sinister and said, "I will go kill him to vent my anger to you. Help me vent my anger." Nguyet Min Kong was surprised to think that a cold person like Ko Truong Cha unexpectedly cared about my business during this time. He probably didn't know Diep Lang's special point. So why did he kill Diep Lang? Her appearance was still cold and asked you, "Why don't you care about the reason, right or wrong?" "Kill him." Ko Truong Ka replied, "Is it important? If you want to kill him, I will help you." Nguyet Min Kong was stunned and thought, "I want to kill someone, then I will help that person." Then she closed her eyes and thought, it is not surprising that Ko Truong Ka said such shocking words, but it was just a passing wind and passing clouds. If he simply killed Deep Lang for me, then it doesn't mean he completely ignored me. On the toolbar of Ko Truong, we announce the attitude of luck. Chi Nu Ming. Nguyet does not change luck. Points increase by 800, destiny value, increase by 4,000. Ko Truong Ka looked towards the capital and said, "Why did you do something to Diep Lang? I also hit it." This made Nguyet Min Kong surprised and stunned. He continued, "Actually, even if you didn't say it, I would have already investigated." Nguyet Min scratched his head and said, "It's not a big deal. I just found out about the existence of the Luan Hoi Ko Tianton's inheritance in the ancient books. When I went to look for it, I discovered that Diep Lang had come first. The ancient song of Samsara asks the ancient heavenly venerable the power of Samsara." Then he turned back with a surprised and stupid look on his face and asked, "Does that mean she intends to kill someone to steal the treasure?" This made Nguyet Min Kong surprised and wondered. Ko Truong Ka went around Nguyet Min Kong, making her embarrassed. He said, "This really surprised me. Nguyet Min Kong, why did she do this robbery?" She was embarrassed and blushed. Ko Truong Ka continued thinking that the other person had offended her first. The result was that she had plotted against the other person's Ko Duyen. This made Nguyet Min Kong feel embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Ko Truong Ka continued to say, "Oh my god, I didn't expect you to be Min Kong like this." This made Nguyet Min Kong angry. She thought, "No right. What right does he have to talk to me?" Then she raised her hand to hit Ko Truong Ka and shouted, "You act like a good person! Your tricks are vicious! I'm just taking precautions!" Ko Truong Ka just ran back and laughed and said hurriedly, "Then that bitch Nguyet Min Kong shouted." I took Nguyet Min Kong's hand and looked at her affectionately. He said, "I mean, just leave this secret to me. How can I let a small character dirty the hands of my beloved wife?" This made Nguyet Min Kong surprised. The scene changes to a majestic castle in a palace with old men sitting on a high platform. The city lord said that now that the immortal road is open, it is inevitable that all the great paths will gather in the ancient city of Dao Tian so that their young disciples can practice. "What do you think, elders?" A muscular man wearing green clothes said, "Palace Master, I think this matter needs to be discussed by all parties. After all, there are dangers all around the immortal road. When those disciples of the Taoist sect are practicing and injure themselves, they will come back and blame us for not protecting them properly. At that time, it will be difficult for us to explain. A woman holding a sword is right. Although the ancient immortal continent is full of dangers, but with the same dangers, the ancient immortal area is also full of dangers. Even if I go inside, it is difficult to determine the direction. The young people practicing inside have a very high rate of injury." An old man with hair like a flame stood up and shouted, "Fuck! If we let him talk about this, life and death would be out of the question. Let them go on their own. Everyone would join in and make a scene. If something happened, we would be forced to suffer. What kind of logic is this?" Another person said that Elder Yan said yes. Yes. It was a voluntary matter. The Taoist temple cannot accept this responsibility. Another person said yes. We must clarify with them first. If they do not accept it, then tell them to go away. The city lord said, "Well, it's just that many young people gathered together, so conflicts are inevitable. If our Tian Tian Palace sect doesn't have any achievements, wouldn't it be unsightly?" The old man said that the 5 true disciples of the inner palace, So Vonim, whose Dao Tam was injured, had returned to the So dynasty. The remaining 3 were in seclusion, and in the old man's eyes, the true disciples were only learning and not refining. Could it be that they still had hope for them? Someone said, "This matter." Everyone looked at the Grand Elder startled and shouted, "What do you mean? You see me doing something related to the reputation of the immortal palace, so don't you have any calculations about who I use? Or do you see that I have a narrow mind and am asking the public prosecutor for personal gain?" The old man in blue said that the great elder was not lenient and magnanimous and would not pick on juniors. But even though this time the Ko-Truong Ka sect went with the identity of the true heir of the immortal palace, it was still a bit lacking in viewers. The Grand Elder interrupted, "Humph, now this matter is Ko-Truong Ka's chance. Although this brat's actions are stubborn and difficult to control, he is still cultivating the immortal points of the immortal palace. Even if he has his own ulterior motives, would he dare to destroy his master and ancestors?" The city lord stood up and said, "I see that Ko-Truong represents the immortal palace and the great sects of Thien Q to fight for reason, so he should name a person who has been fighting for this successor position for a long time. It's true that there should be someone sitting there, why not?" Grand Elder raised his hand and said, "The palace master doesn't need it anymore. I still understand the rules." Grand Elder stood up and said, "Let it go. Let it go today. Let it go, I'll have to face that guy." The scene changes to a faraway place with lots of wind and floating clouds. She was cultivating on a rocky cliff. Suddenly, a footstep approached her. She was on guard and asked who it was. Nguyet Min Kong stood in front of Tien Ni and said, "Tien Ni, don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions." Ko Tien Ni said, "You are the fiancé of Ko Truong Ka Ming. Nguyet is not the emperor of Vo Song. Tien Trio Min." Nguyet did not reply. Tien Ni's sister really has good eyes. She came to his side and sat down, saying that she heard her younger sister was practicing with the elder Min Kong, so she came to visit her. Ko Tien Ni asked, "Where is Truong Ka? Why didn't he come?" Nguyet Min replied that he had left the fairy palace and didn't know what he had done. Ko Tien Ni looked disappointed and lowered her eyes, saying, "Oh really?" Nguyet Min Kong thought to himself, "Is this expression of disappointment because our Ko Truong didn't come?" Then Ko Tien Ni looked at Nguyet Min Kong and said, "This hateful guy originally wanted to break through to Marquis Realm, but beat him into a pig's head." Nguyet Min Kong hurriedly stopped her from getting agitated. "Actually, I've heard about what he did to you that year. But this person Ko Truong is not only hateful but also very dangerous. Before you're absolutely sure, you must avoid conflict with him. But before you grow up, I will think of a way to protect you." This surprised Ko Tien Ni. She asked, "You said protect me?" The two people sat on the rock in silence. Then Ko Tien Ni said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but there's no need. You're Ko Truong Ka's fiancé, so why are you telling me these things?" What made Nguyet Min Kong feel embarrassed and not know how to answer. Then she said, "It's nothing. I just want to try my best to make up for the shame and insecurity in my heart. Stop doing the evil things that Ko Truong Ka did. Let me help you pay back a little." In her heart, Ko Tien Ni thought to help him pay it back. How much must one love someone to say such words? Regarding Nguyet Min Kong's previous affairs, I have also dealt with some people. Always in a one-sided relationship, she is considered a pitiful person. Ko Truong Ka is truly an extremely despicable person. The scene changed to Ko Truong Ka's room. He thought that this time, after absorbing all the resources that Doan Mi collected, his true cultivation had broken through to the angel realm. Next, he just needed to keep an eye on Deep Lang's movements. Now that Deep Lang is in the open, it's very simple for him to deal with him. Ko Truong Ka looked at the demonic energy that was gradually appearing in his hand, and thought, logically speaking, Min Nguyet, not being a reincarnated person with foresight, was her greatest advantage. She had the chance to know for sure more than Diep Lang, and she also understood Diep Lang's development trajectory like the back of her hand. Originally, I wanted to understand more about Diep Lang from her after returning. But I just went out for a trip, and she was no longer here. Who would she come into contact with in this Tien Tien palace? Ko Truong Ka thought, clasping his hands on his chin. Could it be that he went to find Tien Ni? From afar, a voice called out to Thang Ko Truong Ka, startling him. Then a figure appeared right before the eyes of the Grand Elder walking out from the passage. The old man stood up and asked, "Oh, so the Great Elder personally came to my supreme peak. I wonder what's going on." The Grand Elder said resentfully, "In this Tien Tien palace, do I need your permission to go anywhere?" Ko Truong Ka stepped down and said, "Oh, of course there's no need." He raised his hand to signal the Grand Elder to leave, but Truong Ka felt a bit tired and was resting for a bit. "If the Elder has nothing else to do, then please go back." This made the Grand Elder angry, and his face swelled with veins. He said, "You then, the two of you, began to restrain each other." Guchangge asked, "Grand Elder, what are you doing? Why are you unhappy?" "Oh yes, if you really have something unpleasant to say, then you better not use Tien Ni to threaten me because I don't play this game." The Great Elder's anger exploded. He yelled, "You son of a bitch, do you think I'm as despicable and shameless as you Ko Truong Ka?" Suddenly, two green and yellow lights came. Tien Ni said, "Ko Truong Ka, shut up for me." Tien Ni held the sword and said, "Ko Truong Ka, what do you want to do?" Ko Truong Ka said, "Oh, I said, who has the guts to yell at me like this? So it turns out to be the second immortal. Oh, how come after breaking through cultivation level, he is preparing to take revenge on his elder brother?" In his mind, he thought Min Nguyet really didn't go find Tien Ni. "Tien Ni angrily replied to you." The Grand Elder sighed and said, "Do you remember the bet with me that day? Tien Ni now in front of you does not necessarily have the strength to fight. Ko Truong Ka said, of course, remember you take the position of successor of the immortal palace. The most extreme immortal Nai can win against me. Now she has only just broken through to the Marquee realm. Could it be that the great elder is in a hurry to hope that I will sit on this successor position? The look on the old man's face turned sinister. He said, you can't be like this. This made the grand elder's face darken, and Ko Tianni wondered about her master. Ko Truong Ka said again, secretly calculating. Also, does the grand elder consider this successor position too important? Ko Truong Ka looked indifferent and said, just act as if I really want it. In the mind of the grand elder, he thought, could it be that he had foreseen this? His appearance was angry, and he said, do you want to be greedy and raise the price? Ko Truong Ka shook his head and said, don't say it so harshly. How can this matter of you willingly giving your consent be called a price? This made the three people opposite speechless. The grand elder looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha, I've seen you be shameless before, but I've never seen you be this shameless. Today you've opened my eyes. Then he lowered his head and said, what do you want to agree to? I advise you not to go beyond the limit. Ko Truong Ka calmly replied very simply, I will assume the identity of my future palace master to increase the favor of the grand elder. But you can rest assured that this favor will not be difficult for you. In the mind of the grand elder, regardless of whether it was the future palace lord's status or a favor, these two seemingly trivial conditions were all within his control. There was absolutely no reason for him to refuse. It seemed that everything that was happening today was within this guy's calculations. He had truly underestimated him. While the grand elder was thinking, Ko Truong Ka asked the grand elder again, this request of yours, how about I agree to it? Ko Truong Ka raised his hand and said, the great elder is indeed very cheerful, but I still hope that the great elder will swear on this matter with his Dao heart. The blue veins on the great elder's forehead popped out. Ko Tianni said that if the master agreed to do something, then of course it would be done. Are you doubting the master? Ko Truong Chao's expression was indifferent to life. If he didn't doubt, then why would I ask him to swear? This made Ko Tianni surprised and the great elder furious. Nguyet Min Kong raised his hand to block the helpless expression and Ko Truong Ka's indifferent expression. Then the grand elder raised his hand to the sky and said, I swear by my heart that if I disobey the things I have agreed to today, I will suffer the chaos thunder and my soul will be broken. Lin Mai will never be reincarnated. Then the grand elder left in anger and said, you really pissed me off, leaving the two women stunned. Then both of them looked at Ko Truong Ka worriedly. Ko Truong Ka's eyes turned purple, and he said to Tianni, Nguyet Min Kong, quickly run out and stop him. What do you want to do? Tianni said, Min Kong's sister doesn't need to care about me, she said to Truong Ka. Ko Truong Ka, today let's cut off the grudge between us here. Ko Truong Ka asked again to cut off an Oan, while Ko Tianni drew her sword towards him. Ko Truong Ka said, even master can't do anything to me. Ko Tianni, do you think you have a chance? Tianni said that she was looking down on others. Then Nang Fi quickly went towards Ko Truong Ka and said that if she wanted to fight back, she would try. Ko Truong Ka said with a sinister expression, oh. Then Ko Tianni touched the ground, preparing to launch a super strong kick towards Ko Truong Sa. But when her feet touched Ko Truong Ka's body, her figure gradually disappeared. She fixed her body on the ground and thought again about this move. Tianni chased the smoke and shouted, where are you going? She immediately used the Tam Tai Than Vien Kiem move, pounced towards Ko Truong Ka, who was gradually taking shape. Ko Ka saw that and laughed. Suddenly, a large, extremely strong blue light shone straight across the yard. Ko Truong Ka gently grabbed the tip of the sword. Ko Tianni was surprised. Ko Truong Ka put his hands behind his back and said, my stupid sister, you just broke through to the Marquee realm and you already want to kill me. Ko Truong Ka had a cold expression, then gently broke the blue sword and said, it seems you still don't have a correct view of yourself. The blue sword shattered before Ko Tianni's eyes, making her stunned. Ko Truong Ka waved his hand and said he wanted to kill me right away, but if I gave you a chance, you wouldn't know how to cherish your current appearance, unlike those reckless kids. Ko Truong Ka approached Tianni and said, you disappoint me. Approached Tianni and said, you made me so disappointed. In Tianni's mind, she thought I was disappointed. I couldn't beat him. He was suppressed. He should be happy, right? What does he mean? Could it be that Ko Truong Ka is constantly encouraging me to cultivate just to kill him? Ko Truong Ka held out his hand in front of Tianni and said that today he would only punish her. Then he flicked her forehead and said that next time he would directly throw her into the lake and suppress her for 3 to 5 years. Then Ko Truong Ka left and said if there was nothing to do, then go back to your cultivation. I don't have time to stay here and play with your childish revenge games. In the back, Tianni was sitting curled up in a corner crying. Ko Tianni looked angry and turned back to tell you, Ko Truong Ka, don't torment me anymore. My current strength is not enough. Ko Tianni stood up from behind and shouted at Ko Truong Ka, if you wasted your energy insulting me just to kill you, then let me show you. Ko Truong Ka closed his eyes and said, waiting for the day when I have this ability, I will say it. Then strong rays of light flew towards Ko Truong Ka. He turned back and saw a giant sword appear above Tianni. Everyone in the celestial palace was stunned. What is this? A sky-piercing sword was created. The speaker surpassed the breath of the holy realm. In the mind of the Grand Elder, he thought it was a monster's blade, but unexpectedly, he gave this to the fairy tooth head. I'm afraid that today Ko Truong Ka won't be able to escape. Ko Tianni's eyes lit up. She shouted, destroy, cut off, cut off. and above her head was a sword with a symbol that flew straight down towards Ko Truong Ka. Nguyet Min Kong ran out of the house and said Tien Ni was not allowed. This made Ko Tien Ni startled awake. She shouted loudly at Ko Truong Ka, "You move aside!" Ko Truong Ka stood still and said, in Ko Truong Ka's mind he thought, as expected of a woman of destiny, she really has hidden tricks. When the blade of the knife fell, Ko Truong Ka said, "Let me return this knife to you." Both Ko Tien Ni and Nguyet Min Kong were both stunned and shouted, "Ko Truong Ka." The falling sword made the sky and earth split apart, destroying the houses that were plunged straight into the abyss. Everyone else said that on the top of the supreme peak who is fighting others, said that this power is afraid that only the elders in the sect can do it. Both the sky and the earth are split in two. Nguyet Min Kong's mouth was filled with tears as he said to Ko Truong Ka, "What do you want to do in the end?" Ko Tien Ni behind had a dark face and was stunned. She felt that Tien Kot was shaking. Ko Truong Ka said it right, "This is your great Dao bone." Ko Truong, I was injured on one shoulder. The wound was so deep that my skin and flesh were exposed. Ko Tien Ni thought that he could clearly resist a little bit, and that she had clearly taken back a large amount of spiritual luck. Why didn't she run away and say something like this? Slash was returned to her first. If she hadn't pulled her hand back, just now wouldn't he have died here? I really almost killed Ko Truong. On the other side, Ko Truong Ka was painfully holding his rapidly necrotic shoulder. Ko Tien Ni wondered if I had been blaming him wrongly all along. Nguyet Min Kong hurriedly ran over and scolded Ko Truong Ka, "You don't want to live anymore, even if it's a bitter plan, you're too confident." Nguyet Min Kong burst into anger and said, "If Tien Ni didn't pull her hand back in the end, then that knife would be the place of your death." Ko Truong Ka endured the pain and said that he simply thought of paying back some benefits in advance for the suffering she had endured for so many years. This made Nguyet Min Kong and Ko Tien Ni shocked. Nguyet Min gritted his teeth and said, "You think that doing so will gain everyone's sympathy and forgiveness? You're wrong. Ko Truong Ka, even if you die, you should still look like you deserve to die." Ko Tien Ni stood behind him without saying a word, her hands hanging down. The Grand Elder stood on a big mountain and thought, "Sure enough, I despise you." The next day, the whole world was talking about it, hearing that the young master of the Ko family had not yet attained immortality, and this morning, the Taoist of the Tien Tien Palace had planned to make him the successor of the palace master. There was indeed this story, another person said, but just yesterday, Ko Truong Ka seemed to have been seriously injured by the younger sister in his words, Ko Tien Ni. Another person said, "Isn't that right? That Slash was about to break Thang Thien." Another person said, "I am on par with you, yet there was already someone who could injure Ko Truong Ka. The people of the Ko family are truly perverted." In Ko Truong Ka's palace, he was treating his wound and thought that, as expected of a top-level female ace in the Palace of Luck, this Slash contained destructive power, but it was also good that if the wound healed too quickly, this act could not be real. Anyway, if he wanted to make Ko Tien Ni completely believe in him, he would definitely have to endure this Slash. Sinister expression, thinking, "Wait until the day you personally dig out this bone piece. The final harvest will become water flowing down the river, and you're still so soft-hearted towards your enemy. How can you still be a stupid girl? How can you escape from the palm of my hand?" Ko Truong Ka stepped down from the bed, his hand reached for the clothes and threw them into the air, then put it on perfectly. Thinking yesterday, Nguyet Min Kong and Tien Ni came together. These two must have agreed on some point. Nguyet Min Kong had experience in the previous life. Ko Tien Ni's ending, she must have known that at this time being able to pull allies from dealing with me also suited her style. As Ko Truong Ka walked out the door, Nguyet Min Kong knocked on the door, calling for Ko Truong Ka to open the door. Ko Truong asked, "Why are you worried about me?" Nguyet Min Kong asked, "Are you okay?" In Gu Change's mind, he thought this woman really cares about him. Gu Change pretended for a moment. "Ouch, I fell." Nguyet Min Kong coldly turned his face to the side and said, "This is a pill that helps you squeeze out the destructive power. Use it with the medicinal power to operate the spiritual energy. After a few days, there will probably be results." Then he stuffed a bottle of medicine into him. Ko Truong Ka took it with a satisfied expression and said, "Min Kong, since when did he care about me?" Nguyet Min Kong replied, "When it was just someone who never felt it." Ko Truong Ka exclaimed. Nguyet Min Kong asked again what you were sighing about. Ko Truong Ka replied, "Nothing. Anyway, I'm a heartless person, so it's normal that I don't feel anything." Then he was shocked when he saw Nguyet Min Kong approaching and said, "That's right. Kovotam is your heart made of stone." Then she went out the door and said that the day Dao Thien passed by was almost here. There were many young Tuan Kiet from the tribes secretly forming alliances. If you want to know something in advance, why don't you take some time to go down and walk around? Ko Truong Ka thought that this resentment was indeed not normal, but he could only blame it on Tien Sin's devilish nature. It was too difficult to explain. It seemed that he must definitely create an opportunity for her to accidentally discover his true secret. Downstairs, someone was talking about the Tao of the Heavenly Immortal Palace. It was really smart to have promoted the young master of the Gu family to the position of the successor of the Heavenly Palace. Now, with the power of all the first-generation disciples who could still compete with him, no one else could say that. Recently, there were quite a few first-generation disciples. The Supreme Elder had broken through to the Fong Vuong realm. Now that Ko Truong Ka was seriously injured, I'm afraid there would still be quite a few people who wanted to take advantage of the fire to steal something. The boar monster said you have heard of Deep Lang, the one who fought to a draw with Deep Lang. No one has said anything about the ancient emperor. I heard he also intended to challenge the young master of the Ko family. I don't know when they will fight. A pig-faced guy said that he has been showing off a lot lately, but he still can't beat the young master of the Ko family. On a high platform in a room, Diep Lang Tian said, Brother Ko, I didn't expect this matter to involve you. Ko Truong Ka replied, It's just a bug. Why do you have to pay so much attention, Brother Deep? Deep Lang Tian said again, Brother Ko said it right. At first I also thought so, but it was because I looked down on him that I got a blow from him. Until now, I don't know why he sent out the news that Deep Lang wanted to challenge you. Ko Truong Ka gently said, Oh, if I remember correctly, Deep Lang is just a member of your Deep family's side clan. If fighting with you once is considered lucky, then today him challenging me on this side is even more worthy of estimation. Ko Truong Ka looked at Nguyet Min Kong and said that such a character is not an idiot. Deep Lu Li looked at Ko Truong Ka with a serious expression. Deep Lang Tian said, What Ko Huin said, have you ever thought about it? There must be a master behind Deep Lang who can also inherit something. He continued. Anyway, when I fought him that day, I could feel that his extremely strange moves could neutralize many of my supernatural powers. Ko Truong Ka replied, It seems that my guess and Diep Queen's are quite similar. Deep Lang is so arrogant he definitely has someone behind him. In Diep Lang Tian's mind, he thought that even Brother Ko thought that he had inherited something.